Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we continue our coverage of Massachusetts versus Dr. Tuerk. We are up to day 4 and we're going to put in half of day 5 because we won't have time to do all of day 5. So we'll do all of day 4, half of day 5. And we appreciate you guys joining us. We will also be doing a verdict watch for Lori Daybell. Similar to what we did for Monica Cementili and Lori Daybell. So I'll be on that computer over there and I'll be on this computer here. So we will be dual streaming later today once we hit verdict watch start for Lori Daybell. But in the meantime, we appreciate you guys being with us today. Let's see who is with us. We have Fala, good morning to you. Brett, hello to you. Therapist you know, and Alice. Shore Life Creations, good morning. Golden Girl, Lily Wayne, thank you for joining us. Baka, hello to you. I think I saw OnlyFan in the chat. Yes, good morning to you, OnlyFan. Thank you for joining us. And MEG, good to see you. Ida Adams, I enjoy your commentaries. Thank you. Well, thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. So we know that you have a choice in what you are watching today, so we appreciate you guys being with us. And if you guys have any questions about Mr. Tuerk here, Ingolf Tuerk, we'll kind of go over a little bit of what we've seen so far. Let's see. Do I have my, let's see, not them. Where is Tuerk? Okay. So I know I have to fill this out more, but we'll probably be over before I fill it out more. So Kathleen McLean, or Katie as she goes by, she was 45 when she was deleted. And let me see, I got to clean my screen here there. So Dr. Ingolf Tuerk was he was born in Germany, East Germany. He came over when the wall came down, and he is a neurosurgeon, right? So he kind of was a pioneer in robotics, and he settled in the Boston area, right? And he and his he met his wife. Well, he met Kathleen online. And they dated for a while, and they moved in together, and they eventually got married in Las Vegas. And then things kind of started to fall apart because they were both kind of accusing each other of cheating. She had 3 boys. I think he had 2 boys. Her kids were living with her because they were younger. His kids were a little bit older. The night of, they were fighting. He claims that she hit him with a rocks glass and then he lost it and he choked her, basically. That's what he's claiming. We don't know what she's claiming because she's no longer with us. So he then goes and he buries her in a pond. She had yoga pants on. She was a Reiki master, right? So he buries her in a pond. She had yoga pants on. He put 2 heavy rocks in her pants. She was found without a shirt on. Not sure what that's all about. So then he goes to a hotel, drinks, tries to, off himself. I guess he had some scratches on his wrist or whatever. So he tried and he failed. Eventually, she was married twice before. So her second husband, who is the biological dad of her kids, was worried about her and the kids. Actually, it was the first husband. I'm sorry, the first husband, Stephen Rocco. He was worried about them. So he goes over to the house. Kids are okay, can't find her. So he drives around the town, finds her car, alerts the police. The police come in and they find him passed out on a hotel bed. They rush him to the hospital. He's out for like a day. He finally wakes up and then he confesses. So he's saying, I don't even think he's saying self-defense, to be quite honest. He's just saying that she hit him first and it was a fit of passion and he got angry and he lost it and he choked her out. So that's kind of where we are right now. So, hey, Mallory, good morning to you. Good to see you. Drunky the Bear, it's still dark out. Oh, I never like waking up when it's dark out. Bellatrix, you're here. The party can start. Right on. Only fan is walk lurking. All right, so let's get started. And again, we appreciate that you guys, sorry. I have the window open because Pants' Super Ball is looking out the window, so she's looking out the window there. So you'll hear some street noise, I'm sure, but, well, I'm going to go off anyway. All right, let's get to day 4, Massachusetts versus Tuerk, and you may recognize the courtroom because this is the same one that Karen Reed has been in. So I find that kind of ironic because Karen Reed is starting right now. And we have chosen not to cover her because everybody and their grandmother's sister's boyfriend is covering it. So we have decided to not cover it. So I appreciate that you guys are with us. She is, yeah, there's some birds out there. The kittens are out there. I think that's probably more what she's looking at. All right, let's get us queued up here. Do we have closed captioning? We have closed captioning. Okay, see you guys on the other side. There we go. Like that. It's kind of weird because that's Karen Reed's courtroom, right? It's kind of freaky. But yeah, that's actually Karen's courtroom.
The parties are present, the jury is not present, the matter is on for trial.
All right, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Thanks for for accommodating the move. Is everything set up and ready to go? Any issues?
Not that we know of right now.
Mr. Reddington?
Oh, good.
Okay. The autopsy photos I took a look at. We can discuss those later. Mr. Reddington, you have a copy of the proposed photographs as well?
I do.
All right,
I'd like to do that tomorrow if we could.
Okay.
I anticipate that the ME is probably going to be going on first thing in the morning,
Okay.
so I would like to have some clarification later today if possible.
Sure, we can do that. Anything else before we bring the jurors over? And is the Commonwealth planning to play the statement this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And Mr. Reddington, you want the humane practice instruction?
Yes, please.
All right, including the portion that deals with Miranda? I think it is relevant.
Miranda's not an issue.
Okay, so you
not a
don't
live
want that. Miranda rights were given as
I agree with
indicated
that.
yesterday, but you don't want that part of the
It's a
instruction
live
given.
issue, correct.
All right. Okay, so we can bring the jurors over.
And we've pre-marked 2 pieces of physical evidence this morning. 290 is the jeans and belt, and 291, no, 289, thank you,
Okay.
is the shirt.
Thank you.
Both the defendant's clothing.
That's right, yes.
That's fine.
We have to be careful.
The video.
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable Judge Halal, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, now sitting in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk, for the transaction of criminal business. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and this Honorable Court. This court is now open. You may be seated.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Ingolf Tuerk, 20 CR 138. The parties that are present are 16 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
Excuse me. Good morning, jurors. Thank you for your patience this morning. I'm glad you were able to get in okay. Let me just ask you first, was everybody able to follow the instructions that I gave you at the end of the day yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. If you are not, please raise your hand. All right, no hands are being raised. We're going to continue on. We'll take a morning recess this morning, and then we're going to go a full day, as I indicated yesterday. So we're going to stop for the day sometime around 4 o'clock. If you need a break for any other reason, just raise your hand. Okay, we've tried to set up this courtroom just like the other one as best we can, but obviously if you have any trouble seeing or hearing anything, again, just raise your hand and we'll try to rearrange things. Thank you. All right. Commonwealth want to call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would call Anthony Voorhees.
You could just raise your hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Oh, sorry.
Empire.
You may.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the record?
Anthony Voorhees, V as in Victor, O-R-R, E as in Edward, S as in Sam.
What's your date of birth?
10/18/1983.
Where do you live?
In Worcester, Massachusetts.
Do you work?
Yes.
What do you currently do for work?
I am a hotel general manager.
How long have you been a hotel general manager?
For roughly over 3 years.
What are some of your duties?
I manage all aspects of a hotel operation, from guest facing to the back of house operations and all fiscal responsibilities of the property.
How long have you been in the hotel business?
Roughly 11 years.
Turning your attention to May of 2020, where were you working at that time?
The Residence Inn in Dedham.
Where is that located?
In Dedham, Massachusetts.
Do you know what street it's on?
I do not.
If I said 259 Elm Street, would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
How long have you been working at the hotel in May of 2020?
For a short period of time, I was there on a task force assignment. The property did not have a general manager at the time, so I was overseeing the property until the full-time general manager could be found and hired, which that individual was hired roughly around March. And due to the onset of the pandemic, I had to stay at the property because my original property couldn't afford to have me come back at the time.
So to be clear, you started at the hotel before the pandemic hit in March of 2020, is that right?
Correct, roughly 2 weeks before the beginning of the pandemic.
And then once the pandemic hit, you were sort of forced to stay at the Residence Inn, is that right?
Yes, and when the new full-time general manager started, I stayed there in a support role, just helping with essential basic duties.
Can you describe the hotel?
Yes, it was an extended stay property, meaning that it was mostly for long-term guests. I can't recall how many rooms it was, but it was a nice, quiet property.
How many entrances and exits did the property have?
There was the main doors, and from what I recall, exit doors on both ends of the left and right of the building.
And in May of 2020, was there anything special about the main entrance based on the pandemic?
Yes, starting with the pandemic, the front doors were locked and guests needed to be walked in or buzzed in.
Would they be able to enter with their key card?
Yes, after check-in, they've been able to retrieve a key card, yes. And
in May of 2020, What was your role at the hotel at that point?
I was just there as essentially support. The general manager had been found, but because I couldn't go back to my property, I just assisted wherever the general manager asked me, whether it was covering the front desk or helping with other miscellaneous tasks.
So can you tell us a little bit about what you would do when you were in charge of covering the front desk?
Checking people in, checking people out, answering the phones. It was different from normal times because of the pandemic. It was a lot less formal, and because there was a smaller flow of guest traffic because of the pandemic, it was really just kind of manning the desk and just assisting the small amount of people that were coming through and leaving.
When you say it was a lot less formal, what do you mean?
In the sense that, normally a typical front desk, you're not sitting down or, you're dressed less formally just because of those small little things.
Can you explain to us what the process of checking someone in looks like?
Yes, normally you ask for identification, a form of payment, and essentially that's it. Those are the two key components.
At the time, how were reservations maintained? Was it a computer system, paper, or something else?
Computer system.
And are records of reservations routinely kept in the normal course of business at the hotel?
Yes.
And what do those records normally reflect?
The guest's name, their arrival date, their checkout date, any particular notes that the guest would like included on the reservation.
Turning your attention to May 6th of 2020, were you working on that day?
Yes.
At approximately 3:34 p.m., did you receive a reservation made under the name of Ingolf Tuerk?
Yes.
How was it made, if you can remember?
From what I recall, I believe he called into the hotel, seeing if we were open. A lot of hotels had closed during the pandemic, and I do recall making the reservation for him over the phone.
So you took that phone call?
Yes.
When was the reservation made for, if you can remember?
I can't recall the exact dates. I would say sometime in May.
And would the reservation information help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
May.
Your Honor, just for the record, I agree with the exhibit as far as record kept in ordinary course of business.
All right. Do you want me to make a finding, or you're agreeing
It's up
to
to
it?
you, Judge. I'm just saying I have no objection
All
to
right.
the document. That's cool.
I'm handing you what was pre-marked as Commonwealth's Exhibit 279. If you could take a look at that, please. Do you recognize it?
I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
A reservation for a Marriott-based property management system.
And when was the reservation made for?
It was made for May the 8th through May the 17th.
Who was the reservation's name under?
Ingolf Tuerk.
And were you working on May 8th when the defendant checked in?
Yes.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
Yes.
And could you please identify him with an article of clothing that he's wearing?
A striped tie, blue.
Your Honor, could the record please reflect identification?
Yes.
I would just note for the record, Your Honor, identification is not an issue, so it's not necessary to keep going through that.
All right.
What phone number was given for the reservation?
617-694-8962.
And what other information does that reservation contain about anybody else staying in the room?
Katie Tuerk also in room, okay to give keys.
When the defendant checked in on May 8th of 2020, can you please explain what happened to the best of your recollection?
From what I recall, I let Mr. Tuerk into the hotel to check in, and I checked him in, and then I recall Mrs. Tuerk coming into the hotel afterwards.
Do you remember what she looked like?
Kind of reddish brownish hair, tall, slender.
What type of surveillance video did the hotel have in May of 2020?
There was a camera system. I can't recall how many cameras, but it was housed in the back of house. Is usually accessible by the property, the general manager. And it had footage of the check-in counter, various hallways, and other public access points.
What about the parking lot? Was there any camera?
I don't recall.
What about where the guest rooms are? Do you recall if there were any cameras in the hallways where the guest rooms were located?
Possibly. For that property specifically, I can't remember.
What about the camera in the front entranceway? Was there a camera there?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to review the surveillance video from May 8th of 2020 when you checked in the defendant and Katie Tuerk?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, could you please put Exhibit 278 on the screen?
Okay, and again, this has been agreed to?
Yes, Judge, I agree to all the videos.
Do you want the lights turned down?
Please, Your Honor. And that video we just watched, is that a fair and accurate representation of the defendant walking into the hotel on May 8th of 2020 in order to
Yes.
check in?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could please play the next video. Ms. Gilman, if you could please play the next video. And was that the woman who you described as Katie Tuerk?
Yes.
On the video with the defendant?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, could you please play the next video? And is that just that video that was just shown, is that just a different angle of the defendant checking in on May 8th of 2020?
Correct.
Who else was in that video?
Prior?
Besides the defendant, who else? Were you seen in the video?
Yes, myself, yes. Yeah.
And I noticed that there was some plexiglass across the reservation. Was that always in place?
For the pandemic, yes, because it was the early time of the pandemic.
So that plexiglass was placed after the pandemic hit, is that correct?
Correct.
In that video, we also noticed that you got up from your seat behind the reservation desk and walked over to the door. What were you doing at that time?
So let Mr. Tuerk in.
And is that because the doors still had to be locked because of the pandemic?
Correct.
I have no further questions for this witness.
I have no questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
you want to call your next?
Alish Wilkkey, please.
Just watch your step here. Follow me, please. Just watch your step.
And if you could stand here, face the clerk, and raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell your first and your last name for the record? Sure. It's Alish Wilkkey, A-I-L-I-S-H, and the last name W-I-L-K-I-E. And are you employed currently? I am. How are you employed? I work for Beth Israel Leahy Health as their Director of Patient Safety and Risk Management. What is patient safety and risk management? It's a position within healthcare that ensures that we provide the safest possible care to our patients while adhering to their rights as patients and also minimizing risk to an organization. And prior to working at Beth Israel, where did you work? I worked for the Steward healthcare system, primarily at Norwood Hospital. How long did you work for Norwood or Steward in general? I worked for Steward for approximately 4 years, Norwood for approximately 3 years. And what was your position when you were at Norwood? I was the Director of Quality, Patient Safety, and Risk Management. So essentially what you just described? Yes. Okay. And directing your attention to May 15th of 2020, did you become aware that Dr. Ingolf Tuerk was a patient at Norwood Hospital? I was. And approximately what time was that? I think it was approximately 2:30 in the afternoon. And what was your role with regard to Dr. Tuerk at that time? In my role within the organization, anytime there was legal involvement at the hospital, regulatory agencies or police, they would call me and I would be the intermediary between those individuals and the hospital staff. And did you have the opportunity to do that on May 15th? I did. And what, if anything, did you do on May 15th? At approximately, I think I said it was 2:30 in the afternoon, I received a phone call from the director of the emergency department, the nursing director, that they had had a patient come in who was unresponsive, and there were police looking to ask questions specific to that patient. So she called and I presented to the emergency room. And did you have the opportunity to meet with the police on May 15th? I did. And on May 16th, what, if anything, happened on that day? So the following morning, I received a phone call from a detective from Dedham asking me about the status of Dr. Tuerk, who was the patient at the time. And were you able to provide her with information? I was. And what was that information? That he had woken up at some point in the overnight hours. Okay. And were you aware that the police wanted to speak with him? I was. Did you go to the hospital on Saturday the 16th? I did. And did you see Dr. Tuerk? I did. Where was that in the hospital? The first time I saw him, he was in the intensive care unit. And were you able to speak with him? I did not speak with him at that time. All right. Were you able to observe him? I was. And was he awake at that time? Yes. Okay. Do you know about what time that was? I don't know exactly what time, but I believe I arrived at the hospital at around 11:30. And did you have the opportunity to meet with him later in the day? I did. And was that somewhere else, or was that still in intensive care? That was in a different unit in the hospital. He was transferred out of the intensive care unit to a medical unit. Okay. And did you speak with him at that time? I did. And what did you tell Dr. Tuerk? I introduced myself and let him know who I was within the hospital and that I was providing him with, at the time, a piece of paper with an attorney's name on it that had called the emergency department the day prior
to leave their information for him when he awoke.
Okay, and what, if anything, happened with that piece of paper?
It was on a Post-it note, and I provided it to Dr. Tuerk.
And did he take it from you?
He did. He looked at it and then threw it on the floor.
And what, if anything, happened after that?
I was communicating with the state police detective. He had requested to speak with Dr. Tuerk. At the time, we were in the height of COVID, so nobody was to speak with him until he had been ruled out for COVID. So a COVID test was performed. It was sent to the laboratory to be read. During that time, we essentially waited. He had various consultations in the hospital and care as usual.
And did you explain to Dr. Tuerk that the police wanted to speak with him?
I did.
And how did you do that?
So later in the afternoon, approximately 3 p.m., I indicated to Dr. Tuerk that the police were there and would like to speak to him about the day prior, and asked him if he was willing to speak with the police. He indicated yes.
And when you say he indicated yes, did he say that verbally or by nodding or?
He verbally said yes.
Okay. At any point in time, did you feel like you were having any difficulty communicating with Dr. Tuerk?
No, I did not.
All right. And can you describe Dr. Tuerk's demeanor when you were meeting with him?
Appropriate. He was quiet, but very polite.
Ms. Gilman, could you please put up exhibits number 63 and 64? Ms. Wilkkey, do you recognize what's contained in exhibit number 63?
It appears to be the family waiting room on the unit. They look identical, so I can't say exactly what floor it was, but it's the family waiting room on the medical unit that Dr. Tuerk was on.
Okay, and could we have exhibit 64, please? And do you recognize 64?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the signage outside of the family waiting area.
Okay. We can have the lights back on, thank you. And what, if anything, happened in the family waiting room?
I escorted Dr. Tuerk into the family waiting room when the police detectives were ready to question him. I remained outside, and he was being questioned by police.
Okay. And when you say you escorted, how did he arrive? Was he in a wheelchair, on a hospital bed, or?
No, he was walking to the unit. I believe I asked if he was able to walk to the unit. Had he needed a wheelchair, I would have provided one.
Okay. And at any point in time, did he leave the family waiting room?
Yes, they did take a break at one point. I don't know what time that was or after how long, I apologize, but there was a break. I brought him back to his patient room and provided him with a ginger ale.
Could I just have a minute, please, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Wilkkey, if you thought that Dr. Tuerk was not understanding you, would you have acted differently?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
Because my ultimate goal is to protect patients, and had he indicated that he did not want to speak with police, I would not have allowed that. If we felt that he wasn't able to speak with police, he would not have spoken with them.
All right, thank you. No further questions at this time.
Morning.
Good morning.
So basically what the takeaway is that your job is to, in effect, protect your patients.
Correct.
And you do a good job of that.
I think
Talked to
so.
the police in this case?
Yes,
You made sure that Harry was all right and that he was able to speak with the police?
yes,
And that you did in fact hand him, I guess, a piece of paper with an attorney's name on it?
correct.
You remember the name of the attorney?
I do not.
Is he a divorce attorney, do you know?
I don't know.
In any event, you handed it to him and he just threw it on the floor?
Correct.
And in all of his dealings with you, you had no trouble understanding what he was saying, right?
Correct.
His speech was clear. He did
Correct.
not appear at that point to be impaired by drugs or alcohol.
Correct.
Do you know why he was admitted to the hospital?
I do.
And what was that?
He was found unresponsive.
And acute alcohol poisoning?
I did not read his medical record.
Oh, okay.
I'm not clinically trained, so my
okay.
job is on the opposite side of healthcare and not on the clinical side.
All right. In all of your dealings with him, he was a gentleman and polite.
Absolutely.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Nothing further,
All right,
thank
you
you.
may step down. Thank you.
Trooper Kotkowski, please.
Right this way.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Rhoda.
Morning. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
My name's Jeffrey Kotkowski. My last name is spelled K-O-T-K-O-W-S-K-I.
So I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up a little bit. I don't know if that's fine or not. Okay. How are you employed, sir?
I'm a member of the Massachusetts State Police
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police?
since March of 2012.
And prior to working for the State Police, where, if anywhere, did you work?
I was a police officer at Boston University
How long did you work at Boston University?
for about 4 years.
And what's your current rank?
I'm currently a sergeant.
And what's your current assignment?
I'm currently assigned to the Unresolved Cases Unit.
What is that?
We conduct investigations on unsolved cases, unsolved homicides, unidentified people, unsolved rape cases
And how long have you been doing that?
for a little over 1 year.
And do you have any particular geographic area that you're assigned to with regard to the unresolved unit?
Yes, I'm assigned to Norfolk County.
And prior to being assigned to the unresolved unit, what was your assignment?
I was a trooper assigned to the State Police Detective Unit for Norfolk County,
And when were you promoted to sergeant?
November of 2024.
And how long were you assigned to the detective unit with the Norfolk DA's office?
I started there in July of 2016.
And when you were assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office detective unit, what were your typical responsibilities?
The primary function for me was we investigated sudden or suspicious deaths within Norfolk County.
And directing your attention to May 15th of 2020, did you become involved with an investigation in Dover?
Yes.
And on May 15th, what type of investigation was it?
At that time, it was a missing person investigation.
And what was your role?
I was assigned to be the case officer.
And when you say case officer, what does that mean?
That means I was assigned to be the lead detective on the case.
And would there be other detectives who would be involved?
Yes.
And where would they be from?
From local towns. In this case, it was the Dover Police and the Dedham Police.
And would there be other troopers that would be involved?
Yes.
And where would they come from?
They would come from the unit I was in, the State Police Detective Unit, Norfolk County. And there's also troopers from Crime Scene Services that also assisted in this case.
And can you explain the relationship between the Massachusetts State Police and local towns with regards to missing persons or unintended deaths?
Yes, so we work hand in hand with local law enforcement almost on a daily basis. We work together on all those cases.
Okay. So on May 15th, on Friday, May 15th of 2020, what was the first thing that you did?
The first thing I did was I went to the Dover police station.
And about what time of day was it?
It was early evening.
And what did you do while you were at the Dover police station?
So I conducted a phone interview with Stephen Rocker, and I also interviewed Vanessa Pettigrew and her husband, Vincent.
And was that on the phone with Vanessa Pettigrew?
No, that was in person at the station.
And when you met with Vanessa Pettigrew and her husband, what, if anything, happened during that interview?
She consented to her cell phone to be extracted, the data from her phone.
And did she sign paperwork in connection with her cell phone?
She did.
Okay. Just a minute, please.
Yes.
I don't know what happened to the audio here, guys.
And what, if anything else, did you do while you were in Dover that evening?
I also interviewed Kurt Fanstein.
And who else was present when you interviewed Mr. Fanensteel? Was that in person or on the phone? Okay. And what, if anything, happened with regard to Kurt Fanensteel during that interview?
He also consented to
Okay. And what, if anything else, did you do on Friday the 15th?
I applied for 5 search warrants.
What were the search warrants for?
One was for the home, Valley Road, one for the 228, the President's Lane, 2 were for vehicles on a Jeep, on a Mercedes, one was for an iPhone.
Okay, and what was your understanding about whose iPhone the search warrant was for?
My understanding was for the defendant.
Okay. And were those search warrants executed?
Yes.
Approximately what time were those search warrants executed?
So the search of the hotel and the home on Valley Road was approximately 4 a.m.
So we're now into the 16th?
Correct.
Okay. So 4 a.m. into the 16th, search warrants were executed at Valley Road and at the Residence Inn?
Correct.
And were you present during the search warrant execution?
I was present for the search warrant at Valley Road.
And who else was present at Valley Road?
Other members from the State Police Detective Unit in Norfolk County, as well as crime scene services and local law enforcement.
What is crime scene services?
They're troopers who document evidence with photographs and collect evidence.
And approximately how long were you at 29 Valley Road on the 16th?
Approximately 3 hours.
Okay. And did you do anything else in the early morning hours of the 16th?
No.
Okay. And what, if anything, happened later in the day on May 16th?
So later in the day, I went to Norwood Hospital.
About what time did you go to Norwood Hospital?
It was late morning, early afternoon.
And who, if anyone, did you meet with when you first went to Norwood Hospital?
When I first went there, I met with some Dedham detectives.
And then after that, well, who were the Dedham detectives?
Detective Poro, Detective Gonski, and Detective Mahoney.
And was that inside the hospital or outside of the hospital?
Outside in the parking lot of the hospital.
And what, if anything, happened after that?
So I met with Alish Wilkkey after that
And where did you meet with Alish Wilkkey?
in the parking lot.
Was it easy to get into the hospital during that time period?
No,
Why not?
because of COVID-19.
And after meeting with Alish Wilkkey, what, if anything, happened?
I ended up going into the hospital into a family waiting room.
Was that right then, or was it later in the day?
It was later in the day.
And when you went into the family waiting room, what, if anything, happened?
So at that time, I had an interview with the defendant.
Okay. And who else was present?
In the room at that time, it was myself and Detective Kotkowski from Dedham Police.
And how did the defendant end up in the waiting room?
He walked to the waiting room.
How was he dressed?
He was dressed in a hospital gown.
And were you able to see him coming into the room?
Yes.
Did he have any difficulties walking?
No.
And can you estimate his height and weight?
I'd say he's well over 6 feet, well over 200 pounds.
All right, Ms. Gilman, could we please have Exhibit 65? What can be seen in Exhibit number 65? I'm sorry.
So that's a view from the hallway looking into the family room that we were in.
Okay, and could we have 66, please? What is in 66?
That's a view from inside of the family waiting room.
And could we please have Exhibit 67? What can be seen in this?
Again, that's inside the family waiting room with a view towards the hallway.
Can you explain, was there furniture in this room on May 16th?
Yes, there was just chairs around the perimeter of the room.
How many chairs were there approximately?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. And when you said they were around the perimeter, where was the defendant seated when you were speaking with him?
He was seated with his back directly to the glass that looks out to that hallway.
Okay. And where were you seated?
Across from him, facing from the viewpoint here, facing that hallway.
The viewpoint that you had?
Yes.
And where was Detective Gonski seated?
She was to my right next to me.
Okay. And could we please have Exhibit 68? What is this?
It's another photo of the family waiting room.
And could we please have Exhibit number 69? What is in Exhibit 69?
Another photo of the family waiting room with the door shut.
You can have the lights back on, thank you. Was the interview recorded in any way?
It was.
How was it recorded?
With the portable audio recorder.
Where was the portable audio recorded located in the room?
I believe it was on a table next to Detective Gonski on our right side.
Okay, was it between you and Detective Gonski or farther away from you and closer to Detective Gonski, if you recall?
If I recall correctly, it was on the right side of her on a table.
Okay. And how were you dressed?
I was plain clothes, shirt, tie, and dress pants.
And did you have any protective gear on at that time?
I was wearing a face mask.
What kind of face mask were you wearing?
N95.
Okay. And what about Detective Gonski and the defendant? Did they have masks on?
They did.
All right. And did you provide the defendant with his Miranda warnings?
I did.
May I approach? I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 280. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
It's a waiver of Miranda form.
And do you recognize any signatures on it?
I do.
What signatures do you recognize?
I recognize my signature, Detective Gonski's signature, and the defendant's signature.
What's the date and time?
5/16/20, 5:21 p.m.
Your Honor, at this time I'd ask to play exhibit number 4, which is the statement.
Can we approach side by Judge?
Yes. So jurors, all right, so jurors, you're about to hear testimony about statements allegedly made by the defendant, Mr. Tuerk, concerning the crime that he is charged with. Before you may even consider any such statement as evidence, the Commonwealth must prove to you, beyond a reasonable doubt, number one, that the defendant made the statement that he is alleged to have made, and number two, that he made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether any statement made by a defendant was voluntary or not, you may consider all of the surrounding circumstances. These include when and where the statement was made, the nature of any conversations with the police or questioning by the police, and the defendant's physical and mental condition, including his intelligence, age, education, experience, and personality. Your decision does not turn upon any one factor. You must consider the totality of the surrounding circumstances. So to state the general rule once again, you may not consider any statement that the defendant is alleged to have made unless the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt both that the defendant made the statement and that he made it freely, voluntarily, and rationally. If the Commonwealth has met that burden, then you may consider the defendant's statement and rely upon it as much or as little as you think proper, along with all of the other evidence in this case. Okay.
Your Honor, I apologize. Could you give the additional instruction I should have asked when you were on the side? You can approach if that would be helpful. Thank you.
So, jurors, some of the exhibits that you're going to get in this case have what we call redactions in them, which means that some information was excised or taken out of the exhibit, whether it's a written document, perhaps an audio tape, etc. You are not to speculate as to what was taken out of any one document, and that is because it was taken out for reasons that are not relevant to your consideration of the evidence, and or the information that was taken out is not admissible in the courts of our Commonwealth. So please don't speculate if there's an area that has been whited out or perhaps even blacked out. Don't speculate at all. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can we pass out the binders at this time for the jurors?
Yes.
One for the court, and Mr. Reddington, if you'd like one.
Okay, and this is an agreed transcript of the interview that's about to be played?
Yes.
Okay, so jurors, you're going to get a transcript of the interview that's about to be played? And you're going to mark one as well?
I think one's marked already, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, so jurors, one has been marked as an exhibit as well, so you'll have that with you when you deliberate.
Scanlon.
Thank you.
I'm Detective Deborah Gotsky. I work out of Dedham PD.
What?
Dedham Police Department?
We just want to come and talk to you. We know the transported from the hotel to Norwood Hospital yesterday morning. We want to talk to you about that, okay? The past couple of weeks. So before we do, I want you to know that we do have a recorder. We record our conversations, okay? And also, before you talk to us, you do have rights. Excuse me. Bad timing there. I apologize. So Detective, is the recorder on?
Yes, it's on. It's now on.
So I'm just going to introduce myself on the record, okay? And Detective Gotsky will introduce herself, and we'll have you introduce yourself by just saying your name, your last name, and spelling it for us, okay? Yeah. All right, it is Saturday, May 16th, 5:19 p.m. We are in the second floor of Norwood Hospital. My name is Trooper Jeff Kotkowski. My last name is spelled Kotkowski. I work out of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. And with me here is
Detective Deborah Gotsky, Gonski, and I'm a detective with the Dedham Police Department.
And sir, could you say your first and last name for us, please? Ingolf Tuerk, Tuerk. And Ingolf, like I was explaining to you earlier, we want to talk to you about the recent past couple days. And before we did, I wanted to read you your rights. Okay, do you have rights? So what I'll do is I'll give you a copy of this, and I'll read a copy to you, and we'll have you sign that you understand your rights. So why don't you take that copy? So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. That I have the right to talk to a lawyer. If you have a lawyer, it wouldn't be while I'm questioned by the police. That if I cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent me before questioning, if I wish. And that if I begin to answer questions, I have the right to stop questioning at any time. You understand those rights?
Yes, sir.
All right. Having heard your rights, do you wish to have a conversation with us?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I just need you to sign that. So I'll give you a pen. So what you're going to do is, let's get up there. So next to I, you can just put your initials. Put a stop line there. And I'm going to fill my name, but my name will be right there with the Trooper Kotkowski, Mass State Police. Okay?
Yeah.
Then your rights that you said you understood. And at the bottom here where it says signature, you can just sign. And you can get up into me, so I know it's up the best. There's no table in here. And you put the date, if you don't mind, it's 5/16/20. And
5/21.
it's 5/16/20 at 5:21 p.m.
21.
p.m. Yes. Thank you. Okay. All right. So, Harry, we were looking at the hotel record, and it seemed that you checked in around the 8th, and you were booked for another few days. And we know that you have a home in Dover, so if you can just tell us, why you were staying at the hotel, kind of take us through that.
Staying at the hotel because I have to stay away from the house.
Okay.
And that's why I'm staying in the hotel.
All right. Why are you away from the house?
Sorry?
Why are you staying away from the house?
As far as I understand, because of the criminal charges have been filed against me with bail conditions.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit more about those criminal charges? What's going on?
My wife accused me of having been violent.
Okay. And then she, what happened? She reported to the police?
Yes.
Okay.
And they decided to divorce in early February, yes.
Early February.
And just so we have it right, can you tell us your wife's name?
Kathleen, Kathleen.
Yep.
McLean, Tuerk.
McLean?
McLean, Tuerk.
Yeah. Okay. So let's talk about that. When did you meet Kathleen?
When did I meet her?
Yeah, when did you meet her? Where? All that?
November 2017.
November 2017. Okay. How did you meet?
Online dating.
Online dating? You remember what website you used?
I believe it was Bumble.
Bumble. Okay. And during that time, were you living in Dover at that time?
Yeah.
You were at the same house on Valley Road.
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, who were you living with?
I'm good.
You were living by yourself.
Yeah.
Okay. So November 2017, you meet Kathleen on Bumble, and then you guys start dating.
Yep.
Okay. And eventually, did she move in, or did you guys get married? Tell me a little bit about that.
She moved in with her 3 children.
Okay. Can you go approximate time?
I believe it was April 2018.
Okay. And can you tell me the names of her children?
Sophia, Chris, and Sam.
Did they all share the same last name?
McLean. No, they do. Hang on. I think their name is Rocca. ROCCA.
Okay. All right. So you guys meet November 2017, April 2018. She moves in with her 3 children to your home in Dover. Okay. And then you tell me that you had a divorce in February. So can you tell me a little bit about the relationship? You know, what was going on?
The relationship was mostly good. On the other hand, there was a lot of volatility as far as fights is concerned, mostly originating from her in terms of getting emotional, fights.
Yeah.
That I often try to walk away from. But nevertheless, we had a bit of a good time, and we talked about marrying. In December 2019, we married.
Okay.
In Las Vegas.
Okay. Okay, so December 2019, you guys are married in Vegas, and you're still living in the home in Dover?
Correct.
Okay.
My work situation changed significantly, and it looked like I have an opportunity to work back in Germany, where I'm originally from.
Okay.
And I talked with her about that, and she was not very, very receptive of me going to Germany, or she going to Germany with me, and with her 3 children. So there was a lot of talk about divorce, because it doesn't look like that we can move forward together, being separated that far away from each other.
Yep.
And I spoke with a lawyer in January about divorcing her potentially. She found out somehow, got very angry, got a restraining order against me, filed for divorce herself, and filed charges against me.
Okay. Let's just back up a little bit. So you say you're from Germany?
Yes, sir.
Okay, when did you move to the United States?
December 2002.
Okay. So did you resign? Were you fired? How would you say?
Mutually agreed to terminate the contract, yeah.
Okay. And what was your title over there at St. E's?
Chief of Urology until end of 2018.
Okay. And just going back to the absence, when was the absence and how long was that for? Do you have any idea?
Sorry, what?
A leave of absence you took?
I started the 1st of June all the way to December.
So June 2019 through December 19.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So that takes us to December when you guys end up going to Vegas to get married.
Right.
Okay. Like you said, you're having a troubled relationship. This is recently. I mean, this is only a few months ago.
Right.
Okay. And ultimately, in January, Kathleen filed for divorce.
I think February, early February.
Early February.
Yes. But I talked to a lawyer before that, and she found out that I would consider doing that, and then she kind of jumped ahead and did her thing.
Gotcha. So when that all happened, did you stay in the home? Did you go anywhere?
No, she got a restraining order first thing. I had to go.
You had to go, okay. Yeah. Okay. And where did you end up going?
Went first to a friend in town, in Dover.
Friend in Dover. Okay. What's his or her name?
Charlie Lax.
Charlie Lax.
Lax.
Okay. And he's in Dover?
Yeah, he lives in Dover.
When would you say that was about?
Again, it was probably the first 2 weeks in February.
Okay.
I was with him. Then he asked me to leave. And I went to a friend at Boston, Beacon Street.
In the city?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know who that friend, the name?
Richie Kovitz. Richie Kovitz, C-O-V-I-T-Z, I believe. I'm not 100% sure about this spelling.
Okay. That's fine.
Then,
so how long were you with him for? About, I know you might not know exact time.
Probably 4 or 5 weeks.
Okay.
Then I went to Germany for a consultant job, mid-March. But then COVID basically hit hard, and it was suggested for a U.S. citizen to come back. So 5 days after I left here, I came back.
Okay.
To the United States. At that time, COVID was significantly around, and no friend would give me any kind of option to go somewhere, so I went to a hotel in Norway.
Okay. What hotel was that? Do you remember the name?
St. Hampton Inn.
Hampton Inn? Okay.
I went there.
So that's, we're going to ballpark that maybe around like late March?
Yeah, mid to late March.
Okay.
Mid, yes. Then, because I don't have an income and hotel is expensive, I looked for other options to stay. A friend of mine has a camper in Florida and offered to me to go to Florida and stay 3 at the camper, basically.
Okay.
Which I did.
Oh, sounds like a good deal.
Yeah, it was not my first choice, but I didn't know where to go. Nobody was willing to give me any kind of, I was practically homeless, kind of saying. You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah, no, I get it. Plus you said the
hotel wasn't a good situation either. It's expensive, as I said, and there's no real option to cook anything or something, so I went to Florida.
Okay. What part of Florida?
Rockledge. That's mid-Florida.
Mid-Florida?
It's
what's that?
East Coast, right out of Orlando. Rockledge on the East Coast.
Okay. Oh.
So I went there until a week ago, I believe, and I came back up.
Were you driving or were you flying?
I was driving.
Driving.
All the way to New York, and then Katie would come with her ex-husband and pick me because I started to have leg issues on my back, nerve issues. So she offered to come. Because as I was in Florida, we started to consider reconciliation.
Oh, so you got to talk him through phone or internet, or how we?
No, it was over lawyers.
Through the lawyers. Okay.
Yes. Through the divorce lawyers.
Okay.
So yes, I came them back up.
So just so I understand, I don't want to be mistaken. So you're in Florida, and you start speaking to Katie through the divorce lawyers.
The divorce lawyers.
How to possibly reunite, get back.
Right. And she was receptive to that idea, and so worked with the lawyers of trying to work things out.
Okay.
Over post-nup agreement to give her more rights on the house and give us safety and security.
Okay. I see. If something were to go bad again, you guys were going to do it. I see.
No, that she has to occupy the house and can't just be. Which she didn't, because she put a restraining order. I got it kicked out, but she was obviously afraid of, not being secure.
I see.
Which I agree, that's not a good idea as a husband and wife.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. So you start. What are you driving at this point?
I was driving the silver Mercedes. GL 550. Katie kept the Jeep. Anyway.
Okay. So you drive back up, you said you haven't been pain and delay. Tell me about that. You called Katie or?
Now we checked in with the lawyers and said, yeah, can she help? And then she said, yeah, she can help.
Okay. Again with the lawyers. And she met you, said in New York. Okay. You remember where that meet was?
No. A little outside north of New York, going on the 95 interstate.
Oh, so just on like the rest area or something like that?
Right.
I see. Okay. And how did that then went?
Came on up and drove to the hotel that I booked.
Did she drive with you back? Did you drive alone?
No, she helped drive me.
She helped drive you back. Okay. And how did she get to New York? Who drove her?
Her ex-husband.
Okay. What's his
Father of
name?
her children.
Yep.
Last name is Rocker.
Yep. The first name?
Sorry, I'm holding a blank right now.
Okay.
Go on, sorry.
Yeah, no, we go back to it. Okay, so then Katie, drive back to the hotel. You check right into the hotel in Dedham? Okay. So that was only, like I said, around the 8th, I booked the 8th?
Yeah.
Yeah. And, all right, so let's start there now. Again, I appreciate all the background information. It's helpful. So did she stay at the hotel? Did she go back home? Tell me about that.
She went back home, yeah.
Okay. And did you guys communicate from the 8th on? No.
Yes, we did.
Okay, so you weren't using the attorneys at that point? You were just talking? Okay. By phone? Okay. And how were things? What do you get?
Good.
Yeah.
It was going well. She encouraged, she communicated and said, don't worry about the stuff. We're going to work it all out.
Okay. Okay. And were you seeing each other at this time?
Yes.
Okay. How often was she coming to the hotel? Were you going back home? Tell me about that.
I was mostly going to the house.
You're going to the house?
Once again, she said, come over, don't worry about it.
Okay. And her and 3 kids still living there, right?
Yes.
And how was your interaction with them? How did they?
Good.
Everything was good.
Yeah.
That way.
Yes.
Okay. So that's going on for about a week. And let's get to yesterday. Tell me about yesterday.
What?
Yesterday.
I really don't recall much.
Yeah.
If anything, I must have drunk a lot.
Yeah. But I'm trying to get to how you ended up there.
I can't tell you. I'm sorry, but I can't remember how I got where or when I got somewhere. Just woke up yesterday. Be in the hotel and in the hospital.
Okay. You don't know how you ended up here?
Maybe not. No, I can't really remember.
Okay. All right. So we did speak to Sophia, Grace, and Sam, and we can't find Kat. Yeah. So we were hoping, you could tell us.
Again, as I said, I have very difficult memory or get any kind of memory for the last 24 hours. I don't know how much time we went there.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, because, like I said, we talked to kids, and tell me this, when's the last time you saw Kat?
I remember, I don't know exactly the day, it was Thursday. We played a game, a nice game. I'm not sure what the game name is, and it was Grace and Katie and I. That's what I remember.
All right, so
and then we went watching TV, and we drank some alcohol, and then I don't even know what happened after that.
Okay.
So I ended up in the hotel. They were saying I was in the hotel. I don't know.
All right, so today's Saturday. So you said Thursday.
I believe it was Thursday. I'm not 100% sure, but I think so.
Okay. And So tell me how you guys arranged to meet on Thursday. How did you guys arrange to meet each other Thursday? So you were at the hotel, or were you, I mean, how did you guys get?
I was at the house.
You're at the house. Did you stay at the house Wednesday night?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so you stay over Wednesday night, and then so you're there Thursday? Tell me about Thursday. What you guys do in the morning on Thursday?
I'm not sure exactly. I mean, typically, we'll have some breakfast and take a walk. Work out, things like that. But again, I'm not recalling exactly what happened on Thursday.
But you did say, so you know,
it was a good day in general, as I can remember. Yeah, and then I guess I said later in the day, we played that game.
Okay, what game did you guys play?
I'm not sure what the name is. It is, you know, it's a board game.
Okay.
I'm not sure what the name of the game is.
Okay. So this is Thursday. You said you guys are having some drinks.
Yeah, she made me 2 martinis already before.
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
Martinis.
Martinis. Okay.
And then I think I switched to whiskey later. And I can't remember much about that.
Were the kids home Thursday night?
Yes.
Okay. So you guys are drinking Thursday night. Well, somehow you get back to the hotel. So.
Yeah. I don't know. Oh, wait a minute. I can't recall. I must have driven myself, I guess. I'm not sure.
You know what you drove? The vehicle?
No, I think it must have been the Jeep, right?
Jeep?
Jeep Runner.
Okay.
I believe.
Yeah. Why do you think that?
Because I recall that it was the only car that was there. The Mercedes was parked at the hotel.
Oh, the Jeep was the only car that was at the house.
The Jeep was at the house, yeah. Yes.
Okay. Tell me about the argument you guys had Thursday night.
The what?
The argument you guys had Thursday night?
An argument?
Yes. Tell me a little bit about that.
I'm sure about that. I'm not recalling an argument. As I said, we played a game that was all fun. And we watched TV and that's it. I don't know about an argument.
Okay. What room were you guys in when you played the game? What room in the house? What were you guys in the house?
Kitchen.
Kitchen.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a TV in the kitchen too? Like you said, you watch the TV.
The next family next. It's kind of an open room. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So you guys went from the kitchen playing the game, moved naturally into the TV room.
Right.
Do you remember what you were watching that night?
I believe Sons of Anarchy. That's a TV show.
Okay.
She loved that show, and we continued watching it.
Okay. Do you remember what episode or what that?
No. No.
But you remember watching the Sons of Anarchy, right? All right, and then what? Did you guys eventually go upstairs to the bed? When you guys sit on the couch? Tell me what happens next.
As I said, I really have a hard time remembering these, and after that, I really don't. Sorry.
Okay. I noticed you do have some scratches on your legs and your arms.
Yeah.
Yeah, what happened?
I have no idea. I don't know either. I just woke up and it was there. I have no idea what happened.
Okay, we gotta find her. Where can we find her?
I understand.
You gotta help us out here. It's all right. We gotta find you.
I'm sure I never know more. Maybe, I don't know.
I was telling you, the kids looking for her. Everybody's looking for her. They need your help. Where can we find her? Where can we go find her?
I don't know.
It seems like you guys have been under a lot of stress. You have some work stress, marital stress. I'm not sure what was going on the past couple of days, the past night, but now we're here. Okay?
Yeah.
And she's not. And
I don't really know.
we can get through this. We can get through this. I know this is going to be difficult. There's no way getting around it. We're at the point of our conversation now where it's just a difficult time. And I know you're probably going, through hell right now, and I know you probably feel really bad. And I'm sure it's uncomfortable to stay there without some possibilities about this. Put us in the right direction. We can go find her. We can't leave her out there alone there. We can't.
I don't know.
We can't do that to her. Regardless of what was going on, she's your wife. You love that woman. You guys had some issues. She has 3 beautiful kids, and they deserve to know that we're on this. Her sister deserves to know. And we need you to help us out here.
I wish I could. I think I woke up today or something. I really don't have time to remember what happened.
An argument happened in the house. You know that. they got, you're in the Jeep. We want to know where you went. And because like I said, this is about Kathleen right now. We're doing the right thing for her at this point.
I don't even know that I was driving around.
Scrapes up and down your legs and your arms. So you have scrapes up and down your legs and your arms.
No. I have no idea how that was. Sorry.
Now let's talk to Kathleen. Let's see here. It's Thursday night. Saturday.
I don't remember much at all.
Okay, we need you to step up right now. We need you to help us out. You're gonna feel better. I know you feel better right now. You can see it all over you. And I just want, you need to feel better. And I feel better. Can you tell us what happened?
I wish I could. I woke up and saw that too. They asked me what happened. I don't know. I said I had no idea. I don't know. It was unresponsive, apparently. I have no idea how that all happened.
You drive a car. You use your cell phone. This day and age with cell phones and video surveillance and cameras everywhere. I mean, we're trying to give you an opportunity, to get ahead of it a little bit. That's what we're trying to do here.
I understand. I understand.
We're not here for, some stupid reason, And, I'm a homicide detective. Detective from Dedham Police, Like I said, and right now we're trying to give you an opportunity to tell your side of the story. Tell us in your own words what happened. If you don't want to do it for yourself, do it for our kids.
I really don't remember something. I woke up. I don't know. yesterday or something, I'm not sure again. Nothing is going on.
Do you remember driving back to the hotel that night? You don't remember driving?
I don't remember. I was driving, I don't know.
So the Dedham Police Department got called to the residence inn Friday at 11 a.m. for a well-being check on Kathleen because no one had heard from her since 6 p.m. Thursday evening. When I got there, we located the white Jeep and your Mercedes parked in the parking lot. You told us earlier that you believe that you were operating the white Jeep at one point. The white Jeep was parked between the lines perfectly fine. There was nothing wrong with the exterior of the Jeep indicating that you may have been intoxicated. So how could you not remember driving that Jeep back to the hotel?
So, I don't know.
Do you remember how much alcohol you consumed at the house that night? Thursday evening?
I think about it. But I'm not sure. Again, I just remember we started off with martini and then we switched to whiskey. That's all I remember.
How many martinis did you say?
2 or 3.
2 or 3?
Yeah.
And then how many glasses of whiskey?
I don't really know. I don't know.
Did you consume anything other than alcohol?
Did I know of?
Not that you know of.
Do you take any pills or anything like that? So not that you know, would they read something that you would normally take, or?
I used to take some medication over the last several months, antidepressants, yeah, and then the anxiety medication. So I kind of cut it down because I felt much better. And Katie said, yeah, let's try to fix that. So I'm not sure, I don't think I've taken anything on that day, so again, I can't tell for sure.
It's got to be frank. I mean, telling us you simply don't remember it if it's not good enough. That's just not a good enough answer.
I understand. I just don't. I don't even remember that I went to the hotel.
Where did everything go down here? It happened in the vehicle? It happened in your home? It happened in the woods? Where did it happen? Stop in the bedroom?
I think there was an argument on the TV show, yeah. I believe that is true, but I'm not 100% sure what they were watching. But that was downstairs. I'm not sure if so often or something, I'm not sure.
an argument during the TV show?
I believe so, yeah.
Is that what you mean? When you guys were watching TV, you had an argument?
I believe that is true.
Do you remember how the argument started?
Where did we return principal? Return principal downstairs? Or did it start up in the bedroom?
I don't remember, I remember physically.
Go back in the bedroom? Maybe thinks it's got a little out of control, a little bit more serious than maybe a normal fight. I mean, sometimes things that get out of, they just get away from us. And, you know,
I know, but
we don't need to do some things, and sometimes things happen. You know? One bad night. One bad night doesn't make you a bad person, Harry.
What happened after you started arguing?
the heating, don't remember this drinking and this game, I think it stopped again. I remember there was some arguing going on down there. It was mostly her yelling at me for some reason. I'm not sure exactly what that was.
Tell us what happened up in the bedroom.
I don't even remember being gone to the bedroom.
Blood on the mattress, Harry. Broken glass everywhere. Seems like things just got a little bit too much out of hand. You know?
I just remember downstairs, sitting there and drinking whiskey and having some argument as well. And again, that was mostly her arguing against something. I'm not sure again what it was exactly.
I can read.
And I kind of just drank my whiskey and music. But then, I don't even know that we went upstairs. I don't think so.
Where was the Jeep parked? Was the Jeep parked in the driveway? Was it parked in the garage?
I'm not sure, but typically it was in the garage. I believe.
Let's tell us where you went when you left the house that night, Harry.
I was up next morning and stayed and looked at the stuff and did it.
What's Katie wearing that night?
I'm not sure.
A little bit more honest with us. We know you were in the woods that night. You know.
Yeah.
We know it. Yeah. I know you remember what happened. You may not want to remember what happened. I get that. But this can't go on any longer. Can't.
Her 3 children, her sister, and her mother deserve to know where she is. We need you to be honest with us.
I'm trying.
What happened in the woods?
I don't even know where.
Do you drive deep into the woods or you walk most of
I'm not sure.
Well, what do you think? I mean, you were there. We weren't.
I don't remember. I didn't get any of this.
We know how you left the area. Is she fully clothed?
What's that for?
Is she fully clothed right now?
What? I don't understand what.
Does she have clothing on when you left her?
Maybe we were downstairs. What you do?
You have the answers right now. You have the answer. You guys were together Thursday night, late. You're arguing. Tell us you had some drinks. And you wake up in the morning and you're in a hotel and she's gone. I mean, let's just get to it here.
I don't see her look up in the look up here.
the right thing. Sister, man up. Man up. Let her family know where she's at. Let her family know where she's at. We get through this.
What we don't know.
Place to stop and take the 11 a.m. recess?
Sure. Why don't we do that, George? Just leave the transcripts and your notebooks right on your chairs. And we'll take about a 15-minute recess.
All right, please, your exit.
That's why I talked to you.
Shut the mics off. All right, we're going to go ahead and we'll do a recap of where we are so far. So this is day 4 of Massachusetts versus Dr. Ingolf, also Harry, Tuerk, or Turkey as we're now calling him. So Anthony Vorez comes up. He's a hotel general manager. He covered the front desk. He remembers Harry checking in. He had reservations. Oh boy, hold on.
It goes to 2 hours and 57 minutes.
Okay. All right, we're going to take the lunch break round 1, depending on where we are in the statement.
I understand.
All right, okay. And then you have another witness, or is he going to?
Well, there'll be some more questions for him, and then we have at least one other witness.
Okay. All right, so why don't we take about a 15-minute recess?
Good. Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Court, all rise.
Okay, so now we can get back to our recap. And yes, Missy, you are correct. That's what we heard that as well. Tuerk's lawyer is the same as Jen McCabe. He has said some interesting statements on Twitter. Yeah, Reddington is his last name. I'm not sure of his first name, but Reddington is his, well, what is his first name? Mr. Reddington, what is your first name? Kevin Reddington. All right, so we have a 15-minute break. Day 4. First up was the general manager at the hotel. He didn't say too much. They just, Tuerk, Harry checked in first, and then Katie checked in. He had reservations from the 8th to the 17th. He called, Harry called on the 6th. Remember, this happened on the 10th. 10th, right? Is this the 10th? Let me just make sure. Oh, I'm sorry, the 14th. This happened on the 14th. So really nothing spectacular happened there other than they're checking into the hotel. And then Alish Wilkkey, who's the Director of Patient Safety and Risk Management. So she's kind of like your advocate, right? We all need an advocate when we go to a hospital. She could be considered an advocate, meaning if law enforcement is involved or some kind of legalities are involved, she's going to come and she's going to protect you, help you. So she's called in for any legal involvement. She basically made sure that Harry was okay to talk to law enforcement. And he said he was. She gave him an attorney's number on a Post-it. He looked at it and threw it on the ground. She told him that law enforcement was there and if he was willing to speak to them, and he verbally said yes, he was able to. Then Trooper Jeff Kotkowski, who we're talking, that's where the break is right now. He basically interviewed, he did the interview at the hospital with Harry, and that's what we're listening to right now. So we haven't really heard anything new. This is pretty much everything that we heard in the opening, in the defense's opening, in that they were drinking. He moved out. They got married, right, in December. I think they filed divorce in February. He moved out in March, right as COVID is hitting. Nobody wanted to put him up because of COVID, so he ends up going down to Florida on the East Coast, he said, of where Orlando's in the middle. He was on the East Coast. I didn't catch the name of it, name of the place. Anyway, he had a friend there, had a trailer, so he was there. He said he was almost homeless because money was running out. Don't forget, he got fired from his job because he was like doing fraud. He was like billing Medicare, or he was doing some kind of fraudulent billing practices. So they let him go. That's why he didn't have any money, or money was running out. So he just kind of tells the story that we heard already, that they did reconcile, that there was a post-nup. He was going to give her more rights and safety and security. The night of, he went over there. They were playing board games with with the daughter. I guess there's two daughters, Sophia, Grace, and Sam. So we didn't hear their names before, but now we did. So basically, they were drinking martinis. Then he switched to whiskey. So he was drinking vodka. Then he switched to whiskey, and that's never a good combination. That's definitely going to make you forget things, especially if you have a lot of it. But which apparently it seems like they did, and he just doesn't remember. He remembers waking up in the hotel, and then he wakes up in the hospital. He's got scratches on his legs and hands. He doesn't know where they came from. Then law enforcement saying broken glass and all. When did it happen? They keep saying, where is she? Where is she? Where is he? But then they're saying, did you drive or walk to the woods? So he ultimately, they take a break, and then he a 45-minute break, and then they come back, and then that's when he tells them where she is. So I don't know how they're guessing that she's in the woods. I don't remember him saying anything like that yet. But he does keep saying, it's her fault. She was arguing. She's always arguing. Mostly it was her arguing with me. I don't remember what it was. Of course he's not going to say, yeah, I was a jerk and I was arguing with her. Of course he's going to blame her, because he has to. I just think it's whatever. Wow, what is up with this camera? Dude, what are you doing? Wow, now they're focused on... That's a good focus. Wait till you guys see this. This camera's having fun right now. Wait, check it out. Wait till it comes in. Irish Amy, I would be on the floor drinking that. Yeah, I've had a few run-ins with vodka. It's not good. I don't drink vodka anymore. I just stick to beer and wine, and that's it. I don't. I do like rum. I will have some rum very rarely, but I like the mellow drinks, not the ones that make you belligerent. Although I guess you could say beer makes you belligerent. But Sure Life, moving out to my studio. You'll be watching on your TV. Cool. Have fun. Sure Life, why he went to Florida. COVID was worse in Florida. Yeah, it was pretty bad. It was bad all over, but it was definitely bad here. He had a friend, I think he said. His friend had a trailer, so he moved down there. Brat, spoiler alert, don't spoil your child if you don't want them to end up as an entitled defendant in this courtroom. Oh, was that blood spatter? Yeah, that could be, Baca. What is this camera doing? What are you doing? Brad, I think they started assuming the woods because the woods are right next to the house and seemed like a plausible dumping location. Right? I didn't miss that, right? He hasn't told them yet. We heard that in opening that he takes this break for 45 minutes, then he comes back. Oh, dude, just this camera is going nuts right now. Just stay on the fan. Just stay on the fan. We heard that in openings that she was found. He talks to law enforcement in the hospital, takes this 45-minute break, comes back, and then starts spilling his guts, I guess. That's what ultimately I think we're going to hear. So I guess that makes sense, Brett, that they're just guessing the woods. Because they don't say anything specific. They just say, what happened in the woods? Did you walk or did you drive? Excuse me, did you drive or walk to the woods? And he just kind of mumbles, blah, blah, blah. And then they say, is she fully clothed? And he's like, we were downstairs. So they were, they know something. Yeah, they have, Brad, is anyone getting motion sick from watching the camera? They finally have calmed down on the camera. Yeah, they finally have calmed down. I can't with the camera. It's too funny. It's crazy. All right, they finally have calmed down with the camera, it seems like. So what do you guys think of this trial so far? We're through 4 days, not quite 4 days. We have 11 witnesses. The camera person is clearly bored, right? What do you guys think of the trial? Interesting? Therapist, yell at Curviel, it's his fault for the camera. I don't know why. This guy, I don't know. His defense wasn't self-defense. I'm waiting to hear what his defense is because in the opening, they're just basically, Reddington was just saying it's up to the state to prove that it happened the way it happened. So he doesn't have to put up a defense. But yeah, defense starts out, what we say is not evidence. The judge calls balls and strikes. It's the jury. It's you, the jury, that will weigh the evidence. You bring life experiences and determine whether or not the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Oh, that this was premeditated, malice of forethought, cruelty, and atrocity. So, has the state proven, and if so, to what degree? So that's what they're saying, that he did do what he did, but he didn't mean to do it, right? I think that's where. Really interesting trial so far, Irish Amy. Hey, Charmaine, it's definitely interesting. I'm glad for the rewatch. Thank you. Yeah, he's definitely guilty, but what is he guilty of? That's their defense. What is he guilty of? It wasn't malice of forethought, or malice or forethought, whatever is it, or of. Brad says, it sounded to me like the defense is, please choose a lesser included. Yeah. And they're focused on the only fan, the only lamp, the only fire alarm. Yeah, like he did it. They're not shying away from he did it. They're definitely saying he did it. But he did it because she hit him in the head with... So again, here's this whole Karen Reed, John O'Keefe. She hits him in the head so hard with this rocks glass, basically, right? That it shatters. There's glass all over. But he doesn't have damage to his head. So... Charmaine, side quest. Are we going to be watching Karen Reed? We are not. We have made a decision. We will not cover Karen Reed, only because everybody else is doing it. So we were focused on Lori, and we will not be covering a 10-week trial. That's according to Bev. Was it going to be a 10-week trial? So we are offering an alternative. If people do not want to watch Karen Reed, we will be offering an alternative to watch something else. So that's where we stand with that. So anyway, she hits him in the head so hard, breaks this rocks glass, Where's the damage to his head? You would think he'd have his head would be all cut up. So I want to see pictures of his face. I suppose they'll show pictures at some point. At least that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. We'll have to hear for sure, but I think that's what he said. At least that's what they said in the opening. Charmaine, you are all for watching something else. Very cool. Thank you for being with us. Yeah, well, it was Laura. See, Karen was supposed to start like 2 weeks ago, right? With jury selection, we thought it might be 2 or 3 days, but now it's got kicked out to today. So we went. It was either Lori or Karen, and because we have Joe Schmo at the courthouse with Lori, and we wanted to see Lori as pro se, we figured we would go with Lori. So we did, and Karen is starting today. So could have worked out. I suppose it could have worked out, but. Again, everybody is covering Karen, so we just wanted to provide an alternate. Irish Amy, I think it's great you are showing alternates to Karen Reed. You can corner the market for people who don't want to watch it. Thank you, Irish Amy. Appreciate that. We appreciate that you guys are here with us. I think this is a good one, too. This is pretty interesting. I have no problem with this trial. I think it's definitely has like some twists and turns and shocks for sure. Charmaine, Lori is far more entertaining and interesting. Yes, and now we have Capri Law. Yes, our mod, Capri Law, met up with, it was a mod meetup with Joe on the steps of the courthouse just now. I believe she was in town for a baseball game of sorts. And she met up with Joe. And yeah. Any interest in the Jose Morales trial rewatch? Maybe. We're going to need something next week because this trial will be over. It's only 9 days, with the 9th day being verdict. So that's only like 5 or 10 minutes. Jose Morales. All right, we'll have to check into that. There's no shortage of trials to watch, that's for sure. Let's see, Jose Morales, who's that? Not familiar with Jose Morales. Who's Jose Morales? 2019. Okay. Ansonia deleting his girlfriend, mother of his missing daughter, in their Ansonia home back in December of 2019. Oh, he's back on the stand. Possibly. It's got some potential. Thank you, Charmaine. We'll check into that. Brett says he may have used the broken glass to justify what he did, but it could have been either of them that had it, and it could have been broken in various ways. Absolutely. The broke over his head does seem sus. Yeah. Yeah, I can see her like throwing it or smashing it for sure. But hitting him on the head, there would definitely be a cut, bruising for sure, something. And that's what the defense said. But what's really interesting is the first responder didn't see any broken glass, and they're the ones that broke into the bedroom. But then the detective and the second responders, if you will, they found broken glass all over. So that's a little odd. Kathy, you are waiting not patiently for Stearns and Kohlberger. Yeah. We're not going to do Kohlberger again. That's going to be a 5-year trial. We haven't done a single thing on Kohlberger, so we will not do Kohlberger. Stearns is, I may go down for Stearns because that's Joel's going to be there, surviving the survivor. He's going to be there. It's within striking distance for me. I mean, it's hours drive, but it's not like it's 10-minute drive. But I could do what I did with Sarah Boone. It's pretty much in the same area. Orlando, and then he's in Osceola, which is just south, like I think it's about a 20-minute drive south of Orlando. So I still want to do Shanna Gardner. I want to go to that. And then I also want to go to Donna Adelson. But Lori's second trial is when Donna Adelson's trial is starting. So we'll probably do Brandon Boudreau. That's the second Oh, hold on. What's going on? Anything? All right, nothing. That's the second trial for Lori. So, and yes, Charmaine, Stearns will have two separate. Absolutely. Kathy, you want to see the gal who kept her son locked up? Remind me, who is that? Brad says the risk he's taking is that they basically believe him, but decide that after being hit, he formed the intent needed for premeditation. Right? I can understand they were drinking and they had a volatile relationship, it seems like, and he just lost it on her. She may even, started hitting him. Who knows? She may have been like, start punching him, and he's like, couldn't control himself, and he hit back. Missy, you're waiting for a Kohlberger. I'm from a farming town close to it. It's scary to think I had friends that went to WSU. I thought it was Idaho. Is it Idaho? Is it WSU? What's WSU? Missy, what's WSU? All I can think of is Washington State University. But I thought it was Idaho. Brad says, I think the first responders had tunnel vision looking for her. That's fair. Fair point. But you think they would have stepped on it, right? Because these other officers, law enforcement, are saying broken glass was everywhere, right? You think they would be like, they would step on it. Brad has lived in both Idaho and Washington. Moscow is by the Idaho-Washington border. Victims in Idaho, Kohlberger in Washington. Okay. Thank you for that. Yeah, I have not been following that case at all. I really have no idea.
I will not put on the white noise.
Well, thank you for not putting on the white noise. All right, looks like court is back. See you on the other side.
Court's back in session. You may be seated.
Quinto.
Sergeant Kotkowski, please.
You can sit down, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
So we're at the top of 26. Ms. Gilman, can you please resume the interview? Thank you.
Want to do the right thing right now. Want to look at her. You think you wouldn't have done that? Successful man. You told me the chief urologist. Yeah, but you know what? You're a good person. You've had a successful career. Came to this country and done very, very well. That's all you know. You've done very, very well. And this doesn't make you a bad person. No. What happened with you and Katie? Control the night. Like I said, you can't be defined for one night. So we're trying to help you out here. We're trying to keep this out of the story. Do the right thing then. One of the way she is looking right now. Okay. That's it. Alright, we know you can't put that woman or what? Hey. What's that?
Oops, I'm so sorry.
I'm Detective Deborah Gotsky. I work.
Oh yeah, my number's on there.
Can't be defined for one night. So we're trying to help you out here. We're trying to keep this out of the story. Do the right thing then. One of the way she is looking right now.
care about her a lot and you love her. And we really need you to do the right thing. We can't have her out there another night, Harry.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Harry, it's the right thing to do. We need you to tell us where she is so we can bring her home to her family.
We can't give them no answer. It's, I don't want to be so blunt, but we can't go back to them and say we don't know. We can't do that. It's just...
Did you ever hike in the woods near your house? Did you ever go for walks on the trails?
Not near the house, no.
Not near the house? In Dover, have you? What trails do you usually go?
I'm not sure what the name is. That's where the tennis courts are.
The tennis courts?
In Dover, the tennis courts. And there's a trail. Actually, we did that with kids together on there, but it's not easy. Yeah, that's the trails that we typically use.
Do you usually go the same route?
Yeah.
Yeah? Do you know what street it's on?
I think it's Dedham Street, but I'm not sure when it's on. Again, there's just one area where the tennis courts are, and there's a trail starting in the back, in the corner.
What was your favorite part about those trails?
Favorite part is if it goes all the way up to some small little mountain where you can see Boston.
Oh, really? Does it have a name?
I'm not sure. I don't remember the particular name. Lowell Park, but again, I'm not 100% sure.
Is that the only one you guys would hike at?
That's one I remember, yeah.
How often would you guys go?
Again, it must have been last year in the summer or so. Recently, Katie and I drove to Lincoln to walk in Lincoln, which was new for me. But not in Dover.
Did you go to this trail in Dover often?
Yeah.
How often would you say?
Once a week.
Once a week at least?
Is that a walkable trail or?
Yeah, it's a pretty
wide. And that goes up to the, you said Boston?
I mean, there's several trails bottles, different colors. And one of them, I'm not sure which one, was deep and then up in the mountains.
When's the last time you guys were there together?
I don't really remember exactly, but it must have been a while. Months, many months.
Was that a special place for you guys?
In a certain way, yeah.
Yeah, have some meetings, you guys, as a couple, to go there?
And we always enjoyed, hiking together, yeah.
Yeah. Did you bring her up there the other night?
I don't think so, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It's like...
Did you bring her up to the mountain the other night, Harry? Did you bring her up to the mountain the other night, Harry?
I don't think so. I don't remember anything.
Feel off your chest. Get something, just feel off your chest. You're gonna feel better. You're gonna feel relieved. You're gonna know you did the right thing. You're up to that night.
He was angry. He was angry for whatever reason. I'm not sure why. Although the day was nice. In the evening, I mean.
It's gonna get dark. We want to get this done.
can we find her, Harry?
I don't know. I have no idea where she is or what happened. All I know is we were sitting downstairs watching TV, and remember that, as I said, she was arguing, she was angry, and very aggressively talking to me about her being angry about stuff, and I was drinking whiskey. I think she was drinking something too, but I'm not sure.
She was mad?
What's that?
Do you remember why she was mad?
Someone was, rotating about the same thing that I tried to divorce her in January. She came always back with that, oh no, although she also suggested that we should just let it go and fix our marriage. When she came back to that thing always, well not always, repeatedly that she was very angry that I made a decision that I'm able to go to Germany to continue my career.
Harry, tell us about the text you sent to Cal.
Text what?
Text you sent to Kyle? Kyle? Remember?
I think it's Kyle.
I don't know what text means. I don't remember what it said in the text.
You know Kyle? What? Right? I know Kyle.
No.
From town?
What?
From Dover? From town?
No.
Do you remember sending Kurt a text message?
No.
No?
No. Then.
At 4:31 a.m. on Friday.
She was angry for whatever reason. Although she wanted to fix it, I don't understand.
You sent Kurt a text message at 4:31 a.m. on Friday stating, Kurt, I am sorry, brother, but she is a vindictive devil. She played us all. I am really sorry, brother, but she manipulated us all. Love you. Do you recall that message?
No, I'm serious. I have no recollection having sent any kind of that message. No.
And you sent that message,
I really have no idea.
not too long after you sent the message, you're back at the hotel. This isn't going away. The only way we can get headed in the right direction is just be honest and just please talk about it.
And I said, she was angry, and that's the last I knew. I'm not sure if she walked away or just sitting there.
Saying that she wouldn't leave the home without her pocketbook and phone.
She wouldn't leave her kids.
What our kids have, we can't do this with the kids. They've been doing it the past day and a half.
What do you think happened? I don't understand.
Did you tell us that? Did you tell us which was? You were on top of that mountain that night.
What's that?
You were up on that mountain that night.
We know you were up there for a couple hours.
Yeah, no, I said it.
You were up on that mountain for a couple hours that night. You were up there for a while. Where can we find her up there?
I don't even know when I was out there for a couple hours. It's a good woman. I don't know what
Saturday evening now. Let's go back to your argument that night watching TV. So you need to go back to the argument, watching TV, and take us through what happened.
Again, I'm not sure we're connecting words, but I believe it went on the same topic that she had a hard time getting over the fact that in January I was talking to a lawyer looking into divorcing her. And she believed I would sort her out, which was not what the plan was. Or the idea, that was only the plan, actually. I'm just playing this out. This is potential projection in terms of what I'm supposed to do or he's supposed to do. So I think that was the argument in terms of still being angry that I tried to pull myself determined. Yeah. But I'll ask her, why wouldn't you come with me? You know. Back then, December, January.
What happened next?
What are they doing? Everything was changing. Maybe there's more argument, I don't know.
She hit you, Harry? That night?
I'm not quite sure. I don't remember, she was angry, really angry. I didn't understand. kinds of words. I mean, that hurts.
What'd you say? What'd she say to you?
I'm sure. Motherfucker or something like that. Fuck you off, fuck you. And I said, oh, that was great.
She become violent?
I'm sure. Something like that.
Sorry you had that. Was that from just a slap or was that a punch?
Something.
Was it her hand or her object?
Maybe it was a glass or something.
So you have to defend yourself. I think you have a glass. It's glass all over the bedroom. Glass.
Maybe I did this for myself, I don't know.
Naturally, anybody wouldn't get hurt a glass. I said there's glass everywhere. You had to defend yourself. What happened? Sounds like you had no choice but to defend yourself.
You always have a choice, no?
What's that?
You always have a choice.
Yeah, but...
She's a beautiful woman, but she had her volatility scenario is always kind of down. I was ready for a fight. Struggling, to be honest.
Yeah. It seems like you tried real hard when you gave her that beautiful home. Obviously, pretty well for you.
I got kicked out. I'll do it again. I'll forgive her for that. So let's forget about it. Sorry.
Yeah, even after all that, you were willing to go back and try to make it for her.
I did.
So it sounds like that's right.
What do you do?
What you're saying, it sounds like that the other night you just shot this. Yeah, just being volatile, like you said, right? Just how the kids kept digging at you and stuff, you know? The impression I'm getting, talking to you. I'm sure you just happen to be sitting on your freaking couch, you know?
Sorry?
I'm sure you just happen to be sitting on your own couch, you know? Or you don't have to deal with, you know, an argument.
No, I didn't want to deal with an argument.
Yeah. Sorry, just happy.
No interest in arguments anymore.
Yeah, I'm sure you just happy to be back in your home.
It's actually true.
Yeah, no.
I felt, since a long time, since 3 months, I felt somewhat more peace that I wasn't running around trying to find some kind of shelter and protecting myself from COVID-19 with nobody helping. But again, that wasn't the point. I really appreciated that she provided a home again. Really love it at all. It's simple. Let's make it work, let's have peace, and let's forget about all that. Was her possession actually several weeks back. Let's have a clean slate. Just let heal and not talk about the old stuff, but she couldn't let go. She came up with the resentment feeling that she still had, and she said, I have to talk about it. And I have some resentment too. Let's just put them away for now. Let's see how it goes. Yeah.
Lots of deep crying. It sounds like the argument was unavoidable that night. It was all getting around her.
Getting around that point.
She was fired up and she hit you. After she hit you?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Saying her belongings are all at the house. She would have left out her pocketbook, phone, especially her kids. Let's spot on again. Things just get a little too out of hand that night. The booze is flying, she's angry, and trying to make things better. It's like friggin' perfect storm, comes home.
What happened after she hit you with the glass?
I'm sure she did something that, I don't know.
Something that was made out of glass? Through this with you. You want to retrace his steps with you. You have to know something.
You remember how they texted something. I won't.
You have a text and this is the text. Yeah, just read the text again so Jonathan rewrote.
This was the text that you sent to your friend Kurt at 4:31 a.m. on Friday. I'm just going to read it to you again. It says, Kurt, I am sorry, brother, but she is a vindictive devil. She played us all. I am really sorry, brother, but she manipulated us all. Love you.
That's all I'm doing. As I said, not constantly, but repeatedly going back to the time when she was so angry about, what I did or what I've done, about talking to a lawyer about a divorce. And she believed I was going to throw her and the kids out, which is not the way that I had in mind. If it would have all happened, my plan would have been the end of school year, that they're obviously all finishing. And she do go to Germany, sell a house later in the year and then go. But she believed something different. And she was very angry. that came up over and over again. It's like she was trying also to reconcile and saying, let's do, let's have a clean slate. Let's not talk about the old stuff all the time.
Why did you think she was being vindictive?
She would tell that about herself.
She would say that about herself?
Yeah. And sometimes actually, and then disappointed way about herself, because she would go all the way to pay back if somebody did something wrong to her. So one of her favorite saying was, you fuck me, I fuck you harder. So,
did you ever feel like she was being vindictive to you?
Yes. There was an episode early in our relationship where we had an argument also early on, I'm not sure, a couple months in. And that was in the bedroom, and I went downstairs. There was just a verbal argumentation going on. And had a couple of drinks and looked on Bumble around. And she found out, because, I don't know, Bumble, they have to swipe and then they're kind of matching.
Yep.
And I just didn't talk to anybody. I just looked at them and swiped left or right. And apparently, when I didn't even realize until the next morning when I actually checked what I was doing, that I matched with one of her girlfriends in Sudbury. But I didn't talk to her. It was just the swipe match. And she was very angry about it. I called her right away, apologized, said sorry, it was just stupid stuff. I didn't really think much about it. And then she signed up on Bumble and actually matched with guys and talked while I was sitting right there, just saying, feel how it feels. And so I did not talk to anybody, but she would actually talk.
Okay.
I found that a little vindictive instead of just letting go. But a small, unimportant episode, or in particular if there was no conversation with anybody going on. I'm saying more talking or no dating or something. Anyway. I don't think a restraining order was necessary, for example. I wasn't, in any kind of, could have handled divorce under one roof like other couples and then figure things out. And, some of the prior episodes were related to that. It's not an excuse, but getting, poked or provoked all the time. You take your phone away and say, please don't do that, please don't do that. Let me see what you're doing. Let me see who you're talking to. It's another. But that frustrated me. It frustrated me with time that she continued to do that. Mm-hmm. Although there was no evidence for her at all that I would have done anything. But she was very easy to believe, or she was very easy to believe that I was fooling around out there, which again, I did not do. Sometimes she would drive after me when I said, hey, I have a little thing going on with a friend, we're going to have some burgers, and she didn't believe me. Apparently she followed me. Because she believed I'm on a date. I wasn't. I was meeting with that fellow, it's a friend, a male friend, and I had a burger. All this kind of stuff, that kind of builds up this time that you feel, what are you doing? Why are you so distrustful? Why are you worrying all the time about me or you and me and things like that? It's one of the big problems in that relationship, that there was very little trust with each other in terms of, being faithful to each other. And again, I never really cheated on that at all. So she has that. She knows that herself, and she would actually mention that. So, sometimes I think it goes a bit overboard. Maybe that I'm going for the full payback and beyond, just because I'm angry about certain things.
What makes you feel as though the restraining order was unnecessary?
So again, see the need for that, because the episodes that were prior to that was, not immediately, it wasn't right there, and then she had to call a restraining order. She put the restraining order out of, in my opinion, she wasn't afraid of me. She was not. She would actually argue with me even, the night before or 2 nights before the whole divorce thing happened. And as I said, if I did push her, it was typically related to something that, again, she grabbed my phone again and checked it out without me giving permission to do that, in terms of, do it or not. And again, there was nothing in there anyway, but just the fact that she constantly did that. So I don't know, to me it didn't feel, it was an immediate reaction to her finding out that I'm looking into divorce, not because there was a violent saying and then she said I need to file a restraining order. You understand what I'm trying to say? That there was time, significant time in between. And I looked into divorce, not she. You know what I'm saying? So she knew that. She found that actually out, then retaliate in terms of now the restraining order, you need to get out of here. And then following up with charges of stuff that was older, which is perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I didn't say that. But the restraining order thing was clear. Remove me from the house just because. It was a very passionate relationship with both sides, kind of thing. I'm not sure that makes sense to you guys. Pick on her side. She could be all in and very, very loving, and she could be very angry. Obviously, me too. I thought you really have a chance. Put that together.
I can see it.
Okay, I'm trying.
I know.
Again, as I said, there was arguments.
Are you at all concerned? Think about what we're talking about. Are you concerned? Are you concerned about what's going on?
Absolutely, I'm concerned.
You're up on that. That's not that. You're up there.
I don't know. It's a pretty long hike, so I'm not sure.
Did you dry part of it or all of it?
I don't know. I really don't. Can't remember shit. I remember again arguments happening kind of in and out. The other didn't call names, as I said, because she was angry and didn't say or behave the way that she wanted to, or I'm not sure. Typically it does happen when she has a lot of alcohol on board, so I think she drunk up or something during the game, and you out the game, that before, and then she turns off to go with angry.
Did she get out of control? Maybe she may have hit you, but was she out of control?
I believe so.
Did you have to keep your hands on her to calm her down or protect yourself?
I don't know.
We just want to find her. We want to find her tonight. It's been a day and a half now.
Maybe she's gone. Sorry, guys.
Where can we find her? Which got someone? We just want to break forward with those kids. That's what we want to do right now. That's our goal. Thank you, Barbara. Help me, Harry. Help me out there. Help me get to the boardroom this night. Help me out. Tell me something you can remember.
Just that little pieces. So arguing.
I know you're trying. I can see you trying. I know it. I know it.
You must have somehow remembered.
Take your time. I know this is difficult.
Usually they come down. So usually they come back.
With the glass, you guys upstairs or downstairs?
So no upstairs.
Upstairs. The bedroom? Your bedroom? You're bleeding?
I don't know if it was glass or something.
Okay. What happened next? Tell me how you think you heard it. What happened?
I don't think I did or something.
Do you know where you grabbed her?
Must have been snapped or something.
You have a bed, you have a bathroom, you have a closet. What?
I said I think it was in the bed area, but I'm not sure if you were in the bed.
Okay.
No, I'm not sure. It's in the bed on the neck, I believe. I'm not sure.
What happened after you grabbed her?
It's all black. It's on the first. It's all black.
Passed out, and then she fought back. What do you think? What happened? What did she hit you back? It's 7:29 p.m. We'll stop the recording now. Okay, it's Saturday, May 16, 2020. It's 8:12 p.m. We are restarting our interview. We're in the second floor of Norwood Hospital. My name is Trooper Kotkowski, KOT-KOW-SKI. I work on the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. With me here is Detective Rich Fuller of Dedham PD. And we're with Ingolf Tuerk. Ingolf, can you just spell your last name for us?
T-U-U-K.
And for the record, Ingolf, we've been calling you Harry. That's okay with you. That's just the nickname, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we're just going to continue our conversation that we took a break from. So, Harry, I just wanted to touch upon some of the comments going from the hotel for the past week. And let's just start with Thursday. All right, today's Saturday, 2 days ago Thursday. Now, earlier you said you thought you may have spent the night Wednesday to Thursday at the house in Dover.
Yeah.
Did you go to the hotel on Thursday at all in the morning? Do you remember going to the hotel?
I think I did on the way from Staple. was, yeah.
Okay.
Again, it's difficult for me to really remember stuff, but I think I did.
Okay, so you think Wednesday night you sleep in Dover, Thursday sometime in the morning you go to Staples?
I had to go to Staples, fix things up, yeah, in Dedham.
In Dedham?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you think you went back to the hotel?
I actually briefly went to the hotel, not exactly why and what I was looking for, but I think I did.
Okay. What were you driving when you
The Jeep.
you driving the Jeep? Now, I know you told me before you drove the Mercedes up from Florida. Were you the past week? Have you been driving the Jeep often? Like, how often were you driving the Jeep?
Pretty much every day.
Driving the Jeep every day. Okay. And the Mercedes been where?
At the hotel?
It's parked at the hotel. So you've been taking the Jeep from the hotel to Dover and wherever else you go.
That's all.
Okay. And what door would you primarily use to enter the hotel? What door? Would you go to the main lobby?
Main lobby, yeah.
Every time?
Yeah.
Okay. And how would you exit your room?
Sorry?
And what route would you take exiting your hotel room?
Same way. With the elevator and then through the main lobby.
Okay. So you never took the stairwell to just to the right side?
Yeah, it faces the main road, which is on.
So you never took the stairwell, you always take the elevator down to the lobby and move that way?
Yeah.
But Thursday about noon, you think, Harry, you went to the hotel about noon, right?
Yeah. Sounds about right.
No, I just want...
Late morning or something?
Yeah. It's the time you swiped in your room on the cards. I just looked, yeah, it was 12:30.
Okay.
I know that's not something important in my overly but yeah, Thursday. Went there Thursday about 12:30.
But you don't know why you went there? Grab a bag or something, you know?
No, I'm sorry. I think I was looking for sunglasses or something. I'm not sure exactly why. I remember I went looking for something, but I can't recall exactly what it was. I'm sorry about that.
Okay. And that was the only time you were at the hotel on Thursday, correct?
Correct.
And then you went back to Dover?
Yes.
And you spent the rest of the day in Dover, right?
Correct.
And had Katie been driving the Jeep too, or just you?
Sorry, what?
Was Katie driving the Jeep too, or just you?
I believe yes.
Yes?
Yeah. But she wasn't leaving the house much because of COVID-19.
So she would just take it to run errands and stuff like that?
Yeah. Although again, I was running mostly errands right now.
So for the past week, you've been mostly in that Jeep?
Yeah.
Okay. Another thing I wanted to talk to you about, the scratches in your arms and legs. Would it be okay with you if I take a couple photos with my cell phone? So we have that on record? That's okay with you?
I don't know. Should I do something else? I don't know. You're asking so much. Yeah.
I mean, I would like to just document that you have scratches on you with a photo.
Yeah.
So I'm asking you if you would mind if I take a photo. It's okay? All right, let's just do that real quick so we get that out of the way. Do you mind if you take your socks off? Yes. Circulate a little bit. Yeah. Can you right leg here, please? You mind taking the socks off? your number, please? Okay, I know you said you had a little cut on your forehead. You think that might have been from possibly glasses, right? I'm not
sure.
We're trying to
Hit with something.
Sounds like in your injury, okay? That's it.
This one. Oh, yeah. The other switch. So.
Yeah. What is it? Face that way? Yeah. That's it. That's it right there, right above your left eye. You ever right there too? Oh yeah. You want to do that for me? I'll pull your hair over. Yeah, watch that. Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Well, I noticed when you looked over your left hand, you had those cuts in your wrist. You remember how those happened? No?
I really don't remember.
You think that was self-inflicted?
Kind of looks that way.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. You don't know? Do you know when that occurred?
I really don't remember. It's a lot of stuff.
Gilman, could you pause, please? Your Honor, would that be a convenient stop? Place to
Sure.
stop for lunch?
Yes. 8:50.
Yes, the top of page 51.
All right, jurors, gonna take the lunch recess.
All rise, please, for the next.
All right, they're taking their lunch, but I'm not sure if they're going to come back. They do this to me all the time. They send the jury out, then they come back. All right, sounds like they may be done now. All right, so they're at their lunch. I'm going to go ahead and zoom. Our coverage of Lori is going to start in about 10 minutes, so I'm going to, I'll be here, but I'll just be over there. I'll show you what I got. So there's our coverage of Lori over there. Super Ball is monitoring everything. So we're going to be dual streaming. But I can zoom here. And there you are, OnlyFan. Okay.
Back in session, may seat. Ready for the jurors?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Reddington?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. All right. Sergeant back?
Sergeant Kotkowski, please.
Okay. Yeah, you know, it's fine. Thank you for asking. Ms. Beatty, the top of page 51 is the transcript reference?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Gilman, can you please resume playing that speaker?
I'm drinking over the last several months more because of all the job issues.
What you drinking?
Typically, whiskey.
Whiskey? Yeah.
Glenfiddich.
Vodka at all?
No.
Whiskey?
Yeah, I mean, yes. Katie.
The German, you must drink beer.
Not so much actually, but Katie, when I was with Katie before, and then recently she did like to make martinis.
Oh, martinis, yeah. Okay.
She really does a good job. She learned very well to do martinis. So yeah, and Thursday we started off with, I started off with martinis.
Yeah.
She offered martini
Thursday?
afternoon. So yeah.
What kind?
Remember that?
What kind? Martinis.
Dirty.
Oh, dirty, yeah, right on. No chocolate or anything like that, just dirty.
I think that's...
I'm a martini guy myself. I make some pretty good ones too. Yeah.
And then switch to whiskey.
Tough mix.
Any idea when you made that switch with Tano was?
It was around when we started watching the TV show, Sons of Anarchy.
Okay.
Again, she started to get angry, and I got a little annoyed by the fact that there was a lot of arguing going on from this side, so I just said, okay, let me take some whiskey, I gotta relax with.
Yeah. That's a tough mix. Whiskey and vodka.
I found out.
I can do vodka and beer. Right? Whiskey and vodka is a
I didn't think
tough
about it,
mix.
I just wanted to get my nerves calmed down.
Yeah.
So I drank a lot of whiskey and then
What kind? What's your favorite?
again, Glenfiddich.
Oh,
That was downstairs, right? You guys watching that?
Yeah, but I'm sure I took it upstairs and
yeah.
And the fight obviously continued upstairs.
yes, it did.
Yeah. And she remained the aggressor, right?
She had a very aggressive language toward me, and I didn't really understand why she wouldn't stop.
Yeah.
Actually, we did go upstairs with some drinks. I believe we had sex.
Yeah.
But again, that was consensual. You know, she initiated it. And then she looked at my phone and saw text messages of an old friend that she always despised.
A girlfriend? Or
No,
friend?
no.
Guy friend?
A friend,
Yeah.
but a female.
Oh, no, I don't mean like girlfriend as a girlfriend, but I mean a girl who's a friend or a guy who's a friend.
Yeah, 15, 16 years ago, we had one moment of making out a little bit. That's how.
So it was a woman.
Any kind of, she's a woman.
A woman friend. Okay, yeah, that's what I meant.
And she saw the text messages, and she wanted to see what we talked about during our separation time. And I said, don't do this because there's angry words in there because we were in a home war. I don't think she and I were very angry at each other, and so I said, please don't look at the messages because they're not true for today. That was true 3 months ago. But she wanted to see what has been said.
Did you let us see him?
Huh?
Did you let us see him?
Yeah, because we said we are being transparent now, and we are not doing the hiding stuff anymore. And I said, okay. And we said, how about your text message? Oh, I'm smarter than you. I deleted all this stuff. And I said, but I wanted to keep it because I wanted to give you trust that you can see it, but I didn't understand that you get angry at stuff that's 3 months old. That's been told or said with angry emotions.
Yeah.
And then she got really angry again because she saw some stuff that she didn't like. Really angry again.
Did she stop hitting you? I'm sure she did.
I think again, I don't exactly remember, but something hit me
To 5, yeah. But now you're talking, what, midnight, before or after?
Yeah, probably after, I think. The martinis and all this cream, so, sorry.
And then what, Joe? Go ahead, Harry.
Same guy, choked her.
You think you did?
As a reaction to the aggressive aggression situation.
And then what happened?
She passed out.
She passed out?
She was fighting first and I was continuing, and she passed out and realized we had a far problem.
Where did that happen? In the bed or in the hospital?
That area. I remember, yeah.
All right.
And then what? After she passed out, was she on the bed or like on the floor?
I believe she was on the floor. I think, then to me it was too far.
Yeah.
So now I panicked and said I need to put her somewhere. So.
Yep. And then what?
Again, I have really very little memory about this stuff, and it's just a little bit there, and I drove somewhere in the woods. I'm not sure.
You drove somewhere in the woods?
Yeah.
Did you?
What is that?
How did you get her out of the house?
Carried her.
You carried her? You put her? Do you think you put her in a bag or anything? Or you just carried her out? Did you carry her over your shoulder, or did you carry her like this? How did you put the hand up straight? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. And where did you put her when you carried her out? Where was the Jeep parked? Was it in the garage or was it parked in the driveway?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure.
What do you think, though? You know, I don't think you're crown. I think you made a mistake. You know what I mean? I think you just made a mistake, right? Am I right? And I know you're not a criminal. I think you just made a mistake. And sitting here this long, I can tell, even from I've been watching you, Harry, from outside there, and I can tell Harry was just eating at you. You know what I mean? Looking at you from that window. I've been watching your body language, and I can tell.
I'm so sorry.
I can tell it's just eating at you. And I think it's time. Harry, I'm a guy that's been known to have a few drinks myself, and I go. So a lot of times I think I'd like to say I don't remember, but I do, and it's convenient for me to say I don't remember. And I wish I didn't remember, but I did. And you know what?
I don't remember this text message or something. I don't really remember having done this stuff.
I think you remember. I think you're being not all the way honest. I do think you're being pretty honest. I think you made a mistake. I think you're being pretty honest. But I don't think you're being all the way honest. I think you really don't want to think about it, but I do think you remember what happened a lot more clear than you're saying. I do. And I really wish we could just get it all out here. You know what I mean? Like, you were in the bed, up in the room. I'm pretty sure you do remember. You choked her. It would just help us if we got a much clearer picture. And like I said, as a guy that has a few myself, it's like, hey, I still remember him. And I got to tell you, I watched the video the next day of you coming home in the hotel, and you parked the car straight. You seem to be walking pretty clear. I know you weren't on the right line, but I think you remember a lot clearer. What else can you tell us, Harry? What else? Please.
It's all I got right now. I don't remember even having driven to the hotel. I really don't.
You know?
No, I don't.
So when she looked at you choke her, did she fall to the ground?
It seemed it wasn't a bit.
I'm sorry?
It seemed it wasn't a bit. But I'm not 100% sure. It's all.
When she hit you, Harry, was she saying anything? Did she say?
She's screaming the whole time, and that soul, and said motherfucker, and a bad man, and blah, blah, blah.
Who was she talking about? The person on the phone?
Yeah, the text messages that I was saying, hey, there's other woman that she acted like a black widow or something, and then she talked about something.
Have you guys argued about this woman before?
point, actually, yes.
Yeah.
Right early in our relationship, she became suspicious of her, although there is nothing sexual or something.
But that's something that just kind of ate at her the whole time.
All the time.
Always did.
Now she's again there, and you're absolutely correct.
What was her name?
What?
What was her name?
Kate Kelly?
Kate Kelly. Yeah.
Where she live?
New Hampshire. Not sure exactly where, because I'm just texting with her.
Yeah.
I met her many years ago. I think I considered her and her father.
Oh, you did? Yeah.
So,
and then that's right. That was always a target for her. Although I told her, there's nothing to worry about. All there is talking going on, checking in each other. There's nothing sexual.
Do you think you hit her at all, or do you think you just, I mean, like, lashed out when you hit her, or do you think you just choked her?
I believe I just choked her.
Just choked her? For how long do you think? Any idea?
No. I don't know.
So Harry, you're adopted. You think she stopped breathing? You think she was dead? In the bedroom, she was dead. Okay.
When you got her down to the car, how far do you think you drove? And which way? Do you remember?
No, that's a good question.
Like how long do you think you were in the car for?
I'm honest. I'm telling you, it's very hard. At the hotel, when you guys said you saw me on the video coming to the hotel, I don't really remember. I haven't been there, but
yeah, it's about 5:22.
I don't really.
Do you think you drove like the normal route you would have drove from, like, you know, you had gone back and forth several times from the hotel to that house? Do you think you drove that same route you would have drove as if you would just go in the hotel and maybe stop somewhere else along the way on the road, or did you go to a place you remembered, or did you have a place in mind?
Again, not necessarily all the way up, rather than just somewhere in the woods area.
Do you remember any landmarks, like a tree or a sign or water?
Some water, yeah. Some water was around there, yeah.
How far would you say from the road, from the time you start driving to where you left her?
You know, did you leave her in the ground, like, you know, after a tree? Did you leave her in the water? How are we gonna find her? Was she in the grass? Was it gravel?
It
was in the woods.
Did you just carry her like regular, or did you put her in something? Or carry her, I mean, a bag or box or anything?
Not that I remember.
No? Okay.
So Harry, when you carried her out of the house, went down the stairs, through the kitchen, into the garage, that's the route you took? The side door there, up to the garage? Yeah. All right. And the Jeep, you don't know, was it in a driveway or was it in a garage?
I think it was in the garage.
Okay.
And you put her in like the back, like that cargo area, or the back seat? Okay.
No, I put her in the front seat.
Oh, in the front seat?
Was she sitting up? How'd you put her in there? That's what you did. You drove to that location directly there, the tennis courts?
I believe so, yeah.
You remember where you parked?
No.
Okay. So you get to the tennis courts. Now, do you take your Jeep into the woods?
No.
You park right at the courts and you get out of the vehicle?
It's,
Was it the side of the road, or were you in like a parking space, or just on the shoulder, or?
I know it's on that, there's a parking space.
Parking space there.
Okay. Then you get out and then you go to the passenger side front door. Open it up.
Probably.
Huh?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
And how far do you think from the vehicle to the woods? Like in the area you put her in the woods, do you remember, like, was there a lot of bushes, a lot of trees, a lot of rocks?
And water.
And there was water?
Yeah.
Like running water, like a stream or river, or like a pond or a swamp or a lake?
No, water. Kind of half in, half on.
Like by a pond, I mean like a small, like flat, or was it like running water, like a stream or a river? you don't think about it?
We talked about the trails and marked around up there. You're familiar. Do you remember which trail you went up? No, with our.
How far do you think? Like a 30-second walk, 15-second walk, 2-minute walk? But not like right there. You walked a little ways. And then what, Harry? Now what? You put her down?
Yeah. Cover up, Harry? Did you okay, what was she wearing?
The same stuff that she was wearing, I believe, some exercise clothes, but not sure 100%.
Okay. You know what color they were? Or?
No.
Okay. So you put her down. Have you stayed there for a little bit? Or you leave right away? What did you do? You left? When you left,
I'm not sure about all the timelines.
Did you go back to the house at all? Or did you go right to the hotel?
I'm not sure.
You don't remember?
No.
So you could have done either you could have gone back to the house or you could have.
I have no recollection or the hotel.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
I said I have no recollection when I left the hotel.
Go back to the hotel and go to sleep?
I'm not sure what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
Remember, you tried to harm yourself at the hotel?
I don't remember that. Maybe not. I kept drinking, I think.
Do you think there's any chance you'd be able to find either on a map or you say where she was? Do you think you'd remember well enough? No. But when you got in the car from the house, how long would you guess you were driving for before you pulled over? Like less than 5 minutes, less than 3 minutes, between 5 and 10? I mean, think you could give us a general time frame?
Well, you said you thought the little tennis courts, right? That's accurate?
I believe so, yeah. I'm not sure, really not. It's not that far away. I can't give you any timelines in there. It's very difficult for me to remember any timelines.
Yeah, I know time's not.
But you're positive, though, it's the spot we talked about.
Sorry?
But you're positive, though, it's the spot we talked about. I said you're positive, though, it's the location we discussed earlier.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, where the tennis courts are. Okay.
Most importantly, there was some water there.
Like how close was she to the water? Like you could see it from where you were, or she's close to the water?
On the edge of the water.
On the edge of the water? Could she have fallen in water or gone in the water?
Possibly.
Possibly. So she might be in water. She could be.
Possibly.
Okay.
When you left her, though, she wasn't in water.
No, and as I said, it was half.
So you think there's a good chance anyway, or a decent chance she could be in water?
I don't know.
Yeah. But she could be. What do you think, Harry? Do you think you left her in a way where maybe you didn't want anybody to find her? You know what? I really do appreciate you being honest. And like I said, I think the leaves are coming out as things are coming out and you're talking about them. You seem to be remembering a little bit more. Now, I mean, to me, you've already gotten over the hump. You've already gotten off hard part. I mean, she hit you. You kind of lost your mind. You guys were both, you and her were both drinking now you're being honest about it. And what we'd really appreciate it if you were all the way honest. Talking to people now, there may be some luggage, some other things missing from the house, and I think maybe this part you're honest about what happened, but I think you might be embarrassed about what happened after. But I think right now you need to be honest all the way through about everything. Did you put her something and maybe try to weight her down and put her in water where no one would find her? Is that what happened? That's kind of the feeling I'm getting. That maybe I wasn't in your shoes, I can't say what you're thinking, I can't tell you everything you remembered, you didn't, but I think maybe you tried to put her somewhere where you thought no one would find her. Is she in something? Is she maybe weighted down or in that water where maybe it would be hard for someone to find her?
I didn't put her in something as far as I remember.
Yeah. But she could be in the water. We've gone this far, Harry. We've gone this far. Let's get it all out, because what's going to happen is, in the end, once everything is pieced together, it's kind of all going to fit. So if we get the truth now, be a lot better for everybody. Let's get the whole truth out now. Like, maybe you can give us a little bit better area we should look, and I think you can give us a how we should look. So take a minute and think about it. See if you can help us out here. So you've gotten over the hump, you've gotten over the hard part. Let's hear it all. Let's hear everything.
I didn't want to do it.
I know you. You're a smart man. Is she in any kind of container?
Not that I remember.
No. When you carry her out, do you carry her like in front of you, like to here, like a scoop, or over your head, or over your shoulder? Do you remember?
It's more 2 hands, I believe.
Like in front of you, just held her in the front? Yeah. Was she bleeding or anything? No? Just take a drink, kind of catch your breath, and think about it in the hair. So your cup's right there to your right. It's sitting right now. Like that. You could think about that could help us out as far as, like I say, finding her. For everybody concerned, your family, hers, us, we've had a lot of guys working around the clock, kind of answer a lot of questions for a lot of people. Maybe help a lot of other people to move on, your family, her family, everybody. A mistake was made here. Let's do everything we can to kind of make the rest of this whole scenario as easy for everybody else as possible. You know what I mean? It's fine. Let's get on with it. So that people can have the peace, have this ceremony for the family. And
I think what we're just trying to say is everything else you can remember to help us find her, just so we can go and tell our kids tonight that we found her. That's what we want to do.
We're past the hard part, Gary. We're past the hard part.
We just want to go and she found it. So is there anything else you tell us?
And that you helped us find her. That you made a mistake, and you helped us find her because you were thinking of them. A mistake was made, but that you care about these people and that you're thinking about them. And it might seem a little thing, it could be a big thing to others if you could just help us out a little bit more with this.
She is in water.
She is in water?
Yes.
Okay. Like a lake or a pond?
A pond.
Wow, where is this pond?
It's close around the corner from the house.
To the house, okay. Did you?
To the right side. I'm not sure what the name of the pond is.
Okay.
What street is the pond on?
What's that?
What street is the pond on?
I don't know.
Okay.
I really don't know what the name is of the street.
Okay. So we're leaving your driveway, and down your street, which way do I go?
And go to the right.
The right, okay.
On the driveway, and the left, and then the right.
So wait.
And then the next right.
So I go down to your driveway, and I go to your street, I take a right. Okay?
Yeah, you.
And then I take my next left?
Yes. And then
what do I do?
you get on Walpole Street.
What, I take a right or left on Walpole?
Right, that's it.
So right on Walpole. Okay. And then what do I do?
I think the next right again.
Then the next right, which is, you know the name of that street? Okay. So I take that next right, Harry, and then what do I do?
Not 100% sure. Because again, it's a little wishy, but I think on the left side of that street there are two new constructions. And one of them, the left side house is on the pond.
They're building new houses on this
No,
pond?
they are building. They've already built since several years.
Do you think this pond is still in Dover?
Yeah, it's
It's in Dover, right there.
Now, is this pond behind one of the newer homes?
Yeah.
It is. Okay.
And she's right on the beginning of the pond with the new home that hasn't sold.
So,
how far in the water is she, do you think?
A couple feet.
Is she in a suitcase?
No, she's not in the suitcase.
She's not, nothing tied around her, or she's not in anything, she's just in the water?
Okay, so if we make that, we take the right on Walpole Street, so we'll take the next right, okay?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, then we go down a little bit, the two houses are on the left-hand side, one of them's for sale.
Both are for sale. One is sold and one is for sale, yes. The one for sale not being sold is the one that I drove and then...
I'm sorry, the one?
The one that is not sold yet.
Not sold. Do they have
on the left side of the double driveway.
Left side of the door.
You know the color?
The house?
Yeah.
Not sure. It's whitish, beige.
Okay, so we're gonna, the house is on the left-hand side, so if I look at the house, this is, I'm looking at the house on the left.
That's in the pond right there.
The pond to the left of the house?
Yes.
Okay. And she's definitely in the water.
Yeah.
But only a couple feet in, you think, right? Okay.
Are those houses there with do you notice any cars in the driveway that would stick out?
On the other side, the house that's sold, I think there were cars and some there.
You don't remember what kind or color? Big one. Okay.
And how big, is it a big pond?
It's a pretty big pond, yeah.
So if I'm approaching the home, and I see the pond on my left-hand side, where am I gonna go to find her? Like, am I gonna go up?
Right to the garage, and we go right in front of the garage down to the pond.
So next to the garage.
Yeah.
How did you know this place?
We looked at the houses actually a couple of years ago.
Oh, to buy? Yeah.
And there's nothing weighing her down or anything like that?
Sorry.
There's nothing weighting her down?
I may have put a rock on top of her, but I'm not sure. That's
okay.
Okay. But nothing was tied around her that we pushed her. So tell us after you put her in the pond, what did you do?
as far as I remember, but please don't take me for granted.
Okay.
Because again, it's not really all together. I think I go back home as a to-go and got some stuff and then some lining up with the hotel.
So you go back home, you know what you picked up at the house?
I think I'm all
You pick up your wallet?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You know where you parked when you came back home? You pulled back into the driveway, into the garage, or did you leave the drive?
I believe I was in the driveway.
Up in the driveway? Okay. What door did you use? Did you go through the garage to the side door in there? Okay. So you go inside, you grab your wallet, you grab anything else?
Probably whiskey.
Some more whiskey? Okay.
I'm not sure. Again, I just continue to drink throughout the whole time.
Okay.
As far as that is concerned.
And then what did you do?
I'm sure again, somehow I ended up in the hospital. I really don't remember how I got there.
Is there anything else you want to say, Harry?
I'm so sorry, but I really loved her. I saw me not figure this thing out. I really saw me too. She was so angry the whole evening. I don't understand. Sorry. I don't know.
Harry.
I'm sorry.
Those marks on you, Harry, was it bushes and stuff you went through? Is that what it was that you scraped up?
Yeah, bushes were in the pond, yes.
Right there? Yeah. The pond is dark. You don't think anybody saw you?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Could be.
You had to pull off inside the street there to get out?
Drove all the way to the garage.
Oh, you drove to the garage?
To like the garage of one of the houses?
Then again, it was an empty yours.
Oh, you knew it was empty?
Yeah, it's for sale instead. Yeah.
I believe. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe.
When was the last time you guys looked at those houses?
Must have been 2 years ago.
2 years ago, yeah. They still didn't sell them all yet? Or they kept building?
One and didn't sell the other one. I'm not sure where. I believe, again, maybe I'm wrong.
Harry, you said she was in the front seat. She was in the front seat?
Sorry?
She was in the front seat, you said?
Yes. Why?
I'm sorry?
Why?
Oh, no, you have to know where you put her in the vehicle.
Anything else at all, Harry, you want to say or what?
I'm sorry.
Yes, sure. Okay.
Harry, you knew she was deceased when you put her in the pond, right?
What's that?
You knew she was dead when you put her in the pond, right? I'm sorry?
I panicked in that moment. I didn't want her dead. No, I had to cut my dog. And I said, shit.
Well, we believe that. You're not a criminal.
Shit. Shit. I didn't want that. I didn't. I was not. I didn't want it.
Just to, make sure we get it right. You think you were in the bed? Next to the bed? What's happened?
Did you call anybody after, Harry? Tell them what you did?
remember a text message, I suppose, that's it.
Okay.
I don't know.
So you don't remember talking to anybody else after this?
No. I just wanted to hide it all and disappear.
You're obviously very sorry for what you did. The state found you in.
Harry, is that pond, is it all surrounded by that brush? I cut you off, is there a lot of that brush?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. On that part. Definitely that part, yeah.
But the water is behind the house that's for sale. It's like part of the same property. It's like house for sale. You remember the color of the house? No.
Yeah. Kind of whitish.
Okay. Light color. So when you walk down, you were in the driveway, you had to walk around what, the right or the left side of the house? Oh, the driveway's not directly in front.
It's the house and the garage this way, and then stop here, look out, and walk right down to the pond.
Okay. Anything else, sir?
This phone bill, I was there, Harry, is there anything that we didn't discuss here that you think we should know? That we missed?
So,
Are there any details that we missed that you think that we should know?
Anything we might find out later that we might have questions about? Or two?
Okay, 8:59 p.m. on Saturday, May 16, 2020. We're going to terminate the meeting.
Sergeant Kotkowski, the defendant provided you with some directions towards the end of his statement. What, if anything, did you do with regard to those directions after the statement?
So I called Sergeant John Fanning.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to just keep your voice up just a little bit. Hold on. And who was Sergeant John Fanning?
He was a supervisor in the State Police Detective Unit in Norfolk County.
And where was he at the point that you called him?
I believe he was at the Dover Police Station, but I'm not sure about that.
Okay. And did you provide those directions to Sergeant Fanning?
I did.
And during the interview, you discussed woods on multiple occasions in the interview. Why was that?
Well, there was an emergency ping for Katie's cell phone, and it was pinging in the woods. So that was the only lead we had at the time, and we assumed that she or her phone may be in the woods.
Ms. Gilman, could you please show exhibit number 54 at this time, if we have the lights off?
Ms. Beatty, can you have the jurors just pass the binders down?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Sergeant Kotkowski, what is shown in exhibit number 54?
That's the defendant's, I believe it's his left foot.
And who took this photograph?
I took that photograph with my cell phone.
All right. And that's what we heard during the statement. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Could we have exhibit number 55, please? What is in 55?
That's the defendant's lower right leg.
And could we have 56, please? What is in 56?
Another photo of the defendant's right foot, the bottom of his right leg.
57, please, Ms. Gilman. And what is that?
A photo of the defendant's left hand and arm.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, is there any way to make them a little bit bigger, or is that going to then... Okay. And could you go down just a little bit? I should have been clearer the other way. Thank you. Okay. And could we have 58, please? And what is in exhibit number 58?
That's a photo of the defendant's left hand, palm, and wrist.
Thank you. Could we have exhibit number 59? And what's in 59?
That's a photo of the defendant's right hand.
Ms. Gilman, can you zoom in a little bit, please? And then can you move it down a little bit? Thank you. And could we have exhibit 60, please? What's in exhibit number 60?
That's a photo of the defendant's right hand, palm, wrist.
Okay, and can we have exhibit 61? And what is that a photograph of?
It's a photo of the left side of the defendant's head.
Okay, and exhibit number 62. And what's in exhibit number 62?
That's a photo of the defendant's left forehead.
And did you take all of these photographs in 54 through 62 with your cell phone?
I did.
At a later point in time, did you arrange to have somebody else take photographs?
Yes.
And who was that?
That was a trooper from Crime Scene Services.
Okay. And did he or she take photographs with a camera?
Yes, he did.
Sorry, could I have the lights back down? Could we have exhibit number 70, please, Ms. Gilman? And what is that photograph?
That's a photo of the defendant's left side of his forehead.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of how his forehead looked on May 16th of 2020?
Yes.
Could we have 71, please? And what is in 71?
That's a photo of the right side of the defendant's head.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of his, what you saw on his forehead on the 16th?
Yes.
Could we please have 72? What is 72?
That's a photo of the defendant's right hand.
Right. Can you zoom in just a little bit, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. And there's a ruler in there. Where's the ruler from?
That's from the trooper from Crime Scene Services.
Okay. And is that typical that they use a ruler when they take photographs?
Yes.
Could we please have 73, please? And what is 73?
That's a photo of the defendant's left arm.
And could we have 74, please? And what's in 74?
I believe that's a close-up photo of the defendant's left arm, some scratches.
Okay. And does that one have a ruler?
Yes, it does.
Could we have 75, please? And what's in exhibit number 75?
I believe that's the defendant's left wrist.
Okay. And there's some black marking on his hand in this picture. Is that fair to say?
That is.
What is that?
That's fingerprint ink.
Okay. And could we please have number 76? What's that?
That's a photo of the defendant's knees.
Okay. Could we please have exhibit number 77? What is exhibit number 77?
A photo of maybe the defendant's right arm. I'm not sure if it's right or left arm, but I think the right arm.
And could we have exhibit 78, please? What's on exhibit number 78?
A photo of the defendant's left ankle.
Could we have exhibit 79, please? What's exhibit number 79?
A photo of the defendant's left foot.
Okay, and exhibit number 80, please? What is in exhibit number 80?
I believe that's the defendant's right arm.
And could we have exhibit number 81, please? What's in 81?
It's a photo of the defendant's left foot.
And could we have Exhibit 82, please? What is in Exhibit 82?
That's a photo of the defendant's right leg.
And could we have Exhibit number 83, please? Are you able to tell what body part Exhibit 83 is?
I'm not, no.
Is there a ruler in that photograph as well?
There is.
And Exhibit number 84. What is in Exhibit 84?
A photo of the defendant's shin.
And could we have Exhibit number 85, please? Can you describe what's in Exhibit 85?
I believe that's another photo of the defendant's shin.
Could we have 86, please? What's Exhibit number 86?
That's a photo of the defendant's kneecap.
And could we have 87, please? What's in Exhibit 87?
I'm not sure what body part that is, if it's an arm or a leg.
Anything that you were asking the trooper to memorialize in that picture?
Yes, any scrape or cut, yeah.
Okay. And was that generally the purpose of taking these photographs?
It was.
I'm sorry, I can't see. Is that 87? Okay, thank you. Could I have Exhibit 88, please? And what is contained in Exhibit number 88?
A photo, I believe, of the defendant's leg.
Okay, thank you. Can you have the lights back on, please? Thank you. So subsequent to May 15th and 16th, did you apply for any search warrants?
I did.
And what search warrant did you apply for?
I applied for and was granted a search warrant for the defendant's clothing and belongings from Norwood Hospital.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Some items together with a bag that have been marked Exhibit number 290. Can you just take out? Yeah, is it okay? Sergeant, stand up. Yes. Can you take out the contents? What is that?
These are the defendant's jeans.
Okay. And is there anything in the jeans?
There's a belt attached.
Okay. All right. And do you recognize these?
Yes, I do.
Did you collect these?
Yes, I did.
Where did you collect these from?
From Norwood Hospital.
Okay. So if we could put them back in the bag. Sergeant, is there any writing on the outside of that bag?
There is.
What writing generally is contained on the outside of the bag?
Date of location, who collected it, description of what's inside the bag, and from where.
Okay. And are there any names on the bag?
Yes, there is.
Whose names are on the bag?
My name is on the bag.
Okay. And is that writing yours as well?
It is.
Okay. Just take that. Okay, and then you take out.
That's okay, that's fine. I have examined all the exhibits. I don't have to examine them at this point, Judge. I'm satisfied with no objection.
And these were admitted by agreement?
Yes.
showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 289. Can you please take that out
Nora, may I stand?
and hold it up?
Yes, you can stand.
And what is that?
This is a white T-shirt or white shirt.
Okay. And is it your understanding, how did the clothes come to be in that condition? You can put it back in the bag.
The clothes are likely cut from the EMTs.
Okay. And could we play exhibit number 278 at this time, please, Ms. Gilman?
Which date would you like?
The 15th. Can I just have a minute, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, and can you play the second video, please? Just pause it for a second, Ms. Gilman. Sergeant Kotkowski, is there a time that's on the video?
There is.
What is it?
It's approximately 5:30 a.m.
And do you have an understanding about the accuracy of the timestamp on this video?
The timestamp is off by about 7 minutes.
And what is your understanding about what these two clips are?
So that's video surveillance from the Residence Inn Hotel in Dedham of the defendant walking into the hotel.
Okay. Can you please continue playing? Okay, I could have the lights back on, please. What, if anything, did you do on Sunday, May 17th of 2020 in connection with this investigation?
I spoke to Dr. Matthews from the medical examiner's office.
And on Tuesday, May 19th, what, if anything, did you do?
Myself and Detective Lavery from the Dover Police, we conducted an additional neighborhood canvass of the home in Valley Road and the pond.
And throughout the end of May and June, what, if anything, else did you do?
I participated in additional interviews of witnesses.
And then various persons have spoken with police and the prosecution throughout the last 5 years. Has it been your responsibility to document those statements?
Yes.
In directing your attention now to the spring of 2021, the end of March, what, if anything, did you do?
So I believe it was March 19th, I collected a DNA sample from the defendant.
And can you explain how you did that?
It was a saliva sample.
And so how does one collect a saliva sample?
So essentially, the kit it's basically like a lollipop stick, and you swab the inside of someone's mouth to collect their saliva. And then you transfer that saliva onto a piece of paper and give that to the lab.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do with the saliva sample that you took from Dr. Carter?
I brought it to the State Police Crime Lab.
Just a minute, please.
Yes.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Attorney Rennerton.
How long have you been a homicide detective, sir?
I was in homicide from July of 2016 to till last January.
And prior to that, what did you do for the state police?
I was assigned to field services in uniform on patrol.
So prior to being on patrol, obviously you have to go to the academy, right?
That's correct.
When you're in the academy, you learn things, you study from manuals, you have instructors, things of that nature, right?
Correct.
One of the things you learn would be how to perform, if you will, a crime scene investigation, correct?
I can't recall that particular class, but I'm sure we...
How can you be a detective specializing in homicide and not recall a class on a crime scene examination?
I'm just not certain at this moment that when I was in the academy I had a class geared towards a homicide investigation. Okay. I don't recall that. It may have happened, but I don't recall it.
How about afterwards, once you graduate from the academy and you become a trooper, do you have continuing education classes that you attended to?
Yes, I've attended some classes.
Okay. Crime scene investigation?
I'm not sure I've attended that particular course called crime scene investigation.
All right. So, in any event, sir, you were assigned to Michael Morrissey's office, Norfolk County District Attorney, at the time frame of May of 2020, right?
I was assigned, yes, that's correct.
And you had been working in Morrissey's office for how long?
I started there in July of 2016.
So about 4 years, right?
Yes.
And Fanning was your supervisor?
Yes.
So when you initially were assigned to this investigation, the first thing you did was get intelligence, if you will, from the other officers that had been already involved with the beginning stages of the investigation.
The first thing I did was spoke to Sergeant Fanning on the phone about this case.
All right, and Sergeant Fanning told you basically what he had and what his understanding was, a missing person, right?
That's correct.
Possibility of interviewing people that might know her location.
Yes.
What was the next thing you did? You went to talk to Dover Police?
So the next thing I did, I went to the Dover Police, yes.
All right. And when you went to the Dover Police, you spoke with them about the circumstances that, if any, evidence or observations that they had obtained, right?
There was probably several conversations about what was going on at the police station.
And you know that there were a number of other departments involved, the Dedham Police, the Dover Police, the Medfield Police, they were all involved in looking for this individual McLean, correct?
Yes.
You know that there was a ping that had been utilized to try to locate her cell phone, right?
Yes, there was a ping.
You know that ultimately where her cell phone was located was right in the bedroom, right?
Yes.
But the pings were going off all over the place. They were going off in the woods, they were going off behind the house, they were going off in a neighboring property, right?
I don't know exactly where the pings were going, but I know they were going in the wooded area around her home.
So they actually had dogs, you know, the canine dogs going in the woods because tracking down the pings that were coming out of the woods. You're aware of that, right?
Yes.
At some point, sir, you're aware that the police went into the house itself, Harry's house located in Dover, right?
At some point I was made aware of that. I'm not sure when, but I wasn't made aware of that.
All right, and by the way, in your beginning of your testimony, you told the jury that you are the lead investigator in this case, right?
That's correct.
All right, so as the lead investigator of the case, you're the apex guy. In other words, everything that anybody below you has done, you're aware of, you try to be aware of, and have notes and have documents that you've been able to review and get up to speed, right?
Yes.
So, which police departments were involved prior to your involvement with the state police, you know?
I believe the Dedham Police were involved and the Dover Police were involved.
How about Medfield?
Medfield was involved. I'm not sure if I had known that at that moment, but I know they were involved, yes.
So, in your investigation, you determined that the house in Dover was owned by Gary Tuerk, right?
Yes.
And in the course of the investigation, you learned that at some point he actually signed a deed transferring title to Kathleen McLean, right?
At some point. I don't recall exactly when, but yes.
So, in the course of the investigation, sir, did you determine that when he signed the deed that it was ultimately recorded on a particular date?
I believe it was.
I mean, that was an investigation, wasn't it?
Are you talking about the very first night of the investigation?
No, I'm talking about you being the apex guy. You're on top of the investigation. You're in charge of the investigation. You know that this house was located in Dover and it was owned by Harry Tuerk, right?
Yes.
You know at some point that Harry Tuerk had a relationship with Kathleen McLean, right?
Yes.
You know that at some point, do you know when that Kathleen McLean and Harry Tuerk met, sir, as the lead investigator? If I suggest to you that it was in November of 2017 that they met online, will that refresh your memory?
I know they met online on the dating app Bumble. I'm not sure exactly. Yes.
Okay. So, November to December, January, February, March, 5 months. 5 months later, Kathleen McLean and her 3 children moved into his home, right?
Yes.
And you know that prior to that, he was living by himself, he was living alone, right?
I'm not sure of that.
You know what he did for work, you know he was a physician.
I did know that.
He worked in Boston.
I did know that.
You know, he had a lot of the guy toys, he had motorcycles, he had ATVs, things of that nature. You know he had all that stuff, right?
I'm not sure that I knew he had ATVs or what all that stuff. I don't know what you mean by all that stuff.
Okay, well, I mean, he was living a life, he was a single man who was a professional of some repute in Boston, right?
He was a professional doctor in Boston. Yes, I did know that.
Quite successful in his field, right? He was the chief of urology, right?
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay. And in the course of the investigation, you knew that at some point he met McLean on Bumble, and then 5 months later she moved in with her children into his house, right?
I know she moved into the house with her children. I'm not sure 5 months, that could be accurate. I'm not saying it's not.
Would that be important to know the timeline of the relationship between the person, you know, McLean and Harry Tuerk?
I think we established a pretty good timeline in the interview.
I'm sorry?
I think we established a pretty good timeline in the interview.
You did?
I think so.
In the timeline in the interview, sir, did you determine that from March of 18, when they moved into his home, that it would be December of 19 that Harry and Kathleen got married in Las Vegas? Did you know that?
Yes.
Track that down and get the documents from Las Vegas to show the drive-thru thing with Elvis Presley and all that stuff and the license. Did you get that?
No.
Okay, do you know when they got married and the circumstances of them getting married?
I believe he told me he got married in Vegas.
Okay, he got married in Vegas. Do you know who obtained the license?
No.
Do you know who put in the application for the license?
No.
Do you know when they got the license?
No.
Did you know that initially in the course of their relationship in August of 2019 they were going to be getting married?
No.
Did you know that he canceled the wedding on her and she was quite upset about it?
I don't believe I knew that, no.
So did you determine at some point that they went to Las Vegas in December of 2019, right? You're nodding your head.
Yes.
Okay. You just have to say yes to the record. So why did they go out there, other than the subsidiary issue of getting married in the Elvis Chapel?
I don't know.
Did you know that he was a speaker at an international conference about aging at the Bellagio Hotel?
No.
Did you ask anybody to determine why they were there? Or was it just like, okay, fine, they went out and they get married, big deal, right?
I didn't investigate their marriage, no.
All right. So in any event, you guessed that they got married, and then once they got married, they came back and resumed their life, if you will, in the house located in Dover, right?
Yes.
And her 3 kids were there, right?
Yes.
So during that, and you knew from interviewing people that it was very important to Ms. McLean that her children and that she be allowed to reside in Dover. They liked Dover, it was good schools and all that stuff, right?
I mean, that's a fair statement, yes.
You know, sir, that after they came back from being married in December of 19, that it was, and I think I've been saying 4 to 5 months in the course of the trial, it was about 5 weeks later that he went and consulted with attorney Mary LaCivita. 5 weeks to get a divorce, right?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Nope.
You're the lead guy. You're the apex investigator. You don't even know when he went to see a lawyer for a divorce 5 weeks after he got married?
Objection is to form.
Okay, it's sustained.
You know that he saw a lawyer?
I know he had a lawyer, yes.
Okay, and who was it?
I'm not sure.
Was it a divorce lawyer?
I believe he told me in the interview that he was communicating with Katie through divorce attorneys.
You mentioned in general that what we just heard, that they went back and forth negotiating issues through lawyers. Was the status of their relationship, you know, you watch Crime and Order and SVU and stuff like that on TV, the relationship of a homicide victim and her boyfriend or husband or whoever would be important, right?
Yes.
Did you investigate that relationship?
I learned about their relationship through interviews with witnesses.
Okay. So you determined, sir, that, and ultimately you were aware that they get divorced 5 weeks later, right?
I'm not sure if 5 weeks is the accurate time. It probably is if you have it there, but
No. When it was that he signed the deed to the property?
no.
Do you know when it was that he retained the attorney that represented him in the divorce, Mary Lucivina?
No.
Do you know that she had sent him an email confirming in January, the end of January, the fact that he had retained her as his divorce lawyer to divorce McLean? Did you know that she sent him an email?
I don't think I knew about the email.
Is it important, sir, to know that she went on his emails and saw that day, like January 31st, and went to court like the next day to get a restraining order?
Is it important?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's important or not in this case.
So in any event, you know that she went and obtained a restraining order. As a result of the restraining order, he was ordered out of his house, correct?
He was.
She stayed in the house with the 3 children, right?
Yes.
He had to pay for the house, the mortgage, the taxes, electric, telephone, everything, right?
I'm not sure if he's saying the defendant had to pay for all these bills.
So this is at the height of the pandemic we're talking about.
Yes, it is.
And we all recall, people wearing masks and hiding in their homes, and all of us being afraid and thinking we're going to die and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
It's called, the governor's coined phrases called shelter in place, where you're supposed to stay where?
Indoors.
What?
Indoors?
Indoors, like a house, right? Like a safe place, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now Harry is, in the beginning of February, out of the house, and where does he go?
He ended up going to Florida.
Well, what did he do before he went to Florida?
He stayed with a friend, I believe, in Dover.
And that would be Charlie Lax.
Yes.
And he stayed with Charlie for, what, a couple of weeks?
I'm not exactly sure of the timeline.
He had to leave and he went to Boston, right?
He did.
Well, he was in Boston, he was in like a bedroom of another friend's house for a period of time, correct?
I know he was staying in Boston. I'm not sure what the setup was, but I know he was staying.
Did you interview any of the people, to find out what his state of mind was, where he was living, what he was doing, anything?
No.
Did you know, sir, that the Board of Trustees in Boston wanted him to leave the building because he was not a leased owner of the building, and Richie Kovitz is the name of his friend, had to tell him to leave? Did you know that?
No.
You know, he then ultimately, with nowhere to go, went to Florida because he had a friend that had a trailer and allowed him to live in his trailer.
He told me that.
Okay. Who, Harry?
Yes.
And when did he tell you that?
During the interview on that Saturday.
The interview we heard?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you know where it was in Florida that he stayed in the trailer?
He did tell me, but I forget at the moment. But
you know how long he was in Florida?
I don't.
So during the period of time that he was in Florida, sir, come to your investigation that the negotiations were going on between Harry Tuerk and Kathleen McLean, right?
That's when he was telling me he was communicating with her through the attorneys, I believe.
And the negotiations were pertaining to basically money, right? Financial things.
I'm not sure.
The guy was married for 5 weeks. They got lawyers, and they're going to get divorced, right? Yes?
Yes.
When you spoke to Vanessa Pettigrew, you spoke to her, right?
I did.
Vanessa Pettigrew told you that there was an issue of whether or not he would sign a post-nup. But if he signed the post-nup, everything was good, right?
I'm not sure. I'd have to see that report to refresh my memory.
Well, how about a post-nup? Was there a post-nup?
I'm not sure.
Did you ever ask anybody or find out from anybody that there was a post-nup where Kathleen McLean demanded $100,000 up front plus that he paid for her attorney's fees and everything else?
No.
Did you ever determine that she wanted on the deed to the property?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
She wanted her name on the deed. It was his house. She wanted 5 weeks of marriage. She wanted on the deed.
I don't know.
So did he sign a deed, do you know, at some point and put her name on the deed?
I believe that the day of the incident, there was supposed to be a deed, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe he did sign a deed.
Okay. Excuse me. So I'm approaching you with M for identification, sir, and asking, excuse me, if you can identify what this is, if you know.
Well, it's titled Quit Claim Deed.
And who are the parties on the deed, if you know the names?
I see the name Ingolf Tuerk.
And for consideration paid in full consideration of less than $100, grants to Ingolf Tuerk and who?
Can you just point to where you're...
Sure, sorry.
Oh, Kathleen McLean. I was looking down there.
Yeah, no problem. As tenants by the entirety because they're married, correct?
Correct.
Now, this deed was to Valley Road, right?
Correct.
And it was signed on April 29th, 2020, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I would offer this for you.
No objection. There's a smaller one in evidence as well, but that's fine too.
That's fine. You can mark that.
The 292.
Thank you.
292?
Yes, you're right.
Thank you.
Is it a fair statement, sir, that you, as the lead investigator, do not know pretty much anything about what Harry Tuerk was doing while he was in Florida as it relates to getting a job in Germany, moving to Germany, or Ohio, or anywhere? You don't know anything about that, right?
I believe you...
Overruled. He may answer it.
I believe he told me about Germany in the interview.
Okay, he mentioned the fact about going to Germany. Did you follow through on that? Did you ask him what that means, going to Germany?
I believe he did. I think he told me it was for work.
And he had a job offer out of Germany.
I'm pretty sure that's what he said, yes.
Go to Germany.
Yes.
Kathleen McLean was not happy with that, right?
Yes, he told me that.
He didn't want to go to Germany.
Yes, yes.
There was an issue about selling the house. That Kathleen McLean wanted to stay in the house with the children, correct?
I'm not sure if there's an issue about selling the house, but I think it's fair to say she wanted to stay in the house.
One of the issues was what the time frame would be as far as selling the house, and he told you in that interview that he didn't care. She could stay there with the kids until they're done with school and then sell the house, right?
I don't recall that part of the conversation, but
all right.
I'm not denying that you said it.
As you were investigating the case, you went into the house, into the kitchen, up the stairs, and into the bedroom, right?
I mean, I went throughout the house. I'm not sure that's the path I took the very first time I went in the house.
Garage.
Yes.
And you went into the garage, and you go up a little flight of stairs, and you go into like a little ante-room or a mudroom or something, and then you go into the kitchen. You remember that?
I believe that's correct.
And when you went there, sir, other officers were with you?
Yes.
You determined and took photographs of the area, correct?
Photographs were taken, correct.
You ultimately went upstairs and you noticed that the door to the master bedroom was smashed, right?
The door was broken, correct.
Okay. And you know, sir, that was broken as a result of law enforcement action, correct?
Correct.
In other words, it wasn't a matter that Harry was in a rage, kicked the door in or something. That was the police officers that used what's called the Halligan bar, which the firefighters use to force things, right?
That's correct.
And when you went in there and you made that observation, sir, that would be, call up 282, please, exhibit 282. So, approaching you with this. Exhibit 282.
Okay.
That's a fair depiction right there on the screen, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, that depiction on the screen shows exactly where the police officer, whoever it was, actually forced the door into the bedroom to get into the bedroom, correct?
Correct.
Once you get into the bedroom, you were able to make observations of the bed itself, right?
Correct.
283. And when you made the observation, Exhibit 283, you saw the bed, you saw the bedclothes on the floor, right?
Correct.
You saw what appeared to be a round spot of blood in the dead center middle of the bed, correct?
Correct.
That's the area of the bed, and Harry indicated to you that night that they had sex that night, right?
He said they had sex, correct?
Okay. He also indicated to you, sir, that it was in this bedroom that's depicted on 283 that the argument occurred in the area of the bed, right?
That's what he said, yes.
You asked him if it was on the bed, if it was near the bed, and his response was in the area of the bed, right?
Correct.
Basically, not on the bed itself, but on the floor, in front of the bed, right?
I don't know that to be true.
So when you went into the bedroom, sir, you made observations of the floor, right?
Yes.
You saw the broken glass on the floor, right?
I did.
And you observed the broken glass all over the floor that looked as though it was shattered, and that was in the front of the end of the bed. I forget what you call it, the end board.
I know what you mean, but yes, in the front, yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Now, there was also a broken glass that was on a piece of furniture. This would be Exhibit 284, right?
That's correct.
And that was picked up by a police officer and put up on the desk or on that piece of furniture, right?
I'm not sure about that.
Well, who put it there?
I don't know.
Did you ask any of the cops that were working for you who put it there? Because they went in first, you're aware.
Yes.
And they're all running around looking for whether or not they're looking for the pinging phone, right?
That's what they were doing, yes.
Dog there, right?
I'm not sure if there was a dog there, but they were looking for Katie.
Well, I understand they were looking for Katie, but I'm asking you, sir, about the circumstances of the broken glass that was shattered, and it was all over the floor, and there's one chunk of it that's up, and it shows by Exhibit 4, is on the piece of furniture, right?
That's correct.
Now, you don't know who placed that glass there?
I don't.
Do you know how many police officers were involved in the entry into that bedroom area?
I don't.
So, when you, in the course of the investigation, go to the hospital, you learn in the academy that one of the things that's important is when you're interrogating a citizen or a person who's a suspect in a crime, there are a number of things that you want to be aware of, correct? In other words, you want to be aware of their state of mind.
Correct.
Are they aware? Are they out of it? Are they sleepy? Are they drunk? Stoned? Anything, right?
Yes.
So the first thing you would do is you have a conference with, I guess, the medical staff, right?
I had a conversation with Alish, Wilkkey.
All right. And the conversation with her took place on what date?
On May 16th.
And it was your understanding that you had permission to speak to Harry Tuerk, right?
Yes.
And you indicated to the jurors that you saw him walk into the room, the family room, I think it's referred, and sit down, I guess, to talk to you guys, right?
That's correct.
Now, did you know when he was admitted to the hospital?
He was admitted the previous day around 10 a.m., maybe a little after 10 a.m.
And when he was admitted to the hospital, and after they do their triage and they do their initial evaluations, what was the observation or determination of the medical staff as to his condition when he was admitted to the hospital the day before?
When he was admitted to the hospital, he was unresponsive. I'm not sure what further.
Unresponsive?
I don't know the answer to that.
You don't know. Was he on drugs?
I don't know.
How about alcohol? Did you know that he was practically dead from alcohol?
Just objection as to form.
Sustained. Well, do you know that he had any effect of alcohol at all on this person?
At that time, no.
What about at any time?
I recently learned he had a high blood alcohol content, but at that...
In other words, now you were a road trooper, right?
I was.
You're familiar with stopping people for drunk driving charges, right?
Correct.
You're familiar with the breathalyzer?
Yes.
Familiar with blood testing?
Yes.
You know that when they take blood from a hospital that it's called serum blood as opposed to whole blood, right?
Yes.
You know there's a conversion factor that's involved. In other words, you've got to convert the serum level into what is called whole blood level for the breathalyzer conversion, right? So a 226 serum blood level is about a 0.40, which is like almost borderline dead, right? To your
I'm not sure of that calculation. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I don't know.
All right. Did you know he had a 226 blood alcohol when he went into the hospital?
At that time? No, I did not know that. Yes, I recently learned that, but I did not know that at that time.
And did you determine, sir, and when was it recently? Was it a couple of days ago? Somebody show you the medical records?
It was today.
Today? So
yes.
When you looked at the medical records today, sir, were you able to determine that it was noted that he was a high suicide risk?
I did not know that.
That in fact he was comatose and was in a coma from alcohol when he was first admitted to the hospital, and when he finally regained consciousness, that's when you guys came in and talked to him, right?
We came and talked to him around 5 p.m. the following day.
Sure. Now, the notification in the hospital records would indicate what's called acute alcohol poisoning. You understand, you know what that means, right?
I do.
You made observations of the Glenfiddich Scotch bottle that was in the... Did you go to the hotel, by the way?
I only went to the hotel to drop off the search warrants on the way to 29 Valley Road in Dover to do that search warrant.
Okay, so the answer is yes, you went to the hotel.
I didn't go inside the hotel. I just went to the parking lot of the hotel and handed them a search warrant and kept going.
You know, sir, that there was a bottle of Scotch that was empty in the bedroom of the hotel room?
I believe I knew there was alcohol in the Jeep at that time.
Alcohol in the Jeep?
And I may have known at the time too that there was alcohol in the hotel room.
You know what was in the hotel room? Yes, you don't know.
At this moment, I can't. I probably knew at that time, but I just.
You might have forgotten. Okay. In any event, sir, you also noted in the property, the Dover property, that there were a number of alcohol glasses and martini glasses and alcohol bottles in the kitchen and in the area of the living room, right?
I don't recall that at the moment.
Do you have, at any moment, a recall of all of these items in the house?
Are we at 29 Valley or the Residence Inn?
The Valley.
Oh, 29 Valley.
The house in Dover.
Okay.
Yeah, pull up 106. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
That's the kitchen, right?
That's correct.
Okay, the living room. Recognize that, sir? That's the living room?
I do.
Thank you. Take that down. You put the lights on. One of the things is that you interviewed some people. I think you told the jury that you had occasion to interview potential witnesses, such as Vanessa Pettigrew, right?
I interviewed her that day, correct?
And Vanessa Pettigrew, one of the things is that you showed us that she signed an authorization for you guys to get access to her phone, find out, like, by way of a phone dump, texts, photos, emails, things of that nature, right?
Correct.
And then you talked to Kurt. Remember Kurt?
I do.
And you indicated to the jury that you had occasion to talk to Kurt, and that Kurt signed a form authorizing you guys to get access to his phone for purposes of a phone dump, to get his text messages, cell phone documentation, records, and emails, photographs, right?
Correct.
And he signed that, right?
He did.
And did you determine, sir, that... let me ask you this. How many text messages did you get off of Kurt's phone?
I don't know the answer to that.
Why not?
You asked me for a number of text messages on his phone?
Like about 6.
What's that?
They're like 6 messages.
Okay.
Well, when you go to somebody as the lead investigator and you ask them to sign a document that allows you to get access to the cell phone, to do the phone dump and try to get do you ask them whether or not they deleted text messages?
I'm not sure if I asked him that.
Did you know whether or not Kurt, for example, had any type of a relationship, let's say, different than that of a friend with Ms. McLean?
Just objection as to form.
Sustain in that form.
Did you ever talk to Kurt about whether or not he had an affair with McLean?
No.
Did you ever ask Kurt whether or not he deleted text messages on his phone?
I did not.
Do you know that Kurt, in fact, that there were over 5,374 text messages on his phone that were deleted?
I did not know that.
So when you spoke with Kurt, you basically asked him about the text that he had received from Harry saying to the effect of, she's a double brother, she, duped us all, and I'm sorry, and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
And you spoke to Kurt about that, right?
I did.
And Kurt indicated that he was a good friend of Harry's, right?
He said he was a friend of Harry and Katie's, yes.
Okay. Did he say that he was a good friend of Harry's?
He said he was friends with the two of them.
Friends with the two of them?
Yes.
And when you were talking with Kurt, you asked him, I imagine, about that text that he received at 4:31 in the morning.
I'm sure I did.
Did you ask Harry about the text when you were talking to him in the hospital?
Well, yes, we told him about the text a couple times.
Send that text to Kurt.
Why did he?
Yeah.
I think he felt bad for what he did.
No, not what you think. What did he tell you? You just told the jury that you asked him about it, that he made a statement to you in the interrogation at the hospital. What did he tell you about the text to Kurt? Why he did it?
I think he said he didn't remember doing it.
Okay. One of the things that you're concerned about as a detective is when you're speaking with someone, their physical condition as well as their condition by way of alcohol or drugs or mental illness, right?
Yes.
I'm going to approach you with a photograph, sir, and ask if you, this would be L for ID. L for ID. Excuse me. Have you ever seen that photograph before, sir?
I believe I have.
When was that taken?
I believe that was taken after the interview.
After the interview?
I believe so.
All right. Head off of this, please, Judge. Can you pull it up?
No objection.
All right, is there something on the other side as well?
Yeah, well, I can ask you about that.
Is that a yes?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Judge. It is. That's also a picture of Harry's head, correct?
That is.
And that would be the left side of his head, like over here, right?
Yes.
Now.
All right, as one exhibit, two sides?
Yes, please.
No objection?
No, thank you.
That'll be exhibit 293, formerly L for identification.
Now, one of the things that you did is you noted that he had, obviously it indicated to you at some point that he was struck by glass, and then further into the interview he indicated he was struck by something in his head, right?
That's correct.
Did you ask him if he suffered any injury to his head?
No.
Did you have occasion to observe any injury to his head?
I saw the mark on top of, I believe, the right side of his head. I think I photographed that.
Okay, so what's depicted there would be the left side of his head, right?
That's correct.
Now, in your police reports, or one of your reports, you indicated that it appeared as though he had a bruise to the left side of his head, but it's not the left side of his head, it was the right side of his head, right?
I mean, that's the left side of his head, and I see
Those
it.
are like little birthmarks. He still has them right here as we're sitting here today.
Okay.
Those little marks on the left side of his head.
I'm not a doctor. I don't know. That looks like a mark on his head there, to me.
Did he tell you where he was struck on his head?
No. I don't believe he did.
Really? So you're investigating a homicide, experienced guy, head of the whole investigation. You've got the person that's making a full statement to you tells you that he was struck by glass or something. You don't pursue that? You don't ask him that? Anything further about that? Where did it happen?
Objection as to form.
Overruled.
I'm not sure I asked him where exactly that occurred.
Okay. At some point, did anybody ask him where it occurred? The case being objective.
I don't think so. I think we assumed it happened, during their argument.
You assumed?
Yes.
So let's assume then that there was an argument, and the argument was in the bedroom?
Possibly, or downstairs.
It's a homicide case, sir. You're the lead investigator. You're telling us possibly, maybe, you think? You don't know?
He told me the incident happened in the bedroom.
Did he tell you the circumstances about her holding his cell phone in a rage and screaming at him about communicating with a woman named Kate Kelly?
He did mention that part of their argument.
And did he indicate to you that he and Kate Kelly were friends that go back like 17 years?
He did mention that they were friends, and I think he told me that he had performed surgery on Kate Kelly's dad.
Okay. Did he tell you that she was holding his cell phone and showing him the text message with Kate Kelly while she's holding the drink, and he was on his knees on the floor? Did he tell you that?
No.
Did you ask him any conversation that occurred before being struck by the glass? Did she say anything to him?
I think we did ask him if she was saying things to him. Yes. Okay. Yes, we did.
Excellent. Outstanding. What's your memory?
Objection.
Sustained.
What's your memory that what?
I think he said that she called him motherfucker and something else.
Okay.
I think that's what he told me.
And did he indicate to you that in the course of that exchange that she smashed him in the head with the glass?
No.
Did he indicate that he was struck by the glass, or any glass?
He said he was hit with an object, I believe. He wasn't sure if it was a glass.
Okay. So in the very beginning, and we have the transcript, in the very beginning, sir, he indicates that he was struck by a glass. It was in the course of the further questioning that he says, I'm not sure, it was glass or something. Is that fair?
The second half I know is fair, yes. I'm not sure if he said glass the first time.
All right, so as a homicide investigator, knowing that there's glass all over the bedroom floor, knowing that there's jagged glass up on that piece of furniture, what did you do to find out the circumstances of the glass becoming shattered on the floor?
I asked him multiple times if she hit him with a glass.
Okay. And in the course of your investigation, sir, one of the things that you noticed, I think you said, was the cut on the right side of the head, right?
Yes.
And that was photographed as well, correct?
Yes.
Now, I'm looking at photographs, sir, and asking, excuse me, if you can identify, is this a fair and accurate depiction of his head?
Yes.
Can you hold that?
Yep.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, it may be admitted.
Exhibit 295, excuse me, 294.
Can you pull up 294, Steve? See the right side of the head. All right. Now, Exhibit 294, is this where you noted, you see what looks like a scabrous thing? Is that what you noted the cut by his hairline, sir?
That's what I thought was a cut, yes.
Well, it was a cut. It wasn't that you thought it was a cut. It was a cut, wasn't it?
It looks like a cut to me.
Okay. And likewise, another photograph that you guys took with a different type of lighting shows the same area of the head, correct?
Correct.
All right, enough of that.
No objection.
All right, may be admitted.
Exhibit 295.
Did you ask him, or did he indicate to you in any detail how that actually happened? How he got that cut?
No.
Can you tell me why you guys would take a picture after the questioning while he's passed out or sleeping in the bed?
I didn't take that photograph.
Well, who did?
I'm assuming it's the trooper from Crime Scene Services.
Again, it's okay, but you're assuming, right?
Yes.
Well, you're the head guy. Did you tell him to take the picture?
That particular photo?
Yeah.
No.
Well, why did he take a picture of him after he talked to you guys? He's all wide awake and aware, ready to do a Fred Astaire tap dance.
Objection as to
Sustained.
form.
So, who took the picture of him and why?
Well, can we do one question at a time, please?
Who took the picture?
I believe that picture was taken from a trooper in crime scene services.
You know why?
That particular photo there, I don't know why.
What exhibit is that, Mr. Reddington, so we get clear record?
293.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Looking at Exhibit K for identification, sir, you made reference to injuries to his wrist, right?
Yes,
And you saw that, correct?
I did.
This is a fair and accurate depiction of the marks on his wrist.
They are.
Now, what about this, Your Honor?
No objection.
All right, maybe a minute.
So there's
296, formerly K for
There you go. Now, let's talk about the Jeep a little bit. The woman, the detective from Dedham. What was her name, Gonski?
That's correct.
So Detective Gonski was talking about, well, you know, the Jeep was parked pretty good in between the lines, and it looks to us as though you didn't have any difficulty parking the vehicle, right?
She said that, yes.
And that would be to basically say, okay, well, come on, man, you were fine. You pulled up to the hotel. You weren't intoxicated. You weren't inebriated. You had no difficulty driving the car, right?
That's fair, yes.
Can you pull up the vehicle pictures? Yeah. Okay, so that's the first picture of the white Jeep, right?
Correct.
Now, who owned that white Jeep?
I believe that.
Kate McLean's car. Kate McLean's car. Who owned that car?
I believe Ingolf owned the vehicle.
Yes, and he let her drive it, right?
I believe so, yes.
Just like he owned the Mercedes, correct?
Yes.
And in fact,
I believe so.
normally she would drive the Mercedes a lot, but lately he wanted her to ride she wanted to drive the Jeep, right?
That sounds right.
So that's the vehicle that's parked in between the two white lines next to the Residence Inn, right?
Correct.
You can see that it's parked to the right-hand side of the two white lines. You can do that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Next one. This one here is practically up on the sidewalk. You can see the tires crushing up against the sidewalk, right?
The tires are hitting the sidewalk, correct.
Are these marked exhibits?
Yeah, I believe they are.
All right, if,
What are they?
Yes. This.
It's 117? 116. 116?
all right.
116. Okay. This was 18. 118. And
No
the next one is one more. Again, depicting the vehicle parked in the parking area, correct? All right, thank you. Put the light on. Would you agree with me that in a lot of your questioning, Barry was, well, put it this way, he was pretty cooperative, right?
He was.
He's a gentleman.
He was.
He answered your questions, it appeared, to the best visibility, right?
I think so.
He had some memory issues, or he had some difficulty recalling some items, correct?
He told us that several times during the interview, correct?
By the way, you guys were gentlemen and very fair with him and very, calm and talking with him as well, right?
I think so, yes.
Basically just like a conversation effect, right?
Yes.
And there's no overbearing, techniques or anything, right?
Correct.
You were trying to be fair.
I think we were fair, yes.
Okay. He did ask what day was today. He didn't even know what day it was, right?
He did ask me that.
And also, he actually got McLean's name confused, the kids' names confused. They were McLean, and then he thought, no, they're not McLean, they're Roca. You remember that?
I do, but he corrected himself, so.
He what?
He corrected his statement.
Okay, so he had the mental acuity to recall that he was wrong when he said that it was McLean is the name, and then corrected that to say that, no, it's not McLean, it's Roca.
That's how I took it, yes.
Okay. When he makes the statement about the vehicle, strike that, when he makes the statement about being struck initially by the glass, well, the transcript will bear that out, and then further into the transcript, he's talking about something, right?
Yes.
It's fair to say that it's pretty clear that he was not trying to, oh my God, I got hit in the head with a drinks glass and it shattered and it's all over. He didn't say that, did he?
He did not.
He basically said on one occasion it was a glass, and after that he's like, something hit me in the head, right?
That's correct.
There was evidence of something hitting him in the head, right?
Yes, he had a cut on his head.
Evidence of broken glass all over the bedroom floor, right?
That's correct.
And he indicated that when you guys asked whether or not he hit her, and he said, no, I didn't hit her. I may have, and I think it's jury's maybe not mine, but I must have reacted, is what he said, right?
That sounds correct.
I must have reacted to her after the glass, after he was struck, right?
Is that the statement?
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, he was asked whether or not he hit her, and again he says, I don't think I hit her. Then he was asked again about grabbing her, admitted that he had grabbed her, reacting to being struck by the glass, stated I was drunk, I was very drunk, is what he said, correct?
Correct.
Indicated, I believe his words were, I must have snapped, is that correct?
I believe he did say that.
He made no observation, I mean, he had, like, scratches all over his arms, his legs, and everywhere else, right?
He did.
Looking at Exhibit 289.
Mr. Reddington, do you want to put gloves on?
Sorry?
Put gloves on.
At this stage, Judge, I don't need gloves, no.
Ms. Beatty?
That's all set, thank you.
It's fine.
What is Exhibit 289?
No objection?
It's okay.
Go ahead.
What is Exhibit 289, sir?
That's his shirt.
Gary's shirt. Okay. And as you said, it was cut because of the EMTs and their treatments, correct?
I think so. That's common.
Generally, that's unusual what's done, right?
That's correct.
And the other exhibit would be the jeans
Yes.
belt, correct?
Yes.
What was he wearing for footwear when you guys spoke or saw him, if you know?
He was barefoot when we spoke with him, I
How
believe.
about when he went into the hospital? What was he wearing for clothing, for footwear?
I don't think he had shoes on his feet.
Didn't have any shoes on his feet, so he was barefoot, right? And that's why the feet are cut up or chopped up a little bit as well, right?
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure how the cuts happened to his feet.
There were some injuries to the feet, right?
I did.
Yeah, injuries to the calves, right?
Yes.
And on one occasion, for example, you made reference to, in your testimony, that you referred to, and it's understandable, could I have Exhibit 82, please? Okay, for example, in the course of your testimony, you made reference to the fact that it was the right arm, but in fact it's a leg, right? Obviously it's a leg, it's not an arm, correct?
That's a leg.
Okay. And you made reference to his hands. Exhibit 57, please. Took photographs of his body, and he basically cooperated with your request, right?
He did.
Exhibit 57 shows what would be the left hand, correct?
That's correct.
And his next photograph, please, would be Exhibit 58. And of course, that would be the hand flipped over, and it shows the marks on the wrist, correct?
It does.
59. That's the right hand, correct?
Correct.
60. That's the right hand?
The right hand flipped over. Yes.
Okay. 1261, please. You indicated, sir, that, again, this is juror's memory, not mine, but you indicated in your testimony that, sir, was his right eye, but in fact it's his left. Is that correct?
That's his left side of his face.
Okay. Does that show those two little birthmarks that I'm talking about?
I think I could see them, yes.
Yeah, right above the eyebrow?
Yes.
Okay. All right, you take that down. Take the lights off, thank you. By the way, you indicated that you took a DNA sample?
Yes.
The buccal swab or a buccal swab, depending on how you pronounce it, right?
Correct.
And he cooperated in that as well, correct?
He did.
And that was sent off for examination, correct?
Correct.
Now, he also told you that, in fact, that Ms. McLean, that they were married, and they were, at this point, living together again in the house, right?
Well, at the time of the incident?
Yeah.
He was in the process of maybe moving back in, but he was staying at the hotel.
But he was staying at the hotel, but it was by agreement that he was at the house, right?
Yeah.
And he told you that he had sex with her that night, correct?
He did.
Yeah. And the DNA, by the way, whenever you have DNAs, I mean, it can be blood, right?
Yes.
It can be semen, right?
Yes.
It can be sweat, right?
Yes.
It can be saliva?
Yes.
It can be skin?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So any of those things can lead to a DNA found somewhere, right?
Yes.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes.
There is. That's all I have, thank you.
Sergeant Kotkowski, you stated that you spoke with Dr. Tuerk after 5 o'clock on the 16th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you have an understanding about when it was that he awoke that day?
I want to say he woke that morning.
The morning of the 16th?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of taking the photographs of Dr. Tuerk?
Just to document the injuries he had.
Okay. And what methodology did you take? Why did you document what you documented?
Because I thought it was important to document that he had injuries.
Okay. And did you document some of the injuries, or how did you make those decisions?
I documented the visible injuries I could see.
Okay. Anything that you could see?
I believe so.
And when you were talking with Dr. Tuerk in general, in that statement, what types of information were you trying to obtain?
At first, I was just trying to establish, background between him and Katie, and the ultimate goal was to find Katie McLean.
You were asked some questions about the pandemic and people having to stay home. Were you staying home from work during that time period?
No.
Ms. Gilman, could we get the residence in video back up again? Just one. Sorry, 278. Could we play that again? Okay, and could we play the next one? Okay, can you pause it? Are you able to see what footwear Dr. Tuerk had on his feet?
I am.
What is that?
It's sandals.
Okay. Just a minute, please, Rory.
Yeah.
If I may, counsel asked you about whether or not you...
One second. Is there another question?
No, thank you.
Okay, all right.
Counsel asked you whether or not you stayed home from work during the pandemic, right?
Yes.
Well, I mean, seriously, you are what's called an essential employee, right?
Yes.
You didn't take off the pandemic and stay in your house. You had to go out, do your homicide detective job, things of that nature.
Well, that's what I wanted to correct. There was a time, I'm not sure it was around that same time, that we did work from home, but we still went out to calls and...
Sure.
And
investigate things, right?
we did, but there was a time that we did stay at home, yes, but I just can't remember if that was that particular week.
You wore a mask, right?
Yes.
N95.
Yes.
You certainly didn't, after working for 3 or 4 hours in the day, go grab a beer or something to eat with a friend after you get out of work, did you? You couldn't even go into a restaurant, right?
That's correct.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you may step down, sir. All right, so jurors, it's 4 o'clock. We're going to break for the day in just a minute. Okay, so you can leave your notebooks on your chairs. Tomorrow's going to be a half day, as I had indicated, so we're going to end sometime around 1 o'clock. We are not here Thursday and Friday, as you know, and I will update you on next week as we get into the morning tomorrow. There's obviously a lot of things going on in the building, so we're trying to make do with what we have and get as far as we can. So please be patient with us, and we appreciate your patience up to this point. Please remember my instructions. Don't talk about the case with each other, with anybody else. Do not watch any media reports, anything online, on TV, on radio. Don't listen to anything. No independent investigation, including going on to Google or having anybody else do so for you to look things up to you. Please keep an open mind. You haven't heard all the evidence, and please avoid contact with anybody having anything to do with this case. So we will see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. We'll break at 1. We're off Thursday and Friday, and I'll let you know about next week when we get into the morning tomorrow. Thank you again for your time and patience today.
All rise, please. Rebecca.
First. Does anybody want to take a brief recess first?
I'm okay. Fine, thank you.
Mr. Reddington?
I'm sorry.
Do you need a recess? Does your client need a recess, or can we?
No, we're good.
Okay. All right, so for scheduling purposes, we're trying to figure out next week
And I'll have more information on that tomorrow. By that I mean whether there'll be half days or full days. Okay, we may have a mix of the two, and we'll have some more information on that tomorrow.
So, just so the defendant's aware, I would expect to rest on Monday.
Okay.
Depending on how things go and depending on how long we go on Monday. But depending on tomorrow, I guess is what I'm saying, and depending on how long we go on Monday. But I could rest in the morning.
All right, Mr. Reddington, did you hear that?
I did. I said thank you.
All right. And I'll try to have as much information for you in the morning as I can with respect to full days or half days next week and what particular days. So the ME is testifying in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I've received a set of photographs that I think the Commonwealth is proposing to offer through the medical examiner.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Reddington, you've looked at these?
I have.
Do you have objections?
I do.
All right, so let me start with, five pages of diagrams, if you will, so they're not photographs, looks like medical diagrams.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
I don't have any objection, Your Honor, to, if you can let me as you flip through it, the medical, those, I have no problem with the photographs, diagrams. The only objection I have is to what we refer to as the autopsy photographs. We find it very rare that actual autopsy photographs are actually introduced into evidence, especially on I don't mean to minimize the injury, but a fairly simple explanation as to the hyoid bone and the cause of death. So to introduce into evidence these photographs that show flayed skin and cuts to the neck and then opening up the neck and then showing the inside of the neck and then showing hemorrhaging and things of that nature, I don't believe is necessary. I know the government's going to argue, they're going to say, well, we're entitled to prove our case, we're entitled to prove the circumstances surrounding the death. Well, they could certainly do that very effectively through the testimony of the medical examiner. They do not need to have autopsy photographs introduced. I am aware of Bastarash and all the rest of those cases. I think that the court is vested with great discretion on matters of this nature, and I would ask that Your Honor would not allow the autopsy photographs in evidence. If you do, use your discretion to reduce the number that has been submitted by the government.
Ms. McLaughlin.
Your Honor, this is a first-degree murder case where the Commonwealth must prove both premeditation as well as extreme atrocity and cruelty. I believe these photographs are necessary in order to prove that the extensive injuries, the internal injuries that occurred during the strangulation, I have pared down the photographs greatly. I have even redacted one of them in order to make the area so it is only showing the internal injury of the back of the neck. Prior, you could see the skull cap that had been taken off and the victim's neck. So I do believe that based on the elements that the Commonwealth must prove, the small amount of photographs that the Commonwealth is asking should be permitted.
All right, so we have a clear record. Again, there are 5 medical diagrams. There's no objection to those. Okay, so those will be permitted. And they can be marked?
Yes.
Can they be marked at this time to speed things up? All right, so those are the 5 diagrams. I then have a series of...
Individually or as a group?
Individually, please.
97 from 301.
All right, why don't we give Ms. King a minute to do that? Okay. All right, and then let me tell you what I have in front of me, because we're going to have to go through them one at a time, and I'll describe them. The first one appears to be a photograph of the back of the head with a ruler, and it looks like a case number on there.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so tell me the relevance of that.
Your Honor, that shows internal bleeding on the back of the neck, showing the bilateral and
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Is that the internal of the neck or the,
Why don't I see you at sidebar? Okay. Okay. All right, so 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Before they take you over.
Just stay
All right, so that ends day 4. We're going to go on to day 5. So just to recap what happened in day 4. It was a trooper. Let's see. Let me just go back. There was the break there. Trooper Jeff Kotkowski. So it's interesting that Harry, for the first was like half hour, 40 minutes, was very emotional, very quiet, very turned into himself. Didn't say much when they're asking him questions, and then he takes that break, and then boom, he just starts talking. We still don't know why. We still don't know why he just all of a sudden started talking. So he does remember that, they got in a fight, and he choked her. He basically choked her, took her body to the pond, dropped her off, weighted her down. So we heard him say all of that. And then then they showed photos of his extremities, and his left wrist was all hacked up. He's trying to cut himself, I guess. Not very successful there. He had scratches, on his legs, on his hands. There was like a little ding over here. I think he had a couple little dings. I guess that could have been from this glass. I guess I was expecting, maybe a bigger cut. Apparently, Katie passed out on the floor. I mean, geez, these people. And then Cross came up, and he just was basically, Reddington was just basically saying, "You're the apex investigator. You're the top dog. How come you didn't know this? How come you didn't know that? What's wrong with you? Why didn't you know this? Why didn't you know that?" I don't know. Didn't really score any points for me, that's for sure. All right, so let's move on. We're going to get to day 5. We're just going to do the morning because this is 4 hours, so we're just going to do the morning session. So we're just going to do morning here, guys.
An internal examination.
Okay, so here we are with day 5. Nothing going on with Lori's verdict still in verdict watch over there. Oh, they're tricky here. Got to move it over there. Okay, day 5, morning session.
And it's just been an it's amazing to go to class to learn all about that.
Session, you may be seated.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Ingolf Tuerk, 20 CR 138. The parties are present. The jury is not present. The matter is on for trial.
Morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning, Rhoda.
Couple things to address before the jurors come over. Were you able to talk to the Emmy about the issues we discussed yesterday?
I was, Your Honor, and while the 3 photographs that we were speaking about, they do show different layers of injury, but they are on the front of the neck, so I am just going to show one.
Okay. All right. So the 3 that we talked about at the end of the day yesterday that's going to be reduced to 1?
To 1, yes.
All right. And just so the record's clear, I do make a finding that the probative value of that photograph and the others that I ruled on yesterday outweigh the prejudicial effect to the extent they go to the elements the Commonwealth needs to prove. All right. Any other issues before the jurors come over?
I have noted an objection to that, right? Or do I have to do that when they go in too? Or?
You can. Just make
note the objection.
It's fine. It's preserved. All right. Anything else before the jurors come over?
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Yes.
You know, I obviously have been, as many people have, been following.
I'm having a little trouble hearing you.
I have been following, the publicity as far as this case in the media, and it's just been an awful lot of coverage. Some anti-defendant, some anti-government. I mean, it's down the middle, no doubt. Nevertheless, I would ask that the court would, because I am a firm believer, the jurors, in spite of the court's instructions, still look online and they still check out articles. Some of them don't, some of them do. But in any event, I'm asking that you be a little more focused and forceful, inquiring of them as to whether or not they understand. They are not supposed to go online. They're not supposed to go on and look at blogs. They're not supposed to look at any media coverage. And if they see anything or hear anything, that to just shut it off and tune it out, rather than just say, and I respect the fact that normally judges come out and they say any difficulty understanding my instructions. But rather than just saying that, Judge, if you could be a little more forceful, as I know you can be, I'd appreciate it.
So you don't think they're listening to my instructions?
I think they are, but I think that, and I know you, and I know you can be very forceful when you want to be, so I'm thinking that you could focus them on
so,
that.
Why don't I do this? I assume there's no objection from the Commonwealth?
No, Your Honor.
We're going a half day today.
Yes.
And then we're going to have 4 days off. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Why don't I give them a forceful instruction at the end of today.
Perfect.
With respect to the issue you just brought up.
Yep. Excellent. Thank you.
All right. And for planning purposes, Monday's going to be, I don't want to say a half day. We're going to start at 10,
okay,
and we'll go until about 2 o'clock.
Excellent.
So we get the 4 hours then.
Very good.
Okay. We can't do an afternoon session because we don't have the staffing to do that. Tuesday, I believe we can go a full day. So I'll let them know that Tuesday will be a full day,
okay,
and then we'll see where we are.
Very good.
All right. Any additional issues, including but not limited to any witness issues with respect to scheduling?
Not that I know of, Your Honor.
No, nothing regarding scheduling. There will be photographs of the body after it was removed from the pond, and I didn't know if Mr. Reddington wanted instruction at that time as well. That would be when Lieutenant Fanning is testifying, so I just thought I'd raise that.
Yes.
So you want an
anytime you get into the, I mean, most of the jurors are not used to this stuff, so I appreciate it if you would give them the curative instruction, yes.
So you want me to give it
Please.
With respect to the autopsy photographs and the recovery?
We'll revisit it again with the pond
okay.
pictures.
All right. All right, so we're ready for the jurors.
Yes.
Tell him not to, we're talking over one another. Is that what you're?
Why is he here? Boston.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable Judge Halal, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, now sitting in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk, for the transaction of criminal business. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and this honorable court. This court is now open. You may be seated.
For the record before the court is Commonwealth versus Ingolf Tuerk, 20 CR 138. The parties are present. Our 16 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
Okay, good morning, jurors. Thank you for being prompt again this morning. Let me just ask, was everybody able to follow the instructions that I gave you at the end of the day yesterday? All right, anybody who was not, please raise your hand. Okay, I wanted to update you on scheduling. So as you know, today is a half day. As I indicated yesterday, we are not sitting tomorrow, Thursday, or Friday due to a judicial conference. We are back on Monday. Monday is going to be a half day again, but it's going to be a later start. So 10 o'clock, and we're going to go until about 2 o'clock. So we get a good 4 hours in. We have some scheduling concerns, so that's why it's the block of 10 to 2. Tuesday will be a full day. Okay, and if I get additional information as we go through the day today with respect to next week, I'll pass that along as well. Okay. Does the Commonwealth want to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Dr. Michelle Matthews to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes, so let me give an instruction first. So jurors, the Commonwealth intends to introduce into evidence through this Dr. Matthews certain photographs showing the alleged victim. And you'll have those photographs with you in connection with this witness's testimony and during your deliberations. Let me just say that the photographs are not pleasant. Indeed, they may be described as graphic. I instruct you that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy for the deceased, which might be occasioned by the photographs. Consider these photographs only as they may draw attention to a clinical medical status or to the nature of the alleged victim's injuries or to the nature of the incident itself. Thank you. Okay.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please, and if I could ask that you just move the microphone. Could you please state your name, spelling your last name for the record?
This is Dr. Michelle Matthews, M-A-T-T-H-E-W-S.
Yeah,
How are you employed?
I'm a medical examiner at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Boston.
How long have you been working at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
5.5, almost 6 years now.
Where's the office located?
My office is located in Boston. You want the full address?
Sure.
720 Albany Street.
What is your present position at the office?
Medical examiner.
How long have you been in that role?
For almost 5 years.
Are you a licensed physician?
Yes.
Prior to working at the office of the chief medical examiner, where were you employed?
I was a resident in California at Harbor UCLA Medical Center.
Can you describe for the jury your educational background?
Sure. I did undergrad at Fisk University in Nashville, Tennessee, and then I went to medical school at Howard University, College of Medicine in Washington, D.C., and then I did my residency at, again, Harbor UCLA Medical Center in Torrance, California, and then I did my fellowship at the Boston office of the Chief Medical Examiner's Office, and then I stayed on as full staff after that.
Can you just explain to the juror what residency is?
Sure. For pathology, the residency is kind of a general training in pathology. So you get exposed to different branches underneath the umbrella of pathology, which include anatomic and clinical branches. So, and underneath those, including a surgical specimen, doing diagnoses, cytology specimen, blood fluids, etc. And then for a fellowship, it's a subspecialty training. So it's specialized for my specialty, it was for forensic pathology, which is the training to be a medical examiner.
And what does that entail?
That entails doing autopsies and determining cause and manner of death based on autopsy findings.
What is an autopsy?
An autopsy is an examination of the body used to determine cause and manner of death.
During your fellowship, did you observe autopsies?
Observe and perform mostly. Well, for fellowship, the majority of my fellowship was doing autopsies, not observing autopsies.
Prior to doing your fellowship, had you had the opportunity to observe an autopsy?
Yes, we do autopsies in residency as well. They're just kind of a different format.
Can you explain that a little bit?
Sure. For residency, we do what are called hospital autopsies. So they're generally autopsies on people who have natural deaths, whose families want a clearer picture of what happened maybe, or are just okay with the hospital doing it as training purposes for the residency program. And so that takes a little bit more of an in-depth look at maybe all of the organs microscopically. Whereas for fellowship, we are looking at a more broad picture of the cause and manner of death, so not necessarily a microscopic cause unless it's necessary. And for forensic autopsies, they're usually non-natural deaths that we are investigating, so things like car accidents or suicides, homicides, anything that's not a natural disease, or sometimes natural, but with other caveats along with it.
So you stated that you did your fellowship at the office of the chief medical examiner in Boston, is that right?
Yes.
And during that fellowship, you had the opportunity to conduct forensic autopsies?
Yes.
Approximately how many do you think that you conducted during your fellowship?
The requirement was at least 200, so I think by the time I finished my fellowship, I was closer to about 250.
Have you testified in court as to your findings during autopsies before?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
Probably about 30 times at this point, give or take.
Can you describe the structure of the ME's office for the jury?
Like hierarchy-wise?
Please.
Okay. So at the top is our chief medical examiner. So she's kind of like big boss. And then underneath her, we have a deputy chief. And then under that are the medical examiners. And then under the medical examiners are, if we have fellows, would be the fellows.
1 second. Can you turn the phones off, please? Okay, go ahead.
Approximately how many medical examiners are within the office, if you know?
Within just Boston or within the state?
Within your office in Boston?
About 15.
Can you explain to the jurors what the process is by which you perform an autopsy?
Sure. It starts generally after we've been assigned the case by either our chief medical examiner or the deputy chief. For me personally, my process is that I will evaluate any information that I have on the case prior to starting. So sometimes, depending on when the case is reported to us, we're able to get medical records or police reports, etc. So those are reviewed. If there's any imaging that's done, that's reviewed. And then from there, an external examination of the body is done where we have documents where we can document anything that is an identifying factor, such as like scars, tattoos, hair color, eye color, etc. And then also anything that may be deemed as like an injury or something that is out of place. So that includes like medical therapy and any injuries that are seen or anything that may be an injury. And then if deemed necessary, then we do an internal exam where all of the organs are evaluated as well.
Do you do any lab testing or tissue sample testing?
Yes, generally for all cases, toxicology is taken, which is pulling of various body fluids sent to a toxicology lab for testing. And if necessary, we can do a microscopic evaluation on organs by collecting histology.
Can you just explain what histology is?
Sure. Histology is basically the examination of tissues under a microscope. So a piece of the organ is preserved in a paraffin wax and then is put onto a glass slide so that it can be evaluated through microscopy.
Do you follow the process that you just described to us on all autopsies?
No, all autopsies do not require all of those steps, so it just depends on the case.
And you said that you would document certain things throughout your autopsy on the external examination and the internal examination. How do you document that?
We have image templates that have areas for us to document things on the body as well as making our own notes.
What about photographs?
And photographs are taken as well.
Turning your attention to May 17th of 2020, did you perform an autopsy on Kathleen McLean?
Can I open my notes?
Yes.
I have no objection, Your Honor. She looks at her notes.
So did you bring your report with you? And would it help you to be able to look at your report while testifying?
Yes.
And so turning your attention to May 17th of 2020, did you perform an autopsy on Kathleen McLean?
Yes.
Where was the autopsy conducted?
At the Boston office of the medical examiner.
Who was present?
I'm going to assume that there was probably police involved, but I'm not sure who all were there.
What branches of law enforcement, if you know?
I don't know for sure, given I would have to see given where we are currently, I would assume that it was probably Mass State Police for doing photos for their own self.
And is that normal for the law enforcement branches, whether it be the Massachusetts State Police or a town police department, to come and observe an autopsy?
Depending on the type of case, yes.
When they're there to observe, I believe you said that it would make sense that they would also take their own photographs, is that right?
Usually, yes. Depending on the case.
Did you follow the process that you just described during the autopsy on Kathleen McLean?
Yes, except I did not do histology.
Did you do a full external examination of Katie McLean's body?
Yes.
Can you describe the appearance of Katie's body when she was brought in to the medical examiner's office?
Yes, she had like dirt and debris, and she had on a pair of pants that had 2 large rocks within them, but then had no shirt on.
So you stated that she had dirt and debris?
Yes.
On what areas of her body?
The upper body where she didn't have any clothes.
And you stated that she had no shirt on, but pants with rocks in it, is that right?
Yes.
Was her body weighed with the rocks in her pants?
Yes.
How much did her body weigh with the rocks in her pants?
I'm not sure. I don't have that written down.
Would a copy of your full examination be helpful?
I don't believe so.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
If you could just take a look at the final diagnosis and report, if you could scan through that and let me know when you finish reading.
Yeah, it's not documented here. The pre-weight.
On the second page of the report under external examination,
Yes.
what does it say about the body of Kathleen McLean?
That she was 5'7" and 140 pounds.
Were the rocks removed from her pants prior to being weighed at 140 pounds?
Yes.
Your Honor, may actually, Ms. Gilman, could you please place on the screen what's been pre-marked as Exhibit 301?
All right, we'll turn the lights down. I think some of the jurors were complaining about the glare, so we're going to try to, before we do this, try to close the shades here.
I think it's the one in the back.
So this building is almost, maybe over 200 years old.
That one.
So we have to improvise as best we can.
Do those not go down anymore?
No. We have, do we have?
I think it's that one.
Okay, we'll put something in front of that one.
I don't think it's this one. I think it's one over there. Either that back corner. There you go.
All right, is that a little better, jurors? All right, thank you. I'm sorry, this is 301?
Yes, sure. Dr. Matthews, is that a fair and accurate representation of the pants that Katie McLean was wearing when she was brought into the office of the chief medical examiner?
Yes.
And directly next to those black pants, are those the rocks that were placed within her pants?
Yes.
When you received the body?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
May.
I have no objection to any of the exhibits, Your Honor, so they're...
Okay. And these have not yet been marked, correct?
They have been. I am
They have, okay.
opening Exhibit 306.
All right, thank you.
And Dr. Matthews, Is what's depicted or what's in Exhibit 306 in the back, are these the black yoga pants that Katie McLean was wearing when she was brought into the office of the chief medical examiner?
Yes.
Thank you. And now looking at what's been pre-marked as Exhibit 307. Is this one of the rocks that was in Katie McLean's pants when she was brought into your office?
Yes.
And do you recognize this as the other rock that came out of the pants of Katie McLean?
Yes.
You stated that when Katie's body was brought in, she was covered in dirt and debris. Did you notice any other post-mortem changes to her body?
Could you be more specific?
Did you notice any livor mortis to her body?
Oh, yes.
And what is livor mortis?
So livor mortis is the settling of blood in the skin after the small blood vessels relax post-death.
Did you notice any rigor mortis?
Yes.
And what is rigor mortis?
Rigor mortis is the tensing and then relaxing of muscles post-mortem after basically like the channels within the muscles release all their chemicals. So initially pretty strongly developed, and then over time it relaxes.
And where did you notice these changes to Katie McLean's body?
So her rigor mortis was mildly developed, meaning that her limbs were relatively easy to maneuver, and the livor mortis was mainly posterior, so on her back and then on her face.
Did you make any other observations of her face, her eyes in particular?
Her eyes had petechiae, which are basically like bursted blood vessels.
When you say it's bursted blood vessels, how does that occur?
It's usually due to an increase in pressure that causes the blood vessels to burst.
I'm sorry?
An increase in pressure of the head or face that causes the vessels to burst.
And what, if any, information does petechia to the eyes give you as far as forming an opinion as to cause of death?
On their own, not much, but mixed with other things, it can confirm, or I guess confirm's not a good word, but it is a sequelae of other things happening.
What do you mean by that?
Something, if there is like a strangulation or a hanging or something like that, that's usually one of the signs that you'll find as a part of the sequelae of the actions.
In this particular case, was the petechia evidence of any type of cause of death?
Yes.
What is that?
Along with other findings, that there was potentially a strangulation that occurred.
What is strangulation?
It is pressure along the neck that cuts off the air and or blood pressure to the head.
And you say and or. What does that mean?
Depending on how the pressure is applied to the neck, it can cut off just the blood vessel flow or the airway flow or both.
And would just the blood flow cause death?
It can, yes.
Would just the airflow cause death?
Yes.
And both of them together would also cause death?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
What is manual strangulation?
Again, it's the pressure along the neck by the hands of a person.
What do you look for as far as evidence of strangulation when you're doing an autopsy?
Externally, we are looking for any type of abrasions or marks along the neck that would match some level of pressure being applied to the neck. And then internally, we're looking for injuries to the subcutaneous tissues and the muscles underneath the area.
Aside from the petechia in Katie's eyes, what, if any, evidence of strangulation did you observe during your external examination of her body?
She had multiple areas along her neck that had ecchymoses, which are bruising, to both the right, middle, and left sides of her neck.
And you said ecchymosis is bruising?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, could you please place what's been pre-marked as Exhibit 302 on the screen? Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
So that is the middle of the front of her neck. And in the middle of that, you can see kind of a reddish pink ecchymosis at the top of the ruler.
And how do these injuries occur in strangulation?
By something putting pressure on the skin.
And what did you observe? You stated that you have made observations of the left side of her neck as well?
Yes.
And what are those observations?
Again, another ecchymosis.
Approximately how big was that ecchymosis?
4 centimeters in its largest dimension.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take the photograph down. Once you finished the external examination, what did you do?
I do an internal examination.
As part of the internal examination, did you look at the internal structures of Katie McLean's neck?
Yes.
Can you describe the internal structure of the neck in general?
Yes, so the neck has multiple layers of muscles that connect different parts of like the head to the chest. And they cover the thyroid. And along with the muscles, there's blood vessels and nerves, etc. And then there's also some cartilage and a hyoid bone that kind of connects the base of the tongue to the muscles of the neck.
And would a diagram help you explain the structures of the neck to the jury?
Sure.
Ms. Gilman, could you please place Exhibit 300 on the screen? May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
So I'm going to hand you this laser pointer.
Okay.
You just press this button in order to make it light up.
Okay. So.
In the diagram, if you could just explain the structures of the neck to the jury.
Sure. Okay, so we'll start at the top. So here is your hyoid bone. It's kind of, so here you have muscles that are underneath the tongue. And you have a hyoid bone, and then these are your neck muscles. So it starts from externally, you have the sternocleidomastoid, which connects the base of the skull to the clavicle. Underneath that, you have a sternal hyoid bone, which connects your sternum to the hyoid. And then underneath that is which one are you? A sternothyroid, which connects your sternum to the thyroid cartilage. And then underneath those, you have your thyroid gland here, and then you have thyroid cartilage here. And then there's also this other muscle that runs underneath this called the omohyoid, which it's kind of two-faceted, where you have a portion that goes from the hyoid down, and then the other portion goes from this area to the side of the clavicle.
And how many layers of muscle do you have from your skin into the innermost internal structure structure of your neck,
Including the skin or not including the skin?
including the skin?
4.
Ms. Gilman, you can please take the exhibit down. What, if any, internal injuries to Katie McLean's neck did you observe?
She had a bilateral muscle hemorrhage of the sternocleidomastoid muscles.
So I'm just going to stop you there. We're going to go step by step so that I understand what you're saying and that the jury understands as well.
Yes.
So first, when you're doing an autopsy, how do you get to the internal layers of the neck in order to look at them?
Okay. Try and do this in a way that's not, I don't know that I can make it any non-graphic. So basically the skin and subcutaneous tissues are reflected upward for the neck. So initially when we start the autopsy, there's a Y incision that's made. So basically the top of the Y includes the neck and kind of the beginning of the chest. And so that portion of the skin and subcutaneous tissues, which are usually like fat, is reflected upwards to reveal the neck muscles.
And when you say reflected, you mean pulled up. Is that right?
Yeah, just dissected upward, yes.
And you stated that there was hemorrhages of the bilateral sternocleidomastoid muscles?
Sternocleidomastoid, yeah.
What is that?
So, if you wanted to put that last picture back up, it might be a little bit more helpful to describe.
Please. Thank you.
So the sternocleidomastoid, so bilaterally, so each of these muscles is on both sides of your neck. So this muscle here is the sternocleidomastoid, so imagine that there's also one on this side. It's removed on this side so you can see the deeper muscles. So to say bilateral means that on both sides of the neck, there's hemorrhage within this muscle tissue.
And that would be on the right and left side of her neck there were injuries?
Yes. And these are all anterior neck muscles.
What does that mean?
So there's anterior and posterior, so front and back. So these are all muscles of the front of the neck.
Did you observe any injuries on the front of her neck?
Yes, we're going through the front.
Okay, but I thought you said that there were also injuries to the left and right.
So front half of the neck, I guess, is a better way to say that. So anterior being everything in your anterior facing plane.
Okay.
So anterior right and left sides.
You stated earlier that there are approximately 4 layers of muscle, including the skin,
Yes.
on the neck. How many layers of injury did you see to Ms. McLean's neck?
So there's injury at each layer of the neck.
So all 4?
All 4 layers, including the skin, yeah.
And where on the neck?
Again, so bilaterally, so the sternocleidomastoids had hemorrhage, and then the underlying sternothyroid muscles also had hemorrhage, and then the sternohyoid muscles also had hemorrhage bilaterally.
So does that mean all the way around the neck?
It means for both sides of the front, and then there is also hemorrhage in the posterior side, but that's not shown in the picture.
And how are the injuries that you observed to the anterior area of Katie McLean's neck evidence of strangulation?
It just shows that there was a great amount of force put on her neck, on both sides of her neck.
What, if any, other injuries did you observe to the neck of Katie McLean?
Yes, there's also a fracture of her hyoid bone on the left side, I believe. Yeah, this is the left side for the photo. So the hyoid bone is kind of like a U-shaped bone that's kind of bone and cartilage, and then along the front it's more solid, and then on the sides they're kind of more cartilaginous, and then they kind of calcify as you get older, but they're a little more sensitive to pressure than the center of the bone. And so there was a fracture along the left side of her hyoid bone.
Ms. Gilman, could you please place Exhibit 299 on the screen? And Dr. Matthews, could you just explain what's on the screen right now?
Yes, so this is the hyoid bone without any of the muscles and things attached to it. So again, it's U-shaped. So for this case, like these areas here kind of start out as cartilage, and then they calcify as you get older, but as you can see, they're kind of thin bones, and so they are very susceptible to fracture if there's pressure applied to them. And so for this case, this side of the bone was fractured. And it was pre-mortem, we know, because there is also hemorrhage along with the fracture at that area.
And you stated earlier that the hyoid bone is between the larynx and the thyroid, is that right?
It's above the larynx.
Above, okay. Thank you for correcting me. Ms. Gilman, could you please place Exhibit 303 on the screen? And Dr. Matthews, could you please explain to us what we're looking at?
Yes, so this is the hyoid bone from Ms. McLean, and so as you see, again, you have the U-shape. Here is the left side of that hyoid bone, and while you can't necessarily discern the fracture, you can see that there's hemorrhage around this area of the bone, which shows that this fracture happened prior to her being dead.
And how does a hemorrhage tell you that it was pre-mortem?
Because if it was post-mortem, there wouldn't be blood there because there's no blood flowing.
Okay. And when you say pre-mortem, you mean before death?
Yes.
Right? Okay. And how is the fractured hyoid bone evidence of strangulation?
It just shows, again, that there was a decent amount of pressure being put on the neck at that moment to cause the fracture.
Does a fracture of the hyoid bone always cause death?
No.
Why not?
Again, it's not really a critical structure in the body, and it's not a large enough bone that the fracture could cause like enough of a hemorrhage that could cause you to bleed out. So on its own, it would not be enough to cause death.
So it's just one other factor in determining cause of death being strangulation, is that right?
Yes.
How many autopsies have you performed or been involved in where the cause of death was determined to be strangulation, if you know?
I'm not sure, probably about 5 to 10. It's not usually common.
Broken hyoid bones.
I don't remember.
And would there always be a broken hyoid bone during strangulation?
No.
Why not?
It just depends on the position of whatever is putting pressure on the neck. If the pressure is lower down, then you're not compromising the hyoid bone with the amount of pressure on the neck. So it's just a matter of placement of whatever is being used to cause the strangulation.
What other injuries did you observe to the internal structure of Katie McLean's neck?
She had posterior neck muscle hemorrhage as well.
And what does posterior mean?
So posterior is the back of the neck. So again, if your body is cut into two different planes down the center this way, you have anterior, then you have posterior. So the posterior neck is the back of the neck, so along the spinal cord and all that.
So where in the neck muscles was the hemorrhage that you talked about?
Alongside the spinal column.
How many layers in?
I believe 2 or 3. I would have to see the photo again.
Ms. Gilman, could you please place Exhibit 305 on the screen? Oh, I'm sorry, I believe that is...
That's anterior.
Yeah. So we will go back to that. Could you please place Exhibit 304 on the screen? Could you just explain to the jury what you're seeing here?
Yes. So this is the skin and subcutaneous tissues removed from the back of the neck. And along the spinal column, you can see that there are pockets of hemorrhage along the muscles in here.
And what can those injuries or that pooling of blood tell you about when those injuries occurred?
Again, they would be pre-mortem or peri-mortem because of the hemorrhage, and it suggests that there was something that went all the way around the neck to cause injuries to both the front and the back.
How do you know that?
Because there's injuries to the front and the back, so if there was only pressure along the front of the neck, you wouldn't expect to see injuries in the back of the neck.
And going back to the injuries that you observed in the front of Katie's neck, how deep were those, did you say?
Through all 4 layers.
Through all 4 layers. And Ms. Gilman, could you please exhibit 305 back on the screen? And could you please explain to the jury what we're seeing in this photograph?
Yes, so this is the anterior neck with the muscles reflected. And so this is the sternothyroid muscles covering the thyroid gland. This is kind of the top of the larynx here. And then you have the sternocleidoid, omohyoid, and sternohyoid muscles reflected to show the area.
So is that the last layer of muscle before getting to bone?
Yes.
And those deep bruises in there, is that the hemorrhaging that you're talking about?
Yes, so this here on both sides would be the deep bruising.
And what does that deep bruising tell you about when those injuries occurred?
Again, this was probably pre or peri-mortem, so contributing to the death.
When you say peri-mortem, what do you mean?
Around the time of death, as in like she may not have been completely dead or dying.
Are you done with that photo, Ms. McLean?
I am, so please take that down. I apologize, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, could you please place exhibit 297 on the screen? And could you just explain for the jurors what this diagram is?
Sure. So again, this is the posterior neck. And so again, you have a superficial layer here. So this is your trapezius muscle. And then you have the deeper layers here. This one being, which one are you? Splenius and semispinalis, excuse me. Muscles. So these are the 3 layers of the posterior muscles.
And on this diagram, could you show us where those injuries that you observed on Katie McLean's body would have been?
Yeah, so they would have been kind of in the midline here along these semispinalis muscles. So kind of deeper in than just the superficial layer.
You may take that exhibit down, please, Ms. Gilman. You described earlier as oxygen or blood being cut off to the brain, is that right?
Yes.
Can you describe what areas of the neck would have to be cut off in order to prohibit oxygen to the brain? Would it be helpful to put the diagram back up?
Sure.
If you could please put the front neck diagram back up. Ms. Jones, thank you very much. And what exhibit number is that? Number? Thank you.
Okay. So to prevent blood flow, compression of your internal and external jugular veins and or your carotid arteries, which are kind of out here. The carotids are a little bit deeper into the muscles, would need to be compressed, and then in the center here is your airway. So that could also be compressed.
And how does strangulation cause death?
Again, it's a cutoff of oxygenated blood flow to the head that causes the brain to basically shut down, which in turn will cause the rest of your body to shut down.
And how long does it take for a body to shut down without oxygen or blood flow?
I'm not sure.
What happens to the brain when it's without oxygen?
The brain will start to swell.
And then what happens?
And then it can, depending on how long it takes, it can herniate downward, which means, so within the skull, there are openings that allow for like your spinal cord and blood vessels to pass through. If the brain swells too much, it can herniate into that opening, which will compress other parts of the brain, which will cause you to no longer be able to control your breathing or your heart rate or anything like that, which is how your body stops functioning.
Does every strangulation lead to death?
Probably not.
Why not?
Because if there is a chance, I guess, that one can survive being strangled.
And would CPR help revive a person that had been strangled?
Potentially, yes.
And that would increase the blood flow and the oxygen flow back to the body, is that right?
Yes.
What needs to happen in order to cause death in a strangulation? It's complete loss of blood flow and airflow?
Or enough to cause enough of a depletion of oxygenated blood. So either no oxygen coming in because you can't breathe, or the oxygen exchange not occurring because the blood vessels are compressed, or a combination of the two.
Would the bilateral injuries that you observed inside of Katie's neck be consistent with only a one-handed strangulation?
Probably not, unless the hand was...
Okay, sustained. Rephrase it, please.
What are the bilateral injuries to Katie's neck consistent with?
With there being pressure on both sides of her neck.
And you stated that there was also injuries to the back of her neck?
Yes.
And what is that consistent with?
That there's anterior and posterior injury to the neck, as in something was large enough to cause injury to both sides of the neck.
So it should be all the way around her neck?
Yes.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on the internal head exam of Katie?
She had subgaleal hemorrhage and subarachnoid hemorrhage. So subgaleal hemorrhage is kind of, it's hemorrhage like on the top of the skull cap. And then subarachnoid hemorrhage is on top of the brain tissue itself. And there's also temporalis muscle hemorrhage, which are muscles that are on the outside of the skull cap.
What does that mean?
The temporalis muscle hemorrhage means that there was something that caused injury to both sides of her head.
Ms. Gilman, could you please place Exhibit 298 on the screen? Could you please describe for the jurors what we're looking at?
Sure. So this is a very rough detail of the layers of the head. So you have skin, bone, and then layers of dura mater, which is kind of a very strong fibrous covering of the brain, and then arachnoid matter, which is underneath that, where your blood vessels are, and then pia mater is kind of in between, underneath here, where your cerebrospinal fluid accumulates.
And where did you observe injury to Katie McLean's head?
So the subgaleal hemorrhage would be underneath the skin and above the skull, so along kind of this passageway.
Okay.
And then the subarachnoid hemorrhage would be in this area basically showing that there was injury that caused the blood vessels to bleed.
And the injuries that you observed on Katie's head, what did they tell you about timing of those injuries?
That they were also probably perimortem because there is hemorrhage there. So there was still some level.
That means before that.
Yes.
Where on Katie, I know you showed us the layers, but I believe you said something about bilateral injuries. Can you just explain that a little bit more?
Yes, so again, your head has a right and left side. So she had temporalis muscle hemorrhage. So the temporalis muscles are kind of these thin muscles that are on the sides of your skull, and they cover some of the blood vessels that go into the skull cap. And then there was also bilateral subarachnoid hemorrhage. So your brain has a right and left side as well. So there was hemorrhage on both sides of the brain.
And what are the injuries in her head that you observed evidence of?
That there was some level of blunt force injury to the head.
What other parts of her body did you examine on the internal examination?
All of the internal organs are evaluated.
What, if anything, did you observe regarding her respiratory system?
She had pulmonary congestion and edema, as well as pleural effusions, which are accumulations of fluid along the lungs.
What is that evidence of?
That there was an increase in fluid either through inhalation or some process caused there to be excess fluid within her chest cavity.
And the amount of fluid, what would that tell you about the timing of when that was taken in?
It wouldn't. That's not predictable.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the amount of fluid is not really a prediction of timing. It's just that it's there.
And how much fluid is that?
There was 120 milliliters on each side. So about 1/10 of a liter.
So would that be indicative of the body being placed in water?
Yes, it can be.
And as far as timing, would that show that it was either pre-mortem or post-mortem?
I couldn't make that prediction.
Okay. And what else did you observe in the respiratory system or in the internal examination of Katie?
Again, that her lungs were congested and had edema, which is a buildup of fluid within the lung tissue itself.
What does that mean?
Again, so there was a buildup of fluid. So again, with the pleural effusion, it kind of plays hand in hand that there was an excess of fluid within her lung tissues.
What, if any, effect would being submerged in water have on a body?
Can you be more specific?
How would it affect an autopsy if the body had been submerged in water prior to you performing your autopsy?
Depends on how. Kind of depends on how long they've been there. To be honest, if they haven't been in the water long, then there's not much effect on the body. If they've been there for a while, it can cause an increase in the timing of decomposition of the body.
And was Ms. McLean's body decomposed at all?
Yeah.
What evidence did you collect from Katie McLean's examination?
For evidence, so in case like this, the standard is to do head hair, pubic hair if available, and then right and left nail clippings as well as blood.
And did you collect the fingernails of Katie McLean?
Yes.
What did you do with them once they were collected?
I packaged them into small manila envelopes, and then through a chain of custody, they are given to the police department for them to process however they do.
And you stated that you also generally take blood, is that right?
Yes.
And I believe you testified earlier that you take blood for toxicology?
Yes.
Was blood taken from the body of Katie McLean?
Yes.
Was it sent for toxicology?
Yes.
What were the results of the toxicology?
Her blood was positive for ethanol, which is like drinking alcohol, and caffeine, so coffee.
What level of alcohol?
A .098.
What does that level tell you?
That she had some level of alcohol in her system.
How does that level affect someone?
It depends on the person and their.
If you could just wait 1 moment for the siren stops, thank you.
Okay. It depends on the person and the level of their habit of drinking. So our, I guess, federal legal level for intoxication, I believe, is a .08. But if a person has a regular drinking habit, then they tend to build a tolerance to alcohol. And so a higher level may not equal to them being intoxicated versus a person who doesn't drink often.
After conducting all of your examination, were you able to form an opinion as to the cause of death of Katie McLean?
Yes.
And what was your opinion as to cause of death?
Strangulation.
What information caused you to conclude that Katie's cause of death was strangulation?
The culmination of the injuries of the anterior and posterior neck, along with the hemorrhages of the eyes.
What is a death certificate?
It's a legal document that declares the cause and manner of death.
Did you sign a death certificate for Katie McLean?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as Exhibit 281. Do you recognize it?
Sure. This is for this township's death certificates, yes.
And is that the death certificate that you signed off on for Katie McLean?
Yes, I do mine digitally, and then they're propagated depending on the county.
Thank you. If I could just have 1 moment, Your Honor.
May.
And I'm sorry, you stated that you determined the cause of death for Katie McLean to be strangulation, is that right?
Yes.
And is that to a degree of medical certainty based on your training and experience?
Yes.
Okay. And you also have an opinion based on a degree of medical certainty on whether Katie McLean was deceased prior to being placed in the water?
No.
And you stated that you had taken the fingernail clippings of Katie McLean and you sent those to the state police, is that right?
I believe so. I'm not sure which department actually took them, but I'm assuming state police.
And what about the blood that you took? Was that sent to the DNA lab?
I'm sorry, I apologize. I object to the I'm assuming it's state police. This is called chain of custody.
Okay, sustain. Rephrase that last question, please.
So are you aware that the state police was involved in this investigation?
Yes.
And when you take samples or fingernail clippings, blood from during an autopsy, do those things get sent to the state police crime lab for testing?
It follows a chain of custody, and I'm not involved in the chain of custody once I sign off on my portion of it. So I can't say for certain that they went to the state police.
Okay. Would it be usual for blood and fingernail clippings to be sent to the state crime lab for testing after you have taken them.
If they requested it, yes.
Could I have one moment, please,
You may.
Your Honor? I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you.
Jesus Christ, he's got spits. Good morning.
How you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
So Dr. Matthews, you've been at this particular office of the medical examiner for 6 years, is that right?
Almost, yes.
And you also have not you personally, but the chief medical examiner's office, you also have an office in Kotkowski, is that right? Or used to?
There's an office in Sandwich and there's an office in Westfield.
Okay, so down the Cape and Westfield.
Yeah.
Now, you get what's called the history or information from the investigators, the police, before you actually perform an autopsy, or how does that actually work? In other words, do you get reports, do you get information, or do you just have your body and then you do the autopsy?
In an ideal situation, we have police reports and information before we start. I don't remember which order things came in. When a decedent is reported to our office, whomever does that reporting calls into our office and they give a synopsis of the situation. So sometimes that synopsis is all we have to go on until later on in the investigation. And then prior to the case being signed out, ideally, again, we have police reports or emergency records and medical records, et cetera, to review.
Okay. So before you actually performed the autopsy, and you perform a number of autopsies a day, is that right?
Yes.
Obviously, it fluctuates.
Right. Depends on the day, yeah.
When you perform the autopsy and you have the information, for example, in this particular case, the autopsy was actually performed by you, was it on the 16th of May?
No, it was done on the 17th.
17th of May, 2020. And you determined that, in fact, this was an individual that was involved in a struggle in a home in Dover, Massachusetts, right?
I would need to look at the... Yes.
All right. And you learned that there was allegedly a struggle that resulted in a application of significant force to the neck of this individual, Kathleen McLean, correct?
Yes.
And did you learn that her body had been removed from the house and had been placed somewhere?
Removed and placed in the pond? Yes.
And when it was placed in the pond, it had the two rocks that you had identified as being in the leggings, I believe, right?
Yes.
And when was the body placed in the pond?
I don't know.
How long was the body in the pond?
Again, I don't know.
Was the body found in the pond face up or face down?
I don't recall. I would need to review scene photos for that.
Okay. Is it your testimony that you saw scene photos in this case?
I would believe so, but again, I can't say for certain that I have seen photos. I'm not sure how she was found.
Would it be important to you as a pathologist as to whether or not the body was actually located in the water face down or face up?
For this case, I don't think it would make much difference.
Okay. In your examination, one of the things you noticed were ecchymoses of the anterior neck bilateral. That would be anterior is front, right?
Yes.
And so the ecchymosis would be what? Is that a bruising?
Yes.
Were there fingerprint pattern bruises?
It can, yes.
They can be, but how about in this case? Were there any?
Were there actual fingerprint bruising?
Fingerprint pattern bruising. That you'd say that. In other words, would you agree with me that fingerprint pattern bruising is something that is somewhat common in strangulation cases?
It can be.
And did you find any fingerprint patterns?
That's our heating system. That's our heating system. Apologize for the noise.
I was like, it's so much. I cannot say for certain that there was fingerprint patterning on her neck.
And the ecchymosis of the anterior neck bilateral, again, that reduces it, correct?
Yes.
Front of the neck, correct?
Yes.
And then there's sternocleidomastoid muscle hemorrhage bilateral, right?
Yes.
So that would be one of the strap muscles or a long, thin muscle that goes in the area of the neck on the left side, right?
Yeah, on the both sides, yes.
Both sides, okay. And then sternohyoid muscle hemorrhage bilateral, that would be another long, thin strap muscle that actually compresses and pulls the hyoid bone so that string inflates, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And then you have on the hyoid bone, you've got what you noted in what would be described as the horns. You have the greater horn, great horns, there are two of them, and then you have what they call the lesser horns, right?
Correct.
And I think you said something that as you get older or whatever, they calcify. In other words, they're not cartilagey, they might be a little stiff.
Correct.
And that might possibly be indicative of a person that has been subjected to significant application of force to the neck if you have what's referred to as a hyoid fracture, right?
Yes.
Now, the hyoid fracture, in this case, you noted was on the greater horn, that in fact it was on the left of the greater horn, meaning the larger process, if you will, that sticks out of that bone.
Yes.
And that would tell you that, in fact, the greater horn being on the left-hand side, neck was where there was a significant application of pressure that caused the cracking of the hyoid bone, right?
Yes.
You have scleral, is that scleral?
Scleral, yes.
Scleral hemorrhage, bilateral. Now, when you say scleral hemorrhage, that's not petechiae, right?
They are petechiae.
Oh, okay. So you're using the term scleral hemorrhage interchangeable with petechiae, is that correct?
Petechiae are a type of hemorrhage.
All right, so scleral hemorrhaging actually would be the small blood vessels that they break, and that they're basically broken blood vessels.
Correct.
You're familiar with the book of Medical Legal Investigation of Death, 4th edition, Werner Spitz. Used to be old Spitz and Fisher, but now it's Werner Spitz. You're familiar with that, correct?
I'm familiar with its existence.
That's kind of like the Bible for pathology, right?
For forensics, yes.
Yeah, and you've certainly heard of Werner Spitz, and you've certainly heard of Dr. Fisher, right?
Sure, yes.
I mean, they're kind of like legendary in the pathology field, if you will, right?
Sure, I guess.
Okay. So you'd agree with me that and you're familiar with this book, and they use it in medical schools and everything, right?
Not in medical school, no.
Not medical school?
No, that's a forensic pathology book, so that would be specific to forensic. Very well after, yes.
Probably have in the library.
I do have it.
Now, would you agree with me that the scleral hemorrhage is the break in the conjunctivae? What's the conjunctivae? What is that?
So the conjunctiva is the inside of your eyelids. So kind of like if you were to pull your eyelid down, in that like kind of light pink fleshy area is your conjunctiva, and the sclera is like the white part of your eyeball.
All right. And the scleral hemorrhage would be the broken blood vessel that would be noted in the sclera, I guess.
Correct.
And that would be like a little red dot.
They can be small red dots, or they can be slightly larger. Depends on how many of the vessels have broken.
Now, you also made reference to, I believe, the conjunctival hemorrhage, and you'd agree with me that that would be a vessel break that's in the white of the eye, correct?
The conjunctiva is the inside of the eyelid.
Okay. Now, when you made observation of the scleral hemorrhage or the conjunctival hemorrhage in the eye, were they in both eyes or one eye?
Both.
And when you were doing the autopsy, what do you do? Do you actually pull the eyelid down and look to see?
Yes.
And do you make note of how many, for example, how many of these little pinprick hemorrhages are noted?
No.
You recall that there were not a lot in these days, right?
I don't recall.
Did you take photographs of it?
I would assume so, but I don't know for a fact. I would have to look through the photos to confirm.
Now, can you tell me, the district attorney had asked you about the process that is used when you actually do the autopsy. I know I read a lot of times it's called the usual Y-shaped incision or something like that. Does that mean anything?
The Y-shaped incision, yeah, that's how we open the body to get to the internal organs.
In other words, you kind of start at the navel, you go up, and then you make the split, and then left, and then the right.
Well, me personally, I start at the shoulders and come in and then go down. But
So it looks like a Y.
Yes.
And then, of course, that allows you access to the internal organs that you have to examine, correct?
yes, and then the neck as well.
And then the neck. Okay. Can you tell me the order of examination that you perform? In other words, do you do the Y-shaped incision first, or do you excise the neck first, or how is it you do that?
For me, I do the Y incision first to expose the internal organs, and then the rib cage is removed to expose the lungs and heart, and then for me, I take out each organ individually. So I will take out heart after collecting my toxicology samples. I'll take out heart and lung, and then take out the organs of the abdomen. Intestines, kidneys, et cetera, et cetera. And then once those are removed, I will dissect the neck.
Now, is the head and the body level on the table, or is it elevated, or do you utilize any particular objects? Elevating the head is
The table itself is slightly elevated so that there's an end of the table that is a drain that drains into a sink for obvious reasons. And then the body is usually on what we call a block, so it elevates kind of the chest area a little bit more just to make it easier for access to all of the parts of the body without having to bend over a lot. And then the head has its own block for when the skull is opened.
Okay. Now, one of the things that I think you made reference to in your report is, by the way, so in other words, you did in fact elevate the head by way of a block, removing the other objects that you had to examine, and then you examined the neck musculature. Is that right?
Yes, the head is elevated to remove the brain.
Okay. Now, you indicated, I think, in response to one of the DA's questions about decomposition, and decomposition basically would be the breakdown of tissues and things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
Now, was there any, you indicated there was no indication, no evidence of decomposition in this case, right?
Correct.
You did make reference to the fact in your report that there was sphenoid, S-P-H-E-N-O-I-D, sinus fluid collection, right?
Yes.
And what is sphenoid sinus fluid collection?
So the sphenoid sinus is an area in the skull kind of above the nose and kind of...
Sinuses.
Yeah, sinuses within this area. And so that area is checked when there's a question of drowning to see if there's fluid within that sinus.
And there was some fluid in there, correct?
Yes, there was a small amount of fluid.
That type of fluid is very common and may be discharged in the course of the pressures of the neck, is that right?
No, it's probably not because of the pressure of the neck.
Right, but it's common in circumstances such as this autopsy that you were performing, right?
It's common in bodies that are found in water, yes.
Okay. Same thing with the frothy, I think was the expression you used, frothy fluid that was in the lung, right?
Yes.
That would be the plural effusion?
The frothy fluid would be the edema within the lung tissue. The effusion is just on the outside, is in the cavity that the lungs sit in.
Now, one of the things that you would look for in a cause of death where there's a struggle and there's strangulation by the hands on the throat of another person or a hand on their throat, there's a defensive reaction by the person who's having the action choked off, right?
I would assume so, yes.
Well, you don't just assume it, it's a matter, I mean, it's very common that there would be claw marks on the person's hand as the person would struggle, right?
On the assailant's hands, yes.
Yes, and in fact, there were no claw marks or bruises or injuries or anything on his hands whatsoever.
That's not a part of my investigation.
One of the things that you had mentioned is that you take the sample of the blood, right?
Yes.
You don't just take one sample. I mean, you take iliac vein sample, right?
Yes.
What is that?
So iliac veins are vessels that are in the leg or that run from the abdomen into the legs. And so as a standard toxicology collection is that we have two different samples of blood, so usually heart blood and iliac or femoral.
You mentioned the heart blood, right? There's also, I believe it says, a vitreous fluid.
Yes.
What is vitreous fluid?
Vitreous fluid is the fluid that is inside of the eyeball.
So you guys took a sample from the iliac, the heart, also urine, right?
Yes.
And vitreous fluid from the eyeball, correct?
Yes.
And that was with an effort to try to determine on a toxicology test whether or not there are any indicia of alcohol or drugs or anything like that in the system, right?
Yes, those are standard samples taken on all autopsies. So
in this case, you did take the samples, there was an examination, and there was an indication that, in fact, there was a says 0.12 ethanol. What does that mean?
That is the percentage of ethanol in the vitreous humor.
Okay. Now, the vitreous humor, again, is the fluid that's in the eyeball, right?
Yes.
And that's a very accurate source, if you will, almost like deep heart blood. Vitreous humor from the eyeball is a very accurate source of blood for purposes of ethanol or narcotic testing, right?
Yes, it can be it's not blood, but it's kind of a filtration of the blood.
Exactly, it's the fluid.
Right.
That's a pretty good source of fluid for examination as to the level of alcohol that would be in a person's system, right?
Yes.
When a person dies, does the body continue to metabolize the alcohol, or does it just stop at that level, or what is that?
To metabolize alcohol, it does not usually. Your body functions do not continue once you're...
Even though you're dead, the body would still, alcohol in the body would still be dissipating or disappearing, if you will, correct?
It might still be accumulating. Your body tends...
The ingestion, it depends on the time of the ingestion, right?
And also depends, there are other factors within your body that may produce alcohol once you're dead. So like if...
I'm asking a bad question. I'm not asking, I understand that putrefaction and things
right.
of that nature, if the body is out in the field for 5 days, it might create its own alcohol. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when somebody's drinking, as you said, the regular stuff that we drink, the alcohol. Does that dissipate or metabolize when a body is, a person is dead?
I would say no. So,
when you examine the vitreous humor, you get a determination from the toxicology screen that it's a 0.12 alcohol. What does that tell you for alcohol level?
That it was around that area, around that amount.
So 1.2, I mean, you told the jurors that it's your understanding that the federal standard of being under the influence is a 0.08, which is also in Massachusetts. You're aware of that, right?
Yes.
So that would be about 4 points over the limit, if you will, on the blood alcohol, right?
Yes.
For 1.2. What's the gabapentin? You know?
What is gabapentin?
What's gabapentin? Was there gabapentin found in the blood examination of Ms. McLean?
Not that I have.
Can you look at analysis, summary, and reporting limits Office of Chief Medical Examiner, NMS, looks like page 18.0. Let me do it this way. Let me just approach you. Let me just approach you. Recognize this as being part of the attachments to your report?
Yes.
Okay. You have it?
Oh, okay.
All right. So it does indicate, that there would be testing for barbiturates and various narcotics as well as alcohol, correct?
Yes, those are what would have been tested for.
All right. And there was an indication that there was gabapentin in the blood, correct?
No.
Okay. Was there an indication of any barbiturates whatsoever?
No. So what you're looking at are just what the test will test for, not the actual findings.
That was tested for.
So the positive findings area or the detailed findings area explain that there's only ethanol and caffeine that was identified in her blood system. Underneath where you were looking is just showing all the testing that was done on the blood.
Now, the alcohol testing itself as well was also taken from whole blood in the D part, correct?
Let me see which one they sent.
And you removed the fluids yourself?
Yes.
Was the autopsy, right?
Yes.
When you were looking at the hands of Ms. McLean, did you make any observations of any cuts or defensive wounds in and about the hands themselves?
Of her hands, no.
Did you make any observation of any scrapes in the area of the neck, claw marks in the area of the neck, bruising in the area of the chin, bruising in the area of the lower portion of the face?
No.
One minute, Your Honor, please.
Yes.
And finally, Doctor, again, it's your understanding, as a medical examiner on this case, that you have no idea whatsoever how long Ms. McLean's body was in the pond, correct?
Correct.
You have no idea whether or not it was face down in the pond or face up in the pond, correct?
Correct.
And if the body is face down, whether it's suspended in some fashion, if it's floating, like the float that you might do in a pool or something, or if it's laying down on the ground, there would be a pooling of the blood. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The pooling of the blood is what causes that validity that you were testifying to, correct?
Yes.
Because of gravity, blood settles down to the bottom portion of the body itself, right?
Yes.
If the body is face down in the water, then in fact pooling of the blood would take place in the area of the nose, of the face, and of course in the chest, right?
Yes.
Ms. McLaughlin, anything else?
Could I just have one moment, please?
Yes.
You were just asked on cross-examination about lividity.
Yes.
Can you explain what that is?
Again, it's the pooling of blood from the skin, from the small vessels in the skin.
Is that the same thing as bruising?
No.
How is it different?
So again, lividity is basically just once the blood vessels relax and start to be leaky, the blood will settle into whatever skin is by gravity the lowest. Bruising is specific to there being some level of irritation and pressure on a certain area.
So the ecchymosis that you described earlier, when we looked at the pictures around Katie's neck, that is not from morbidity, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you talked a little bit about the samples that you took from Katie and specifically the blood samples and the tissue samples that you took from her?
Yes.
If I could just show you 2 photographs.
No, I didn't do this too.
Do you recognize, I know they're small, but do you recognize those 2 photographs?
Yes.
Are those blood samples that you took from the body of Katie McLean?
Yes.
And are those a known standard for blood testing?
That was for evidence, so that would have been a part of what would go to the police if they requested it.
So those were taken to the state police crime lab for testing?
Right.
No further questions?
I have nothing further. Thank
Okay, thank you, doctor. You may step down.
Thank you.
Colleen Tangway, please.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell your first and your last name for the record?
My name is Colleen Tangway. First name is Colleen. Last name is Tangway. Tanguay.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up a little bit more if you could.
Yes.
Like 2 inches too short.
Okay.
All right, thank you. How are you employed?
Currently, I am what's called a post-retiree, a contract employee with the Mass State Police. I retired in July of 2023 after 27 years in law enforcement.
And when you retired in July of 2023, what was your rank?
I was a detective lieutenant.
And what branch of law enforcement did you work for?
So I worked for the Massachusetts State Police. When I retired as a detective lieutenant, at that point in time, I worked for the Office of Professional Office of Professional Integrity and Accountability, which is essentially IA and staff inspections combined. But 18 years prior to that, for those 18 years prior to that, I actually worked in crime scene services.
All right, so you were in law enforcement for 23 years, all of that with the state police?
27 years.
27, I apologize.
That's okay. 4 years I was with the town of Northborough, and then 23 years with this Mass State Police.
And how long were you with crime scene services?
I have 18 years total.
Okay. And can you explain what crime scene services is?
Sure. Crime Scene is a support unit for local, state, and federal agencies. We provide services such as documentation of crime scenes, processing crime scenes for latent prints, also impression evidence such as footwear and tire tracks. We also, any evidence that is submitted in, we process them for latent prints, comparisons, analysis. That's the summary of what we do.
And have you received any specialized training in connection with being assigned to the crime scene services section?
Yes, both internal and external training that involves photography, videography, latent print processing, comparison analysis, courtroom testimony. I have to pass a competency test in any areas that I work in, and then every year I have to pass a proficiency test in those areas to make sure that I'm keeping up with essentially the times.
And at a certain point, did you become a supervisor within crime scene services?
Yes, I was a trooper, and then I'm trying to think of what year. I then became a sergeant where I was in charge of the Maynard lab, which that was what I was at the time of this incident. I then became a lieutenant, where I was the executive officer, and I was number 2 in charge. I assisted the unit commander with the day-to-day runnings, and I oversaw 3 labs prior to being promoted out and going to OPIA.
And so is it fair to say that there's different geographic areas that crime scene services serves?
Yes, there's 7 different labs throughout the Commonwealth. At the time of this, I was assigned to the Maynard lab, and we can go anywhere in the state. Watertown is a good example. We had troopers come from all across the state. We're a state agency, but at this particular time, I was assigned to Maynard, and we have a certain geographical area that we're assigned to.
And does each town or city in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts get assigned to a certain lab?
Yes.
And so currently, what are you doing currently?
So as I said, I'm a post-retiree. I get hired back by the Commonwealth to work for crime scene services because I have an intimate knowledge of how the unit runs. I work directly for the unit commander on projects that he has. It could be a validation study of new chemicals that are coming in. I could be doing an audit of casework in case he has to deal with our quality assurance section. Basically, anything that he asks me to do. I'm also working on a training program for the unit.
All right. So directing your attention to May 15th into 16th of 2020, I believe you said you were a sergeant in that period of time?
Yes.
And you were working out of the Maynard lab?
Yes.
Did you have particular shifts that you worked?
So day to day, we would have like a Monday through Friday, 7 to 3, but we also have an on-call schedule so that one person would be on call for a 24-hour period. I was on call that night. It would start at 7 a.m. and go till 7 a.m. the following day, but we often get calls for assist, so even if it's not my call day, I might have another trooper or officer call me and say, hey, could you help me out? I can't cover this call. So technically, I'm on call 24 hours a day.
Okay. And were you sent to a location in Dover?
Yes.
And did Dover get covered by the Maynard lab?
Yes.
And what was your assignment when you were sent to Dover?
I essentially was the scene officer, the case officer for crime scene, because I was also the supervisor. I was the scene supervisor. And I was requested by the State Police Detective Unit to come and assist them with the investigation.
All right. And did you understand that at a certain point in time, a search warrant was obtained for 29 Valley Road?
Yes.
And what did you do when you arrived at 29 Valley Road?
I proceeded to take photographs of the residents. I also called Trooper Dave Stewart to come out to take a videotape of the scene for me. And I also contacted Trooper Alex Sow to report to a secondary location.
What was the secondary location?
Residents in, I believe, in Dedham.
All right. And is it fair to say that you took a number of different photographs of 29 Valley Road?
I did.
And when you're taking photographs of a home, what in general is your approach?
First, you want to document the scene or the home as is, and then we would concentrate on areas of interest. At the time, there was a search warrant being conducted by the State Police Detective Unit. I would photograph the home again as I saw it, and then if they, during their search warrant, found any areas of interest, I would leave the location I was in the house, photograph what they found of interest, and then I'd go back to documenting the scene as I found it.
And was there a chemist also present?
Yes.
Would you document the scene in conjunction with the chemist?
Yes, if he found anything of interest, he would also ask me to come over and photograph it for him in place.
All right. Can we have the lights off? And I'm going to show you a series of photographs that have been marked into evidence and ask you to explain what they are. Ms. Gilman, can we please have exhibit number 148? What do you recognize that to be, ma'am?
That is the residence.
All right, could we have 149?
It's the
Recognize that.
front door or kind of the side door.
Could we have 151, please? What do you recognize that to be?
The right side of the residence, if you're looking at it from the front.
And could we have 152, please?
A gazebo in the rear of the home.
Could we have 150, please? What is that?
Rear of the residence.
Could we, I'm sorry, what number is that, Ms. Gillen? 150. Could we have 153, please? What is that?
The left side of the home, that's the garages.
Could we have 155, please? And what is that?
Inside one of the garage bays.
Ms. Gillen, can you make that a little bit bigger? Thank you. All right, could we have exhibit number 157, please?
Same area, just a different view. It's the garage.
And is it typical that you would take photographs of the same area but with just a different perspective?
Yes, so that you can get a 360. As long as I'm capable of actually getting into the space, then I try to take it from different areas and have the photographs overlap.
Could we have 158, please? And what is contained in 158?
That is another view of the garage.
And could we have 159, please? What is contained in this photograph?
We're starting to enter the home from the garage.
Could we have 160, please?
That is the hallway leading in from the garage.
Could we have 161, please? What's in this?
That is a room off to the side. I believe it's a bathroom.
Could we have 162, please? What's shown in exhibit 162?
That is also you're continuing into the home. We're approaching the kitchen from the hallway leading from the garage.
Could we have 163, please?
So now, as you can see, we're taking a left. We're continuing in, or it's a step closer, I should say, to the kitchen. It's a continuation of the hallway.
164, please.
We've now entered the kitchen.
Could we have 166, please?
The countertop in the kitchen.
And Ms. Gilman, can you zoom in a little bit? Are there items on the counter?
Yes, there are several alcohol bottles, a martini glass. It looks like a jar of olives, a spoon.
All right. Could we have 167, please?
It's a close-up. So often when we're taking photographs of scenes, we'll do our overalls or mid-range and close-up so that you can see objects as they are in relationship to the room, but then you can get closer and see what the object actually is.
Could we have 168, please?
It's another view.
169, please.
The other side view of the countertop.
170, please.
The kitchen sink in the kitchen.
171, please.
What was in the actual sink.
This is looking down into the sink.
Into the sink.
172, please.
Again, another view of the kitchen.
We have 173, please.
An angle of the kitchen leading to the next room.
173, please. I'm sorry, is that 173? Okay. 174, please.
Hallway.
All right. And can you zoom in a little bit on this? All right. Can you describe what can be seen in this photograph?
Can you put side by one?
Yes.
Yours if you want to.
testimony regarding the black spots that were just displayed in one of the photographs, and then any additional photographs or testimony concerning them. Do you want to put that on the record?
That's correct, Your Honor. There are a number of exhibits that the government, I suspect, through this witness will be going through, attempting to elicit what the government argues would be a pattern of spots. They're very strange spots, very strange pattern. I mean, for example, looking at one of the photographs that they have, you're probably talking 2 feet between one spot and another spot. I just don't know what the relevance of the spots is, and I want to make sure that there's no speculation and an argument or inflammatory argument as to the source of the spots that would not conform with the evidence. They never submitted it to the crime laboratory. They never had forensic examination. They never looked in to see what the composition of the object or the items were or are. One of the police officers and the detectives opined that they were from the wheels of a suitcase. Your Honor knows that in the questioning of the defendant, the officer asked him a couple of times, I believe, whether or not he put her body in a suitcase, and I'm thinking that this might be where they're heading as far as speculation. There's no evidence to justify that. I don't expect, knowing counsel, that they would be arguing such a speculation in their argument, but nevertheless, I don't see the relevance or materiality of these unknown marks, unknown pattern, so I would ask that we not belabor the point. I am not raising a Bowden issue as to the inefficiency of the police as far as their investigation. I've done it 1,000 times. I don't see that here in this case. I mean, we got the police. They did a good job locating the person. They did, quite frankly, I think, a pretty good job questioning the defendant. They carried up to, hey, you're not a bad guy. We want to know, find the body. They did a good job in that regard. I don't have any Bowden argument here, but they should have done something that they didn't do, as Ronnie Most was with Bowden. So I just don't see any legal, practical, material basis for this evidence. I can see it being extremely prejudicial, so I respectfully object.
Ms. Beatty.
The only additional thing that I wanted to say, in addition to what I said at sidebar, is regardless of whether or not defense counsel argues or requests of an instruction from the court, the Commonwealth's investigation is always at issue for the jury. And the jury has to have confidence in the investigation and in the sufficiency and the professionalism of the investigation, considering that we're asking them to convict this defendant of first-degree murder. So proper scene documentation, taking note of something that's obviously unusual and out of place. Mr. Rocca testified to the black marks, and I'm not going to argue that there was a suitcase, or Ms. McLaughlin's not going to argue that there was a suitcase used at this point in time unless further evidence develops later on in the trial, but that's not part of our evidence in our case in chief, and so this is just about scene documentation.
Okay, so to the extent she wants to testify about seeing this pattern and seeing a series of black dots, she may do so. There is to be no speculation as to what those are.
Yes, Your Honor.
They weren't collected or tested, they were photographed?
That's right.
Were they swabbed at all?
No.
Okay, and is she going to make it clear that that's, in other words, there was a picture of some dots on a hardwood floor. That is not a pattern of the hardwood floor?
No. I don't know that she's going to say that's not a pattern.
No, I would agree with that.
It's not. It's some unknown substance on the floor. There's a series of photographs coming. The chemist also, in his scene diagrams, documented them with some asterisks. And I would anticipate that he would also testify about those. But
all right, so it's to be limited to black spots, no further argument or inference as to what they could potentially be.
Yes, understood.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So for what it's worth, don't my objection, you want?
Yes.
Point, all rise.
The boundaries One of them is like this far apart.
Yes.
So if we are on page, exhibit number 174, in this building you had just zoomed in, what can be seen in exhibit number 174?
Approximately in the center to the left, there's a small black mark.
Could we have it 175, please? What's in 175?
This is a picture, I'd call it a living room.
176, please.
Close-up of the ottoman in the living room.
And what can be seen on the ottoman?
There looks like a martini glass.
177, please.
Different side of the same room, different angle.
178, please.
As you can see, the leather couch in the bottom left, it's just the other side of the living room.
179, please.
This appears to be an office.
And could we have 180, please?
Different view of the office.
181, please.
Again, another view of the office. Different angle. This is a piece of furniture to next to the desk in the office.
183, please.
Different angle of the top of the desk.
184, please.
This is another type of living room.
185, please.
Different angle of the same room.
186, please.
Different angle of the same room.
187, please.
Dining room.
188, please.
Picture of the table in the dining room.
What's on top of it?
Appears to be puzzles.
189, please.
Again, of the floor in the hallway. You can see the stairs in the back.
Okay. And can you zoom in a little bit? And when you were in the home in the early morning hours of the 16th, did you have the opportunity to make any observations of the floor in 29 Valley Road?
Yes, there is a series of small black marks that it almost created a pattern. They'd be like 2 inches apart. There'd be two small black marks. And in additional photos, you'll see that I marked them out and I did take some measurements. And they seem to be a pattern going through the house.
And did you attempt to document them in your photographs?
I did.
Okay. And is this one area where you took a photograph of the floor?
Yes.
Okay. Could we have page 190, please?
Let's again, same floor with the stairs in the back left.
191, please.
Picture of the hallway and the stairs leading to the second floor.
192, please.
That is hair that was found on the bottom it was on the platform near the bottom of the stairs.
193, please.
Another picture of the stairs.
194, please.
Platform on the stairs.
195, please.
Those are close-ups of two of the black marks.
196, please.
The top of the stairs.
197, please.
Picture of the hallway.
198, please.
Another picture of the hallway from a different angle.
199, please.
Another picture of the floor in the hallway.
200, please.
Picture of the door at the end of the hallway.
201, please.
That's a probably mid-range of the door showing damage to the frame.
202, please.
That is now inside the room. It's a different angle of the damage to the door frame.
203, please.
Now we're inside the door, and this is a picture of the bedroom.
204, please.
It's a different angle of the bedroom.
205, please.
It's a different angle of the bedroom.
206, please.
A different angle of the bedroom.
207.
A different angle of the same room.
208, please.
And again, a different angle of the same room.
And what can be seen in 208?
We're looking at the bed. There seems to be a pile of sheets off to the right. There's some clothing in boxes along the right side wall. And to the left, there's a bureau.
209, please.
It's a close-up of the footboard of the bed.
And 210, please.
On the floor by the footboard is broken glass.
211, please.
It's a picture of the bed itself. In the right-hand side, there appears to be a red-brown stain.
And on top of the bed, are there any items?
It appears to be clothing. One of the items to the left looks to me to be a silk. I'm not sure if it's a pajama or a bra.
212, please.
A different angle of the same bed.
213, please.
A close-up of the red-brown stain.
214, please.
This is close-up of the clothing that was on the bed.
Sorry, Ms. Gilman, is this 214? Okay. 215, please.
We've moved over to the left of the bed. You can see the bureau's to the left and the bed is on the right.
216, please.
This is underneath the nightstand.
And 217.
It's a close-up of what looks like a broken glass underneath the nightstand.
218, please.
That's the top of the nightstand.
219.
It's a close-up of what is inside the bag on top of the nightstand.
220.
That is, so like I explained earlier, I would occasionally be taken away to take photographs. This is a photograph of the screen on a cell phone.
Okay. And Ms. Gilman, can you just zoom in, please? A little bit more, please. All right. Can we have 220, please? Oh, that's 220, sorry. 221.
Okay, we're back at the bedroom, and the bureau that was on the left, this is a picture of the corner of the room to the right of the bureau.
222, please.
This is a picture of the bureau.
And 223.
This is a mid-range of the top of the bureau. If you'll notice to the left, there's a broken glass. There is a pillow, and on top of that pillow is another part of a broken glass.
So, did you place those items on the bureau or on the pillow?
No, this is how I found the room.
And would you ever move items in order to photograph them without documenting that?
No, I document the room and the location as I found it, and then afterwards we would go back and add placards and take additional photographs as we collect items.
Page 224, please. I mean, exhibit 224, please. What is that?
That's a close-up of a broken glass on the bureau.
225, please.
That's a close-up of a broken glass that was on the pillow.
226, please.
Picture of a door frame in the bedroom, I believe it's leading into a closet.
227, please.
And this is the interior of the closet.
228, please.
It's another angle of the closet.
229, please.
And that's a picture of some suitcases inside the closet.
230, please.
This is another picture from in the bedroom of another door.
231, please.
Picture of the bathroom off of that bedroom.
And 232, please.
Additional pictures of the bedroom. This is showing the bathtub.
234, please.
A different angle of the bathroom.
235, please.
Now we're back to a hallway.
236, please.
This is an additional bedroom.
237, please.
This is an additional picture of the hallway to the right that leads downstairs, to the left that leads up to the upper floor.
238, please.
This is a picture of a laundry room with the suitcase on the floor.
239.
This is an additional picture of the laundry room.
240.
This is another bedroom.
241.
And when you get additional picture of the bedroom, this is the other side of the room, different angle.
241, please. Is that 242, please?
This is a picture of a bathroom.
243, please.
A picture of a bedroom.
244, please.
Picture of a different bedroom.
245, please.
This is the bottom of the stairs on the first floor. If you'll notice, there are now pieces of tape and a placard that have been inserted in the scene.
Ms. Gilman, can you zoom in a little bit so we can see? Okay. When you say placard, what do you mean by that?
So the placard, as you can see, it's a yellow placard that's number 1. They go in sequential order, or they're supposed to go in sequential order from 1, 2, 3. It's usually as you find items of evidence or items of interest. So you may see a 1 next to a 9 because something was found later on. So if I find an object, that gets number 1. As I find the next object, that gets number 2. As the SBDU may find things, I put number 3, 4 down, stuff like that.
240. Oh, I'm sorry. There's also the tape, which is
So those are ruler tape. It's literally a ruler in the form of tape, and we use it to help document scenes and take measurements when we need to take photographs of like latent prints or items of interest.
246, please.
This is a different angle. You can see the tape leading down the stairs. I was documenting the black round marks. Like I said, they were systematic throughout the house. They led from the second floor all the way down. You can see the tape coming down the stairs, goes off to the left and leads out to the other room. Placard number 1 at the bottom of the stairs is hairs. There's a clump of hair at the bottom, and then if you see several stairs up, there's a placard at the top of that, and that's another single hair.
Okay. So that's number 2.
Number 2.
Can we have 247, please?
That's the clump of hair at the bottom of the stairs.
Can we have 248, please?
Just showing the tape and the black round marks, and then number 2 is a hair.
249, please.
I believe in there the tape is showing the hair.
250, please.
As you see, there's tape coming down the hallway, and I was documenting the pattern of the round black marks.
251, please.
This is another picture of the hallway with the round black marks being documented.
252, please.
A continuation of the hallway, again showing that the round black marks continued through the hallway.
253, please.
That is where the round black marks, we could say, either began or ended. But again, as you can see, they are systematic as they go throughout the house.
254, please.
It's a continuation of the tape and the round black marks.
And there's a placard in that one as well.
To the left is number 5. That is the broken glass.
255, please.
As you can see, this is a different angle. You can see the tape. You can see placard number 5, and on the bed with the red-brown stain is another placard.
256, please.
Placard number 3 is indicating the red-brown stain on the bed.
And 257, please.
Number 4, placard number 4 is indicating the broken glass on the bureau.
258, please.
This is a different photograph of placard number 5 indicating the broken glass at the foot of the bed.
259, please.
This is a different angle of the tape that is marking off in the hallway.
260, please.
Additional photographs of the tape and the black round marks going down the stairwell.
261, please.
Additional photographs, this is from at the top of the, if you want to call it balcony, showing that the marks go down the stairs, turn around, and then proceed out the hallway.
262, please.
Additional photographs from the top of the stairs leading down.
261A, please.
This is a close-up of the black marks. You can see that there's 2 sets of black marks, round circles. They're approximately, if I remember correctly, about an inch apart. But then I can't remember off the top of my head how far in distance they actually are.
263, please.
That's a close-up showing the marks.
264, please.
And that's another close-up of a different set of marks.
266, please.
This is the kitchen, and as you can see, I have additional tape marked off showing that those marks continue through to the kitchen.
267, please.
That is the foyer. You can see the front door, and you can see a piece of tape in the middle.
Ms. Gill, can you zoom in just a little bit, please?
I believe that's a piece, yep. As you can see in the photo that it's showing the 2 black marks.
268, please.
That's a close-up of 2 black marks in the foyer.
269, please.
This is a photograph of the gym. It's a different part of the house.
270, please.
This is another picture of, it could be an extension of the gym, but it's got what appears to be a massage table.
271, please.
This is a picture of the movie room in the home.
And 272, please.
This is a different angle of the movie room in the home.
273.
This is a picture of a sliding door.
274, please.
And this is a picture of a game console that was behind the sliding door.
275, please.
This is a picture of some electronic equipment that was also behind the sliding door.
And 276, please.
This is another picture of a different game room in the home.
Could I just have a minute, please, Your Honor?
Yes. Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning, sir.
You are retired now, right?
I am retired.
You want the lights back on, Mr. Sure. Thank you.
All right. We went through all of the photographs that you took of the interior of the home. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you take pictures at the scene of a pond at some point?
I did not.
Okay. You make reference to hair from the stairs, I believe, maybe in the area in front of the stairs in the house, correct?
Yes.
Now, was that you're the crime scene CSS, crime scene services person, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if, for example, in your investigation, this pen was important And you saw it, you photographed it, would you be the person that would then seize it, with the gloves, so you don't leave any prints?
Not necessarily, sir.
Okay, so as opposed to not necessarily, who would seize?
So we work in conjunction with other units. So the hair may be collected by the chemist. It would normally be collected by the chemist. I don't collect biologicals unless a chemist is not available or under exigent circumstances.
Was there a chemist there when you were there for CSS?
There was, sir.
You know who that was?
His name's Matt Sheehan.
Matt Sheehan? Okay. So you had nothing to do with seizing the hair that was in the house?
I did not.
Know anything about the dog in the house shedding and leaving hairs all over the place?
No, sir.
Did you see the suitcases that were in the bedroom, that were in the other room, that were downstairs, the suitcases?
Yes, sir.
Number of suitcases? Could I have 210, Steve? That's one of the photographs in the bedroom that depicts the front of the furniture and the shattered glass in front of it, correct?
Yes.
And up here would be a shard or a section of the glass, correct?
Yes.
And then there's another section right here that would appear to be from the glass as well, correct?
Yes.
Could you have 215, please? So this would be Exhibit 215, that also depicts the area of the bed towards the left, as you pointed out, right?
Yes.
222, please. That also is a glass that was placed by somebody on the furniture, correct?
Yes.
Now, that was there when you were there. You didn't place that there, right?
Correct.
You don't know how that got there, who put that there, right?
No, sir.
Could you also pull up the one where they show the glass that's underneath the end table next to the bed? I thought it was 215. 17, try to, yeah, 217. Now, on 217, what exactly is this? I know it's glass, but what does it show?
It's the nightstand to the left of the bed.
Okay.
That's underneath the nightstand. It's showing a glass. The top part of it appears to be broken.
Okay. So that was underneath the nightstand, correct?
Yes, sir.
You noted and documented by photograph what appears to be a circular red-brown stain on the bed, right?
Yes.
On the photographs, one of the things that you noted would be, I guess you call it a dog guard. In other words, the little thing that blocks the stairs so dogs can't run up and down the stairs.
Yes.
That was there, right? That's depicted in your photograph, right?
Yes.
To the 260. I'd pull it up anyway, 260. Thank you. And that would be the metal or whatever, the dark colored locked guard, right?
That's, yes, on a gate on the platform.
Now, you also noted that there was broken glass that actually had gone as far as the pillow in the bed, right?
There was broken glass that was on the pillow, yes. That was not on the bed, it was on the bureau.
Oh, in the bureau, okay. Now, you had nothing to do with seizing any of the glass, testing. That would be the chemist, right?
Not necessarily. The chemist might. It might be the SPDU. It could.
What is that?
I'm sorry, State Police Detective Unit.
Okay.
It could be me. We would make a determination on scene.
Okay.
If it was something to be collected.
Now, one of the things that you did was document in excruciating detail these mysterious black marks, right?
Yes.
Did you make any observation whatsoever of any smearing or streaking or anything of that nature other than the dots?
Smearing or
In other words, you have the photographs that show the dots.
Yes.
On any of the dots, did you notice any smearing or streaking or drag marks or anything like that?
There was, in other photos that I had taken, there appeared to be a scratch.
Scratch, okay.
On the floor.
Scratch on the floor.
Yes, but as far as the black marks, They weren't perfect.
They weren't perfect, but as far, you know what I mean by a smear or a streak, right?
Yes.
Didn't see any of that.
No.
Okay. And the black mark that you do recall seeing that had a scratch on the floor, that would be, in your opinion, caused by something obviously that would either be heavy or would cause a scratch on wooden floor, right?
Yes.
And there were a lot of suitcases in that house, right?
Yes.
Now, I'm asking you about whether or not any scrapings, I don't know what you call it, scrapings or swabs or anything like that would be taken of the black mark so that they could be put into a, dating myself, test tube or something so you can preserve it and then send it to the crime lab for testing. Was that done?
Well, I did not do that.
Okay.
And they appeared to be non-biological in nature. So I'm going to say no. I can't speak for the chemist in what his job would be, or the criminalist and what his job would be.
And you were really pretty much confined, not confined, but I mean, your job was in the house itself in Dover.
Yes, in the house.
Nothing to do with the car or the hotel room or any of that stuff?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Nothing further, thanks.
Okay, thank you. You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thanks. Evan Walsh, please. I think we should have it otherwise since he's here. Your Honor, the Commonwealth's going to call Lieutenant John Fanning at this time.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Oh, afternoon, yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Lieutenant John Fanning, Fanning,
Sorry.
by the Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you been employed by the Massachusetts State Police?
19 years.
And you said your current rank is lieutenant?
Yes,
How long have you been a lieutenant?
since December of 2021.
And what is your current assignment?
I'm currently assigned to the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit as the executive officer.
And what are your responsibilities as the executive officer?
I handle administrative duties, operations. I'm a supervisor in the homicide unit. I also supervise the white-collar crime, sexual assault, and computer crimes troopers that are within our office.
And how long have you been assigned to the Norfolk Detective Unit?
13 years.
Directing your attention to May 15th, 2020, did you become involved with an investigation regarding Dover and the towns of Dover and Dedham?
Yes, I did.
And what was your rank at that point in time?
I was a sergeant.
And as a sergeant, what was your responsibility at that point in time?
I was a supervisor in the homicide unit, so we alternated duties weeks on and off with other supervisors, where we would cover a week of call, and we have troopers that are on call 24 hours a day, 365 days.
And who was your supervisor?
Lieutenant Jerry Metalliano.
So on the 15th, what, if anything, did you do with regard to the investigation in Dover and Dedham?
So on May 15th of 2020, I was notified by a Dedham detective that they were investigating a missing persons that initiated in Dover, but they had involvement at a hotel in Dedham. The detective directed me that one of the persons involved, Ingolf Tuerk, goes by Harry, was at the hospital, at Norwood Hospital, along with Detective Kotkowski from Dedham Police Department. This was in the early afternoon hours, I would say 1 to 2 p.m.
And where were you at this point in time?
I was at the Canton office.
And so what, if anything, did you do?
I went right to Norwood Hospital and met with Detective Kotkowski. Simultaneously, I was notifying Trooper Kotkowski, who was being assigned the case. He was coming back from the State Police training at the State Police Academy. I told him to head home, change, and then give me a call, likely heading towards Dover. I met with Detective Kotkowski.
Is this at Norwood Hospital?
This was at Norwood Hospital, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did she give you anything?
She did. She gave me the phone that belonged to Harry.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do with regard to that?
I had that phone transported back to our Canton office.
And what was the purpose of that?
For preservation.
And what, if anything else, did you do at Norwood Hospital?
After learning of the defendant's condition, at that time, he was unconscious. We had really no information as to what his condition was, other than that he was unconscious and he was in the midst of COVID. There was no one that we were going to speak to at the hospital. We left contact information there, but my next call was to Chief McGowan at Dover Police Department, which at that time he was at 29 Valley Road in Dover.
And did you give any instructions?
I did. I spoke with the chief briefly about information that they had gathered to that point, and I told him to secure the home, freeze the scene, pending a search warrant.
Okay, and then what, if anything, did you do next?
From there, I went to 29 Valley Road in Dover. I then I also started calling troopers within our office to have them also to start heading to that location. I arrived at 29 Valley Road, met with the chief. Simultaneously, troopers from my office are starting to arrive. I'm sending them out on a canvassing mission, also a search mission, looking for video surveillance. I also had a K-9 trooper from the state police respond to the scene, and I gave them a little gist of what we knew at that time and had them start conducting a search.
All right, what, if anything, did you do after that?
At that point there, again, the house is frozen. We have troopers canvassing, looking for video surveillance. We have a K-9 searching the exterior. I had learned about a call, a person by the name Kurt Fannenstyle, that he got this text from Harry around 4 a.m. that morning. This is what kind of prompted these calls to go out. We had an address for Kurt, and it was close by to the residence. I asked the chief if he could accompany me. All my troopers were busy doing canvassing. If we can stop by there before we head back to the Dover police to talk with Kurt.
And did you go to Kurt Fannenstyle's home?
I did.
With Chief McGowan?
Yes.
All right. And were you able to speak with Mr. Fannenstyle?
I was.
And did he show you anything while you were there?
He just showed me text between himself and Harry.
Okay. And after speaking with him, what, if anything, did you do?
Well, I told Kurt before we left that we'll have troopers, we'll probably have them come back to Dover PD in a little bit to conduct a more formal interview, and then from there we went off to Dover PD Police Department, myself and the chief.
And what, if anything, did you do while you were at the Dover Police Station?
So once we got to Dover, that was kind of our command post in a sense as to working on this missing persons. I had troopers out, Dover Police had officers out conducting interviews, so we were waiting for them to finish and rally back at Dover Police Department. Simultaneously, Trooper Kotkowski comes back, who's assigned the case officer. He meets back at Dover Police, and at that time, we're just trying to figure out who do we need to interview quickly. And so we start coordinating those types of interviews. We also have Trooper Kotkowski starting to write the search warrant for the Valley Drive residents. I'm sorry, Valley Road residents, and also items in Dedham.
Did you conduct any interviews yourself at that time?
I had a brief conversation with Stephen Rocca, who was the kid's father. Again, just get some preliminary information. Once I had a location on him, I sent 2 troopers out to interview him.
And was there anything else that you requested while you were at the Dover Police Station?
So a little bit earlier to that, I had Trooper Ed Keefe, who does a lot of forensic work with us, mobile forensics, computer forensics. I asked him if he could re-request the pings on an exigent circumstances.
You say re-request. Why do you say re-request?
It was my understanding that either Dover or Dedham had already requested pings on Katie McLean's phone.
And why were you re-requesting the pings?
Because I wanted to see the information, see if anything had changed from the time that they requested it and we requested it. And quite frankly, we always verify our information, and it's just better for me to get the information myself and have my people process it.
And did you obtain information once you requested the ping?
We did.
And generally, what information was provided to you?
They're just, there's a series of records that are provided when you do a ping or anything called detail records, cell site location information. But ultimately, if the phone is on and active and there's either calls being made or data being transferred, so this information hits a tower either through call, SMS, or data. Those are the 3 streams that would hit a tower. Typically, we stick to calls and SMS. That will plot out points historically. It's not live time that we get this information. It's all historical. So if we ask for a requested period of time, you could get hundreds of hits on a tower, or you could get 3 or 4 if the phone's off, or, so you only get it if the phone's on. I just looked at those points on a map. There's a whole sequence of events you have to do to just look at those. And they were in and around the Valley Road address. So they were consistent with the area around Valley Road in Dover.
All right.
And there was only maybe 3 or 4, there was under 10 hits that we could look at on a map.
To what extent does geography play a role in your ability to utilize information that you receive from a ping?
It gets a little bit into radio frequency, can travel for a good distance. Certainly buildings, hills, we don't have many mountains around here, but things like that can certainly change frequency. I think the easiest way to explain it is everyone's phones that are here have a tower that they want to use right now, an antenna that your phone's looking to use, and then it's mapping a second and a third tower in case you move or you're on the move. That would continue from here down 95 if we were driving on the highway, that your phone's continuously doing that. So the phone can change between antennas that it likes to use, and some of it can do to weather, some of it could be due to use, buildings, hills, things like that. Distance certainly plays a factor into it.
All right. And is it fair to say that at a certain point, search warrants were obtained for 29 Valley Road and other locations?
Yes, and previous to that, based on those ping hits, I contacted another state police canine to start working on another search area. We also started planning for a full grid search with our special emergency response team for the following morning. That would have been May 16th. So we got those things planned while we were writing the search warrant and prior to having it signed and executed.
And were you present when the search warrant was executed at 29 Valley Road?
I was.
And was that in the early morning hours of May 16th?
It was.
Directing your attention to later on May 16th, what, if anything, did you do later in the day?
We had the special emergency response team kick off in the morning, gave them a briefing around 8 to 9 a.m. They started off on their search, grid search. In the meantime, Trooper Kotkowski went back to Norwood Hospital. We were told that Harry was awake and alert, so we had Trooper Kotkowski there. We had troopers conducting different things during the day.
At a certain point in time, well, throughout the day, were you in touch with Trooper Kotkowski?
I was.
And directing your attention to the evening time, were you aware at a certain point in time that Trooper Kotkowski and Dedham detectives were able to speak with Dr. Tuerk?
Yes.
At a certain point in time, did Trooper Kotkowski reach out to you with information?
He did.
And what, if anything, happened after that?
He given me a description of...
So, objection, what happened after that?
Okay. All right, sustain. Ask it again.
What, if anything, did you do after speaking with Trooper Kotkowski?
I went to 1 Francis Street in Dover.
Who did you go alone or with anyone else?
I went with Chief McGowan, Sergeant Mayow, and Officer Sullivan. Those three are all from Dover Police.
And did you utilize information that Trooper Kotkowski provided you with?
I did.
And did you share that information with the Dover police officers?
I had explained the information that was given to me by Trooper Kotkowski to the Dover Police. They directed me to 1 Francis Street. We took two...
And where did you go at 1 Francis Street?
I pulled right into the driveway at 1 Francis.
How far up did you go the driveway?
Nearly up to the garage.
Okay. And, I'm sorry, who did you say was present?
Chief McGowan from Dover Police, Sergeant Mayow from Dover Police, and Officer Sullivan from Dover.
Okay, and where, if anywhere, did you go?
We split up into 2 groups. If you, I guess the easiest way to explain it is if you split the pond in half, Chief McGowan and Sergeant Mayow went to the left, myself and Officer Sullivan went to the right, and we were just going to cover the pond that way. But to give you a visual, I'm heading back to what would be in front of the house at 1 Francis Street, where the chief and the sergeant are heading back towards more the main road.
And can you describe the lighting conditions?
It was dark, overgrown, thorns, bushes, trees down. It was not an easy area to walk through. I stayed very close to the shoreline.
And how were you able to see?
Flashlight.
And at a certain point, were you able to observe anything from the shoreline?
I was. Within 2 to 3 minutes, I could see, at the time I was maybe 30 feet from, because I was scanning the water with my flashlight, I could see something that clearly stood out to be consistent with a body.
And could you see could you see the condition of the body?
I moved closer to the closest point from the shore to the body. I could then tell from there clearly that it was a body. I could see an upper torso that was exposed. The body was face down. I probably had a better description of the body once it came out of the water, but at that time I could see what I would describe as black pants, upper torso, dark hair, face down.
And could you tell if the person was alive or deceased at that point?
Deceased.
And in general, what section of the pond were you in?
I would have been, if you were standing on the front steps of the house that faces out towards the pond, probably at maybe 1 or 2 o'clock from the house, almost directly in front of the house, just maybe a little bit off to the right.
And so after observing the body, what, if anything, did you do?
From there, I contacted the state police dive team, which would assist with the removal of the body. I then also contacted crime scene services to have them start bringing a trooper that could document the scene. And then I also notified the medical examiner's office.
And what, if anything, was done with the body by the dive team?
So it took a little bit for the dive team and crime scene services to arrive, but eventually the dive team got there. They suit up in gear that they can wade through cold water. The body was approximately 15 to 20 feet out. It was roughly in 3 or 4 feet of water. And they basically bring the body back onto the shore. They had a blue tarp set out, and they placed the victim face down.
And can you describe the body at that point in time?
The body was, again, there was nothing on the upper torso. There was no shirt on the upper torso. I noticed 2 large rocks in what I would describe as black yoga pants. It seemed like there was one in the front, one in the back. Once the body was turned over, again, I observed what I believe to be another rock in the front of the pants, nothing on the upper torso, darkish hair, and then when I looked a little bit closer, I did identify it as, the body as Katie McLean. There was debris on her body, soot from the pond, dirt, dust. Her body was, I would say, well preserved, and it just had pruning, as if you were in a bathtub for too long and you get prune skin. That's how I would describe the condition of her body.
After noting that Katie McLean did not have a shirt on, did you make any observations in the wooded area?
I did, and this would have been between the time I notified crime scene services and the MSP dive team. I started searching around the area, not too far from where I saw the body. I found a black, at the time, it looked like a black shirt. It was kind of hooked on a tree that had fallen down, kind of got caught on maybe like what was a branch at one time. So I made sure that we documented that. When crime scene showed up, they documented the shirt. Eventually, once we removed it, we realized it was a black tank top style shirt.
All right. And so did crime scene services troopers document through photos the scene at 1 Francis Street?
They did. The body, the scene, the shirt. And we also took photos the next day on May 16th under daylight conditions.
All right, so jurors, the Commonwealth is about to introduce into evidence through this witness some additional photographs showing Ms. McLean. You'll have these photographs with you in connection with the witness's testimony and during your deliberations. The photographs are not pleasant. They may be described as graphic. I instruct you that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy for the decedent, which might be occasioned by these photographs. Consider the photographs only as they may draw attention to a clinical medical status or to the nature of the injuries or to the nature of the incident itself.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could we please have the lights off and we have exhibit 119, please? Lieutenant, can you tell us what is in exhibit 119?
1 Francis Street.
120, please. What is it, 120?
You're heading towards the pond is kind of in that wooded area to the left, almost directly in front of the house.
121, please. What's the 121?
Again, that's the pond behind those trees.
And 122, please. What is the 122?
This would be a picture from the driveway. The house would be to my back right if I was in this picture, and you're again facing towards the pond.
123, please. What is 123?
Again, from the woods facing towards the pond.
124, please. What's in 124?
This would be with the pond to our back and left, back towards the house.
125, please. What is in 125?
The pond.
And does this also fairly and accurately depict the brush and the trees and the foliage during this time, during May of 2020?
Yes.
Okay, could we have 126, please? Or 27, sorry. What's in 127?
Again, facing the pond.
128, please. What's in 128?
The pond, you can start to see it there a little bit.
And where in the photograph can you see it a little bit?
Well, I guess where the trees end there. And just a little bit off to the left here. So we're kind of on the shoreline. Sorry, that's probably the best way to describe it.
And could we have 129, please?
So,
129.
yeah, and that, I guess, black space behind those trees is the pond.
Is there a laser pointer up there with you?
Oh, okay.
Use that.
Sorry about that. Shoreline here. Pond back here.
All right. And is it fair to say that it's dark in this photograph?
Can you say that again?
Is it fair to say that it's dark in the photograph?
Yes.
And is that, was the crime scene photographer using flash at certain points?
Yes, you wouldn't be able to see if you didn't have a flashlight out here. There was not much ambient light otherwise.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, is this 129? Could we please have 130? And what does this show?
Again, right from the shoreline looking out to that pond.
131, please. What is in 131?
The shoreline.
132, please. What's in 132?
That's the black tank top style t-shirt that I observed and then recovered.
And is that the area where it was located when you first saw it?
That's where I saw it, exactly right there.
On that tree?
You could see it's caught on that branch.
133, please. What can we see in 133?
Well, that's clearly the pond out there. I can't really see if I'm picking up on anything else but the pond.
Could I just have 1 minute, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Please have 134. What is in 134?
The pond.
And 135, please. What is in 135?
So that's where I see Katie's body for the, roughly, that's what I saw the first time I observed Katie's body.
And could we have 136, please? What is this?
That's Katie's body once she was pulled out of the water.
Okay, and then this 136, how is she facing?
She's face down, and you can observe that there's a large lump in the back in the yoga pants that turned out to be a rock.
And 137, please. What does this show?
Upper torso and head, debris on the back.
138, please. What is that a photograph of?
That large rock inside the back of the yoga pants.
139, please. What is in 139?
The second rock that was in the front of the yoga pants. A little bit of a upper torso.
Is this face up now?
It is.
140, please. What's in 140?
The upper torso and head with her hair covering her face.
141, please.
That's the shirt that we recovered.
142, please. I'm sorry, is that 142, Ms. Dillon?
That is 142.
Okay, 143, please. What's in 143?
The shirt that we recovered.
And 144, please. That is a different shot of the shirt.
Yes.
145, please.
That's just the shirt with the, and the pond in the backdrop.
And 146, please. What is that photograph?
After we recovered it off that branch, that's what it looked like.
Okay, and spread out in that photograph.
Yes.
And so you said that the next day you returned to 1 Francis Street.
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that?
To take the photographs in daylight conditions. It was really dark. There's things we could have missed. Also to conduct a search if there was anything that we missed in that area.
Okay. And were there further photographs that were taken?
Yes.
Were there any additional items that were collected?
No.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, could you please have Exhibit 309, please? And what is in 309?
That's the entrance to 1 Francis Street.
And are these series of photographs the daytime photographs?
They are.
310, please. What could be seen in 310?
Driveway and pond of 1 Francis Street.
And 311, please. What is 311?
Did the photo change? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. One moment.
Is this 311?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. What's in 311?
Driveway, 1 Francis Street. That's similar to the photo that was taken the previous night.
312, please. What can be seen in 312?
Pond is basically off to your left here, 1 Francis Street off to the right. This is kind of the wooded area leading up to the pond.
And 313, please. What can we see in 313?
Closer image of the previous picture. It's hard to tell if I can see the pond from here, but it's just a close-up of the previous picture.
Okay. And what's the ground between the trees in this picture?
How would I describe it?
Yes.
Brush, thorns, a lot of down trees, branches. It's not like cleared out like as if you had a pond front property or something. It's a pond, and I would describe as what the usual things that lead up to a pond. There weren't paths through there, or things like that.
Was there a mulch parking spot kind of area in 2020?
No, not that I recall.
Okay. We have 314, please. What is that photograph of?
That's heading directly, that's the pond, and then heads back out to the main street, but the pond is basically behind those trees there.
315. What is that a picture of?
The ground?
And what else can we see?
The thorn bush?
Okay. And I think you testified earlier, were there thorn bushes in that area?
Yes. Lot of thorns.
We have 317, please. What is that?
The pond.
Where's the 316? Okay, thanks. What is it, 316?
The pond, again, looks to be the area where we may have recovered Katie.
Just using the laser pointer, can you point to the general area?
So she was brought in here, and I'd say right in that area there.
318.
Just a closer shot of the water.
319, please.
Different shot of the water, but you can see the grass and petals there where she was close to.
320, please. What is in 320?
This looks like the shoreline towards where Katie was.
And 321? What is in 321?
Same. Same.
322?
Again, it's the same. It could be where the shirt was recovered the previous night.
323? What is in 323?
This is Kurt Fannin Styles' house. I believe it's on Walpole Street in Dover.
And where is that in relationship to 1 Francis?
Basically abuts.
Okay. If we could have the lights back on, please. There's gloves in front of you. All right, I'm handing you a brown paper bag. The contents, please. Hold it up, please. And what is that item?
This is the black tank top style shirt that we recovered in front of 1 Francis that night.
And then was it placed in that brown paper bag?
It was.
All right, and that's going to fit back in the brown paper bag. And I don't know if I said this, Your Honor. There's an exhibit sticker on it.
Hold on.
No objection, Mr. Reddington?
308?
It's marked as 308.
Okay.
And is there some writing on this?
There is.
Is your name on this?
This is, yes, and this is my writing.
The date and the time?
Yes, May 16th, 2020. 0335. It's through the red tape, so it's difficult to read, but it's my writing signature. Location found 1 Francis Street, Dover, near pond and shoreline where body was found.
I have no further questions at this time.
Okay. Do you want to just take that back? Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you.
No questions, thank you. Okay, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Evan Walsh, please, at this time.
All right.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name, and spell your first and last name for the record?
Evan Walsh, EVANWALSH.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a realtor with William Ravis Real Estate in, in Wellesley.
And how long have you worked in Wellesley selling real estate?
With William Ravis, just about 9 years. Prior to that, South Natick for about 10.
And what kind of properties do you list?
Primarily high-end luxury homes. I specialize in new construction.
In which towns do you list properties?
Dover, Sherburne, Medfield, Natick, Needham, Wellesley, Metro West.
Metro West area. In the course of your employment, either Katie McLean or Ingolf Tuerk?
Yes.
Which or both?
I met both of them.
Okay. And when was that?
June 14th and I think 15th, 2018.
And who did you meet on June 14th?
June 14th was Katie.
And who did you meet on June 15th?
Would have been Katie and Dr. Tuerk, their realtor. I believe that was it.
So what happened on June 14th?
I had received a call from Jennifer Giuliano, who is a co-realtor. She had stated that a friend of hers was interested in a property that I had listed in Dover, 1 Francis Street. She said she wasn't able to join her, but she wanted Katie was going to come alone and take a look at the property if I could, let her in and walk her around.
And did you do that?
Yes.
So this is number 1 Francis?
Yes, 1 Francis.
And at that time, was 1 Francis fully built?
It was fully framed. The interior was not complete, but the roof was on, the windows were in, the siding was up. Number 3 Francis Street was not yet on the market, and I believe that was primarily just the foundation. Maybe the first floor frame was up, but that was about it.
Okay. And on June 15th of 2018, what happened?
That's when I met Katie and Dr. Tuerk together. And basically the intent was that they were looking for a property that would accommodate a pool. We looked at number 1, and the lot at number 1 is not really conducive, even though it's a decent sized lot. There's some ledge in the back that didn't really make it conducive. So number 3 not being on the market yet, I introduced that property to them, which had more or less a larger, flatter, level backyard, which would be conducive for a pool.
Okay. And so did you walk in the area of number 1 and number 3 on June 15th with both Katie and Dr. Tuerk?
Yeah, basically the context was that I could show them the floor plan. Both houses were basically laid out roughly the same on the interior. So basically we could walk through the house in its framed state and, kind of go through the rooms, show what the layout looked like. And then we moved over to number 3, given the fact that it was a better yard for a pool.
And when showing number 1 and number 3, Francis Street, would you discuss the pond with prospective buyers?
The pond would come up with most of the buyers.
And did you ever meet with Katie McLean or Harry Tuerk after June 15th of 2018?
No further contact after that.
No further questions, Your Honor.
So did you know that Harry Tuerk had already owned a house in that neighborhood?
Yes, I was familiar. I was the listing agent on that house.
To him?
I did not, no.
Okay. But you knew that he owned his own home where he lived by himself for a long time in that neighborhood, right?
I did not know of Mr. Dr. No.
Okay. Now, did you know that Ms. McLean and her children had moved into Harry's home in March of 18?
No.
And it was on June 14th of 18 that Katie McLean reached out to you to look to buy a house in the neighborhood?
Jennifer Giuliano, her realtor.
Jennifer wasn't buying it. She wanted to buy it for Ms. McLean.
Miss McLean didn't reach out to me. It was her realtor.
Okay. So who was going to buy the house if they bought it?
I don't know.
See Miss McLean?
I did.
Did you talk to her?
I did.
Did you show her the house?
I did.
Why did you show her the house?
Because she and her husband were interested in purchasing the house.
Right. And that was in June of 18?
Correct.
June 15th, he came with her the next day, right?
Yes.
she expressed to you that she liked the house.
Yes.
And then the issue of the pool came up. She told you she had kids and she wanted to have a pool to entertain them, right?
I don't recall whether she said she had kids, but pool was the main reason for looking.
And then after June 15th, that was the last time that you saw either one of them, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
In May of 2020, what was the status of number one?
Number one was still on the market, and we had not sold it yet.
And what about number three?
Number three had sold.
No further questions.
Okay, you may step down, sir. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, can I just see counsel at sidebar, please?
Since there's no challenge to the fact that he was asked to prepare this deed, he prepared the deed and later recorded it.
Mr. Reddington, with respect to Mr. Chaitin first.
Mr. Chaitin not only prepared the deed, he wanted to do the deed. And there's text between him and Ms. McLean, just like Mr. Kurt, and it's the same thing, and it's relevant and material. Because one of the things that she had asked him in the course of their discussions about various Kama Sutra positions that they preferred, etc., is whether or not when he died that she'd inherit or own everything. And he said yes. He's also the one that told her the day before May that the deed was recorded. It was dated, you might recall, April 29th. It was recorded the following day. He sent her a text. He told her it's recorded. Yay, everything's great. That's when she asked about, do I inherit everything? I think he's a heck of a lot more important than just a lawyer who drew a deed. And
why is with the exception of the text indicating when the deed was recorded, which I don't think is contested, is that right? The date of...
it's easy to prove when the date was...
All right.
The deed was drawn and recorded.
Why are the other texts admissible?
When she's asking him if she inherits the whole house, if she inherits everything if he dies in the middle of the pandemic, knowing...
She's asking Mr. Chaitin that, allegedly? So why is that relevant?
Because it shows her state of mind. She wants everything. She wants his house.
Ms. Beatty? And what are the approximate dates of those texts?
That would be the end of April. I mean, he's texting her throughout that period of time, but the deed is prepared and recorded in April when he finally agrees to put her on the property as tenants by the entirety. As you know, as husband and wife, tenants by the entirety. If one dies, the other one inherits everything. At the same time, he was involved with her demands about signing the post-nup agreement for the $100,000 plus the lawyer fees and all that. This guy prepared the deed for her and told her it was on record. And that would be at the end of April. I want to say like April 28th, 29th.
So again, that's a different issue. The deed, if we're going to stretch it to legal advice that he gave the alleged victim about property stuff, fine. But stepping beyond that to what Mr. Reddington is going to next, which is the inappropriate messages, or however you want to characterize it, I would suggest that that's calling someone just to impeach him, and it's really impeaching the victim and really disparaging the victim. And I think it's similar to the arguments that we had earlier regarding Mr. Fanninsteel's text messages. I'll stipulate to the text messages regarding the legal advice about the deed and the property stuff, or if he wants to call Mr. Chaitin just to ask those questions, that's fine. But anything beyond that, I would suggest is not relevant.
All right, so when is he scheduled to come in?
We've arranged, I mean, the government had him on a summons. We've discussed about this. They were going to call him. Now they're not going to call him. I'm going to call him, but we both understand it's going to be by Zoom.
So we do not have him under summons. I was very clear that we don't have him under summons. He's in Florida. So he was not on our final witness list. He was on earlier versions of the witness list. We talked with him at certain points in time and told him that we understood that the defense might want to call him as a witness, and it might be via Zoom. I haven't talked with him recently, so that's all I can say on that point.
All right, so why don't we do a voir dire of him?
Over Zoom?
Yes, well, I think that's how it's going to have to be.
Okay.
Have you talked to your client about his right to have witnesses present in person?
Of course,
Okay, well, I'm going to engage in a colloquy with him on Monday with respect to his rights to have these witnesses here
Well, I mean,
personally.
Chayton's in Florida.
I understand.
And my understanding is that we basically, either one of us, we're going to call him, we'll put him on Zoom. If he's going to be on Zoom, that's fine by me. I mean,
Is it fine by your client?
Of course, yeah, believe me, I talk to him about everything. But you can certainly inquire. You can do it now, you can do it Monday.
I'll do it
That's up to you. I would ask if perhaps the state police or council could reach out to Mr. Keighton, because I'm sure he's probably going to be like a dog shivering, as they say, with the razor blades, if and when my name comes up on his cell phone. So I'd ask that the government could contact him to make arrangements for him to be by Zoom.
We're happy to.
Sure, he's not going to talk to me. He's not going to want to have anything to do with me.
I'm happy to contact him and to try and coordinate a Zoom. I just needed time.
Yeah, that's fine. Great. Yep. Perfect. Thank you.
Are you thinking Tuesday, Mr. Reddington?
I think maybe we ought to keep him for Monday, just in case we do need a filler. You know what I mean? If I don't think the government's going to put in their whole case and, required findings and all of the rest of that much. I think it's going to be close to 1 o'clock. But I mean, if you wanted, we could have him lined up for that time frame.
Why don't we plan to have him available Tuesday?
Okay.
That makes sense.
Tuesday, fine, okay.
In other words, you're going to have enough presenting your case that's easily going to get us into Tuesday.
Yeah, I'll have a few witnesses I can have to be here on Monday, yeah.
Okay.
And we're stopping at what time Monday?
About 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock, okay.
All right, so we're not starting until 10?
Got it, yep.
And we're going to stop around 2 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Ms. Beatty, anything else?
So I think we're getting Dr. Zeisel's report today. We might need a voir dire of Dr. Zeisel, but I need to look at the report.
Mr. Reddington, Dr. Zeisel's report?
I believe that, yeah, they should have that.
I just haven't gotten a chance to check my email yet today.
Okay, and when are you planning on calling him?
Tuesday.
Okay, all right.
I would expect Your Honor, Dr. LaPosada will be Tuesday, Dr. Zeisel will be Tuesday. I would expect that Richie Kovitz and another gentleman would be Monday. Mr. Keighton would be Tuesday. Of course, defendant would consume the rest of Tuesday, and I don't know, we're going full day Wednesday, but we'll have plenty to do between now and Monday and then the end of...
Who is going to be on Zoom? Dr. LaPosada?
Dr. LaPosada, because of a medical condition, and
Right.
Mr. Keighton.
Those are the only two?
Yep.
All right, everybody else will be in person.
And Mr. Reddington, if we decide that we're going to challenge Dr. Zeisel, do you have an issue with us providing the court with a copy of his report?
No, not at all.
Thank you.
Okay. And you have a report?
It's been emailed to me. I just haven't checked my email yet.
Is there any objection if I get it from the Commonwealth?
No, you don't want to get it from me because you know I won't be able to do it, right?
That's not what I said.
Yeah, of course. I have no problem with that. They can give you a copy of that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Court, all rise.
All right, thank you so much for watching day 4 with us. So what I'm going to do, because Lori's verdict is in, I'm going to replay. Initially, we wanted to just play the morning session, and then we'd play the afternoon session tomorrow. So I'm going to replay today's afternoon session on another stream because I want to pay attention to it as well. So I put a redirect. On this. We're going to go over to watch Lori, and we will pick up what we missed. I'll replay the afternoon session, so we'll pick up on this tomorrow. So thank you for joining us. Thank you to our mods. Come join us. I have a redirect. Come join us over at Lori's verdict, and I will see you guys over there. Have a good one. Bye. Yeah.